Chapter 545, A Fair Trade. Chapter 551 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. And apologies for the delay, guys. I had to plan out a few things for the upcoming arc to make it interesting while ensuring that there are no inconsistencies in my plans. Took a bit longer than expected. Hiruzen's eyes widened. Immediately the image of the third Kazekage appeared in his mind. Unlike most of the people, Hiruzen was well aware of Sasori's human puppets, and that they could retain some of the abilities that they had when they were alive. However, if Sasori had made the third Kazekage, who had been missing since before the Third Great Ninja War began, his puppet, then it would send shockwaves throughout the ninja world. Hiruzen asked, "Did you see what the puppet looked like?" Fujin shook his head and said, "No, I was fighting from a distance and couldn't see him. I retreated right when a large amount of iron was floating outside Yamakawa town, so I can't say whether he has made the third Kazekage his puppet, or if it is some other ninja who had awakened the magnet release. Irrespective, Sasori's threat is much higher than what we believe. If he can retain Kekkei Genkai and the puppets, then there is a chance that he could have several such puppets. He'll be difficult to deal with." Hiruzen agreed. Sasori's threat had to be re-evaluated. Just the magnet release was extremely troublesome to deal with, he asked. The report stated that over 100 puppets attacked the town at the same time. Is that true? Fujin answered, yes, he could control over 100 puppets at the same time while he was standing outside the town. And from what I saw, his control over all his puppets was extremely good. Even elite Chunins might not be able to take on a single puppet considering the various traps and poisons involved. However, Junins should be able to destroy his normal human puppets as long as Sasori isn't nearby. Hiruzen nodded and asked, "So how did your fight go? And what happened in the town?" Fujin explained the events since he reached the town until Sasori's attack. He continued, "I took advantage of the distraction caused by Sasori's attack to sneak attack and kill the Yamakawa family head and Suna ninjas. I am not sure, but it is possible that one of the Suna ninjas was a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu. If you find some new seals from his memories, please let me know." Hiruzen was shocked to realize that a Fuinjutsu grandmaster of Suna could have been killed. Every country treasured their Fuinjutsu grandmasters. It was extremely difficult to kill them as they would rarely leave the village. And even when they did, they would move in secrecy and be with at least one elite Junin. The death of one Fuinjutsu Grandmaster, one elite Junin, and 20 Junins and Chunins would be another huge blow to Sunagakure. Fujin continued, "As for Sasori, I fought him using the new technique I created. I'm sure you might have seen it a few times. I call it the Wind Domain." Hiruzen felt slightly awkward about being called out on his spying. Even though everyone was aware that he would do it, no one ever mentioned it on his face. Luckily, he was shameless enough to not let it affect him. His expression didn't change, and he just nodded. Fujin cursed internally at his shamelessness before continuing. "My wind domain can sever his chakra threads, so Sasori lost control of all of his puppets within my wind domain. I stole 64 of his human puppets before escaping." Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock once again as Fujin claimed with a mischievous smile, "Even though I am not a puppet master, I believe that I have the second strongest collection of puppets. If I train for a bit, I will become one of the top 5 puppeteers in a few months." Hiruzen thought in disbelief. That jutsu where he played around by emitting wind chakra is this strong? It can sever chakra threads? And he used it to steal Sasori's puppets? The puppet masters treat their puppets as their children, and he stole as many as 64 of them and managed to escape from Sasori? Hiruzen was stunned. This was probably the first time something like this had happened ever since puppet masters came into existence. While there were some incidents of 1 or 2 puppets being stolen, they would generally be when the puppet master abandoned them to run away. What Fujin did was unprecedented. As if he just recalled something, Fujin added, "Ah, right, I almost forgot. Sasori never saw my face. He doesn't know that it was me who stole his puppets. So please keep this news a secret as well. I don't want that freak chasing me around." Hiruzen's disbelief increased further as he exclaimed internally, "And Sasori didn't even see who stole his puppets." Hiruzen was completely speechless. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He quickly gathered his thoughts and praised. Great work, Fujin. I didn't expect something like this to happen when I assigned you this mission. What are you planning to do with the puppets? Since Hiruzen couldn't find any words to describe Fujin's feats, he decided to stop thinking about it and directly focused on the puppets. He thought, there are a few ninjas in this village who like puppetry. Unfortunately, our knowledge in this aspect is very lacking as compared to Suna. However, with 64 ready-made puppets of high quality, I can raise a few Junin-level puppet masters. Not to mention, we can also research these puppets to improve our knowledge. Fujin thought for a bit before saying, I am not sure. I did check a few puppets, and I am not a fan of human puppets. Even by our standards, this technique is incredibly cruel. However, if the situation is dire, then there is no harm in using dead enemies for this technique. Regardless, it'll be a waste to ditch these 64 puppets for that reason. I'm planning to train a bit and become a puppet master myself. It'll add another aspect to my abilities. Hiruzen was surprised. The way Fujin had said it earlier, he thought that Fujin was joking. He didn't expect him to be serious. Hiruzen said, while mastering chakra threads wouldn't be a challenge for you, being a puppet master involves a lot of other things. For starters, you need to be able to make puppets with a lot of traps in them. In addition, you need to be an expert at poison to make those traps deadly. You will also need high medical knowledge to make any modifications to those 64 puppets, considering that they were created from dead humans. Fujin nodded and said, yes. I am not too worried about creating traps, as I should be able to handle them. As for medical and poison knowledge, I was planning to take on Yoshi-sensei's offer to improve those aspects in any case. So I should be fine. To Hiruzen's dismay, Fujin had already thought of everything needed to become a puppet master. He sighed and said, Fujin, you have already reached rank S. While it's fine to diversify your abilities, becoming a full-fledged puppet master won't do you any good. I'll recommend keeping a few of them and giving me the rest. There are a few ninjas in our village who are extremely interested in puppetry, but unfortunately fall short due to not having access to good information on it. I can create a few Junins and hopefully 1 or 2 elite Junins with those puppets. This way, our village will benefit more. Fujin looked at Hiruzen and thought, wow, good speech. His words are true, but that requires me to give things without getting anything in return. While it's true that Hiruzen helped me in the past, he didn't spend money on anything other than my swords. In fact, he probably earned more than that by betting on me in the Chunin exams. I would have still given them if I needed a lot from Hiruzen in the future. Unfortunately, there is not much he can give me anymore. He won't give me the Edo Tensei right now. If he dies against Orochimaru, then obviously I can't take anything from him. If he survives, then the fame I gain during that war will be sufficient to ask for what I want from him irrespective of our relationship. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and asked, well? Fujin sighed and said, I was planning to use the 64 puppets as a trump card. If I fell in a situation where my squad had to retreat, I could have my shadow clones use the puppets to hold back enemies while we retreated to safety. I might not be able to do the same with a few puppets. That said, I understand your view. Getting more Junins and perhaps elite Junins will be beneficial for the village. How about this? I'll keep just 10 puppets with me and give you the rest. However, I want a forbidden technique to have another trump card. Hiruzen was surprised. He thought, I should have known. I guess he is still upset that I didn't give him the scroll of sealing. He asked, which jutsu do you want? Fujin said, Spirit Transformation Technique. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvesh8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Chin, Foking Chin, AJ, JN, and Lurdu for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 5 and 46, Hiruzen's Suspicion and Soul, Chapter 552 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hiruzen was surprised. He wondered, the spirit transformation technique? The one Dan created? Why is Fujin interested in it? Hiruzen fell into deep thought. The technique was extremely complicated. More importantly, it was extremely powerful and dangerous, both to the enemies and to the user. Hiruzen analyzed why Fujin would need such a technique, but couldn't come up with any answer. In the end, he speculated, does he plan on taking over someone's body temporarily? Or does he just want another trump card, as he said? Hiruzen couldn't be sure. He said, learning too many complicated techniques at the same time isn't good, Fujin. You are learning the 8 inner gates technique. In addition, I also gave you the scroll on Flying Thunder God Jutsu. What is your progress with them? Fujin sighed and said, I haven't been able to make any progress with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. I managed to create the seal with ease, but I am stuck on stage 2 of the training. I am progressing well in the 8 inner gates, but that technique is just dependent on how much my body progresses, so it won't interfere with other training. Hiruzen sighed internally. A shame. It would have been very helpful for the village if he could master the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. We would have reached close to our strength during the Third Great Ninja War in terms of rank S ninjas. That said, if he hasn't learnt the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, then there is no need to not give him the Spirit Transformation Jutsu. If he manages to master it, then Konoha will have another strong means of attack during the next Great War. Even if he doesn't learn it, the training will improve his control over the yin chakra, which will allow him to strengthen his genjutsu, which lacks in comparison to his other skills. Besides, Sasori's puppets could be very important for the village. Even though it won't have a huge impact today, it could result in a wave of enthusiastic youngsters choosing to become puppet masters at some point in the future. Once that happens, the village can create a new special unit. That said, I don't necessarily need to make Fujin hand over those puppets. Even if I let him keep them all, he will eventually pass them to someone. Perhaps his students or children or someone who catches his eye. However, it will stay only among that small group of people. It is better if those puppets and their knowledge are directly under the village's control. He replied, All right, I'll prepare the scroll for you. Fujin commented in his mind, Of course you will. It doesn't cost you anything. Why did you take so much time to think like I was asking you to donate a kidney? Fujin said, That's great. I'll decide which puppets to keep in the meantime. Hiruzen replied, Sure. Is there anything else that happened during your mission? Fujin shook his head and answered, Not really. At least nothing that caught my eye. Hiruzen replied, All right. Considering the nature of this mission, you don't need to file any report. We will make Suna take the blame for attacking Yamakawa Town. Don't tell anyone about the fact that you were in the Land of Rivers during this time. Fujin nodded and took his leave. After he left, Hiruzen's expression became serious. He analyzed, There are a lot of things that don't add up. Sasori attacking the town at the same time can be considered as a coincidence, but for so many coincidences to happen when Fujin was in that country. Hiruzen recalled the incidents that happened in the Land of Rivers when Fujin was present there. He thought, First, Sasori and Fujin attacked Yamakawa Town at the same time. A few days later, someone plundered 3 nobles in Tanigakure without alerting anyone. A day later, someone attacked and destroyed Raiga's organization. To be able to steal so efficiently, the thief must have a very high capability. More importantly, he would need to be close to a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster. And to be able to uproot Raiga's organization, the attacker needs to be a rank S ninja or have multiple elite junins. Is it just a coincidence? Not to mention, I almost forgot about Raiga. His swords can amplify lightning jutsus as well, though not to the extent of Sensei's sword. He could be a possible culprit behind the attack on the route. However, this lead is pretty much useless now. He is either dead or missing, and even Fujin couldn't track him. Even if I send a squad specialized in tracking, it'll be too late to find him, irrespective of whether he's dead or alive. Though Hiruzen had sent Fujin to destroy the possible base Suna had created, he was left with even newer problems that were extremely difficult to answer. Hiruzen thought for a long time before letting out a sigh. He concluded, There is no point in suspecting Fujin for no reason. He should have a lot of money from his missions. I don't see any reason why he would need to steal a large amount of money. Similarly, I don't see any reason why he would lie if he was the one who dealt with Raiga. The only thing that comes to mind is Kiba blades, but Fujin doesn't specialize in lightning, so the blades are more or less useless for him. Considering his greedy nature, he could have used those blades to get more forbidden jutsus from me. The only thing I need to do now is keep an eye out for information related to the Kiba blades and Blade of the Thunder Spirit. If either of them appears, it might give me some clues regarding who the attacker that night was. Hiruzen immediately got into action and took steps to inform all of Konoha's spies, as well as Jiraiya, asking them to give special attention to the news related to those two blades and inform him right away. Fujin returned straight to his home after meeting Hiruzen. He was unaware that he had raised so many doubts in Hiruzen's mind. Even if he was aware, there wasn't much he could do. The good thing was that he hadn't left any clues behind. So even if Hiruzen decided to investigate the events seriously, there wasn't anything for him to find. As he entered his house, Fujin thought, the spirit transformation technique. Tobirama had created a kenjutsu that was very similar to this, while Dan improved upon it to create this jutsu by making it more usable and versatile by adding several more abilities. To be honest, this jutsu won't be able to increase my power by much unless shadow clones can use it as well. That said, I don't think clones will be able to use this jutsu. Regardless, increasing my combat strength isn't the reason why I asked for this jutsu. This jutsu will be an excellent method to finally learn about souls. It is something I always found fascinating, even in my previous life. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything to study souls in my previous world, apart from religious texts and some speculations. However, in this world, there are several techniques that utilize the soul. The Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch jutsu can transfer consciousness. Orochimaru can divide his souls and seal them into other people, making him the most difficult ninja to kill. In addition, he can also transfer his soul permanently into a vessel's body. The Reaper Death Seal sacrifices the user's soul and seals his enemy's soul. And the Edo Tensei directly summons souls from the afterlife and has them occupy a body. The Spirit Transformation Jutsu will give me a deeper understanding of these soul-based techniques. It might also be possible to create my own soul-based techniques. If I can add the ability to affect souls to my wind domain, then I can't even guess to which level that technique would reach. And that's just the start. If I can learn more about my soul, I might be able to glean some insights into how I was able to transmigrate across worlds, or perhaps dimensions. Is my soul somehow different from an ordinary soul, or does every soul transmigrate in such a manner? Studying souls might also be a way to understand whether immortality can be achieved. Orochimaru's research has already had some success. His cursed seals give him a way to revive even if his main body is killed. And if his main body can't sustain itself, he can switch bodies. However, both his methods definitely have flaws, and the flaws are quite terrifying. For someone so strong and experienced, he is extremely vulnerable to genjutsu. There is no way Hiruzen would fall prey to Itachi's genjutsu that easily. Even Jiraiya was very confident in being able to avoid his genjutsu. And, in the Fourth Great Ninja War, despite fighting against Madara for so long, there was only one instance of a Kage falling into genjutsu. And even then, I easily understood that he had been caught in a genjutsu. I believe that the act of dividing his soul through curse seals should have made Orochimaru more susceptible to genjutsu. Similarly, though he can switch bodies, it is highly unlikely for a new body to be as strong as his real body. If that is true, then the Orochimaru that will fight against Hiruzen is undoubtedly not at his peak. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Antonio and Hector, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 547, Boredom, Chapter 553 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin continued analyzing. That said, even though there are issues, there is no question that both those techniques are invaluable. It's just that Orochimaru became too obsessed with them. If he had waited until he grew old to change his body, then the issue of his new body not being as strong as his real body would have been a moot point. Similarly, if, instead of creating and applying his curse seal on dozens of ninjas, he had applied curse seals on only a couple of people, then his soul wouldn't have been divided so many times, and perhaps he might not have been as susceptible to genjutsu as he currently is. Unless the very act of dividing the soul causes him to be more susceptible to genjutsu. I will need some more information on these two techniques to be able to properly analyze their flaws. Unfortunately, reading Orochimaru's memories is impossible at this point. Even with my Flying Thunder God Jutsu, I can't be sure that I'll be able to capture or kill his main body. Unlike others, whom I can track down with the Flying Thunder God mark, Orochimaru might be able to get rid of that mark by shedding his skin. Fortunately, there is someone else who might have a lot of information on these two techniques. That said, I need to improve my knowledge about souls first. Without a firm base, it won't help me even if I have information. The spirit transformation jutsu should be more than enough to help me with that. Fujin stretched his body. The effect of the soldier pill was about to run out, and he could feel some tiredness. He let out a yawn and thought, oh well, no point in getting too worked up for this. Once the range of my Flying Thunder God Jutsu increases, I'll be the toughest ninja to kill after Obito and Orochimaru. And I'm only 16 years old. I have no need to go Orochimaru's way. At least not for another half a century. The best case scenario would be if I could increase the lifespan of this body itself, and make it infinitely more, like the Otsutsuki clan. Though it's difficult to say how that can be done. I wonder if Hagoromo's body would have been immortal if he hadn't released the 10 tails and divided it into 9 parts. Or did he divide it because his body was growing old and he understood that his body wouldn't live for long? Sigh. So many questions and so few answers. I wonder how many mysteries I'll be able to solve. Filled with such thoughts, Fujin fell asleep. The next day, he got up quite late, despite sleeping early. Due to the backlash of the soldier pill, he wouldn't be training that day. He freshened up and wondered what he should be doing for the day. He stood lazily on his balcony and looked at the construction work that was happening around his house. He thought, most of the work is already done. Hiruzen will start moving those kids here soon. Sigh. Even more work. I'm kind of bored. Now that I think about it, I haven't done anything fun lately. It has just been training and work. Though I occasionally mess with Hiruzen and Shikaku, I haven't had too many opportunities to mess much with them. Now, what should I do for some entertainment today? Fujin thought for a while. Several ideas appeared in his mind, but none seemed fun enough. He let out a sigh and thought, there's not much I can do. Though I can think of some pranks using wind, it'll be more of an annoyance rather than fun pranks for anyone I target. Not to mention, considering my strength, pranking civilians, or even ninjas, might not be that fun. I could prank Naruto as his reactions are fun to see, but the poor guy might get scarred for life if I overdo it. I guess I shouldn't have destroyed Root. If they still existed outside that little headquarters, I could have targeted them and enjoyed the drama and chaos that would follow. If it wouldn't have impacted the future, I could have considered starting a couple of wars to give Hiruzen and Shikaku a headache. Those two lucked out due to how considerate I am. Oh well. Fujin let out another sigh and muttered to himself, once the effects of Suna and Odo's attack are dealt with, I'll leave the village temporarily and tour the world with Kaito. Even though I was excited to be reborn in this world, the fear of the dangers here has kept me tense all the time. However, there isn't much that I need to fear with my current strength. An adventure should help me relax my nerves. It might also give me new ideas on how I can keep becoming stronger, and might help me uncover more secrets in this world. Perhaps I could force some of those beasts in the sea to become my summons. That way, I will have summons for both Shippuden and Akuro identities. Since he couldn't think of anything fun to do, Fujin decided to give his body some well-deserved rest. Unknown to Fujin, while he couldn't think of anything entertaining to do, some entertainment visited his home. Half an hour later, the bell rang. Fujin looked towards the direction of his door and thought, As expected. If this was my previous world, I would have wondered whether he set up a camera somewhere to see whether I was home or not. Doesn't he have his squad to have fun now? Kakashi is too lax. Despite his thoughts, Fujin wasn't displeased to see Naruto. He opened the door while thinking, oh well, even though I wasn't planning on using him for pranks, I can't say no since he is already here. Hehe. Fujin opened the door and an excited Naruto exclaimed, Fujin, you are back! Fujin chuckled and said, yeah, I returned last night. Come on in. Naruto immediately entered. He began talking about his new squad and updated Fujin on the new events happening in his life. At one point, he exclaimed, man, I thought I would do something cool after becoming a ninja. But Grandpa Hokage only makes us run after cats and dogs and makes us do menial jobs. This is totally not what I imagined. Fujin chuckled as some memories surfaced. He thought, considering that every ninja went through that, there is no way this tradition is changing. He said, don't worry, Naruto, it gets better. Naruto looked at him and asked, really? Fujin nodded and said, yes, you'll only have to do such missions for a couple of years. Then Grandpa Hokage will assign you missions where you can eliminate bad bandits and save innocent people. Naruto's eyes widened in horror. He exclaimed loudly, a couple of years? He looked down with his head in his hands and muttered, I will have to chase cats and dogs, babysit kids, and pull out weeds for 2 years? Fujin just grinned as he saw Naruto experiencing a nightmare in the middle of the day. He thought, I hadn't thought of this earlier. If Hiruzen or Tsunade do assign me a squad, it might be fun to make them do rank D missions for a couple of years. No. Make that 3. In 3 years, I'll train them to be at least as strong as Junins, if not elite Junins, but only let them do rank D missions. Then I'll send that Junin-level squad into the Chunin exams. That would be a sight to see, haha. Naruto didn't know about Fujin's thoughts. If he did, he would thank the gods that he wasn't a part of his squad. When Naruto finally recovered from the horrendous news, he looked at Fujin and asked, can you teach me a strong Winjutsu? Sasuke knows the fireball jutsu and I don't want to lose to him. Fujin tilted his head and asked, you said your sensei is Kakashi, right? Naruto nodded. Fujin asked again, Hatake Kakashi? Naruto became confused but nodded again. Fujin showed a deadpan expression and asked, why are you asking me to teach you jutsus then? Naruto became even more confused and asked, what do you mean? Fujin sighed and asked, did you not do any research on him? Hatake Kakashi is a ninja famous throughout the world for knowing more than 1,000 jutsus. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. He exclaimed, 1,000? Fujin showed a tired expression and sighed. He looked at Naruto and asked, you didn't know that? Opposite to his expression, Fujin's thoughts were very cheerful. He thought, I finally have an extremely entertaining idea. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Real, Delgado, and Blood Prince for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 5 and 48. Target Kakashi. Chapter 554 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Naruto exclaimed, I had no idea that Kakashi-sensei was so cool. Suddenly he had a thought. He looked at Fujin and asked in a confused tone, but if he knows that many jutsus, why didn't he ever teach us any jutsu? I even asked him several times to teach me a cool jutsu, but he never taught me anything. Fujin showed a confused expression as well and asked, he didn't. Naruto replied, he didn't. He just taught us formations and teamwork, you know. Fujin put up a thoughtful expression as he said in an unsure tone, well, teamwork and formations are important too, but why wouldn't he teach you jutsus? Fujin pretended to be in deep thought for a few seconds. Naruto didn't disturb him and waited patiently for Fujin to be done thinking. Fujin's eyes suddenly widened as he exclaimed, ah, I got it! Naruto listened with anticipation as Fujin explained, I guess he doesn't think that you and your teammates are worthy enough to be taught his special jutsus yet. Did you do anything to prove yourself to him yet? Naruto replied unsurely, we passed his graduation test. Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, your team managed to defeat Kakashi? Naruto's voice became softer as he answered, No, we didn't manage to get the bells. He passed us because we decided that our teammates were more important than orders. Fujin waved his hand dismissively and said, That's good, but that's just the basic requirement to become a genin. It can't be considered as proving your worth. Did you or your team do anything else that was impressive? Naruto crossed his arms and answered unhappily, Other than that, we only did lame missions and teamwork exercises. How can I prove myself while we are catching cats and dogs? Fujin's expression became very serious. He looked at Naruto and said in a strict tone, Naruto, a ninja must see underneath the underneath. I suspect that Kakashi has been giving you 3 opportunities to prove yourselves. However, since your mind is so focused on missions and training, you 3 have completely missed it. Naruto muttered, Underneath the underneath. I know that, but what signs did Kakashi-sensei give us? He became confused once again. Looking at Fujin, he wondered, Why do I become so confused whenever I talk with Fujin? What was underneath those lame missions? Fujin rested his right elbow on his left hand and his chin on his right hand. He put up his thinking face again and muttered, Let's see. Hatake Kakashi, 3 new genins, easy missions, and teamwork exercises. Fujin pretended to think for a couple of minutes before his face suddenly lit up. He smiled and said, I see it now. Naruto excitedly asked, What is it? Fujin answered, It's simple, really. He is teaching the 3 of you teamwork, meaning that he wants the 3 of you to work together, and he is giving the 3 of you easy missions, meaning that you guys still have some energy to do something else while you 3 are completing the mission. Naruto's eyes widened. He said, I never thought of it this way. You are damn smart, Fujin. Fujin chuckled and continued, That something else is your opportunity to do something to prove yourself. As for what that can be, let's see. Fujin pretended to think again for half a minute before continuing. Well, knowing Kakashi, you can prove yourself to him in 2 ways. Fujin raised 2 fingers as Naruto watched with more attention than the combined attention he paid during his 6 years in the academy. Fujin said, The first way is to steal the book he keeps reading. Kakashi values that book very much, and it won't be easy for you 3 to do it. If you do, then you'll prove that you are worthy of being taught his special jutsus. Naruto exclaimed, His book? Immediately the memory of Kakashi reading the book while they did missions appeared in his mind. He thought, Fujin is right. Kakashi-sensei does love his book a lot. If we can take it away from him, he'll be impressed with our abilities. What's the second thing? Fujin continued, The second way is for you 3 to see what Kakashi's real face behind that mask is. Very few in the village know what he looks like behind the mask. If you 3 can do it, he'll be impressed for sure. Naruto's eyes widened again as he thought, He's right again. We don't even know what he looks like. The more Naruto thought, the more he felt that Fujin's words made complete sense. He exclaimed, I never thought of it in this manner. Fujin smiled and said, That's why he hasn't taught you his jutsus yet. Once your team begins making some progress in these aspects, he'll begin reconsidering and will eventually teach you. That said, don't tell him or even your teammates that I was the one who gave you this idea. Otherwise, he'll think that it wasn't you who looked underneath the underneath. Fujin blinked his left eye as he said the last sentence. Naruto immediately understood his message. He quickly got up and said, You are the best, Fujin. I'll prove to Kakashi-sensei that I am worthy in no time. Believe it. Naruto quickly rushed out of Fujin's house. He wanted to meet up with Sasuke and Sakura and form a plan to do either of the 2 tasks. A grin formed on Fujin's face when Naruto left his house impatiently. He muttered to himself, Now that should guarantee some entertainment. It's a shame that these 3 aren't strong enough to give Kakashi a nightmare, but they should cause a few headaches at least. The next time Naruto comes to meet me, I'll tell him that if he wants Hiruzen to give him a better mission, he'll have to successfully prank Hiruzen until he feels that Naruto and his team are worthy. After all, why should Kakashi have all the fun? It's a shame that I can't use these 3 to harass Shikaku or Danzo. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. Oh well, I'll start sending a shadow clone to keep an eye on them from tomorrow. Wouldn't want to miss the free entertainment, huh? With some entertainment guaranteed, Fujin's mood improved. He divided the puppets that Sasori donated to him. Unlike what he had said to Hiruzen, Fujin had already thoroughly researched the puppets. He didn't need any time to decide. He kept the 15 best puppets for himself and decided to give Hiruzen the remaining 49 puppets. He rested the rest of the day and visited some of his favorite restaurants in Konoha. Meanwhile, Naruto gathered Sakura and Sasuke together, despite it being an off day. He quickly explained to them what Fujin had informed him. Both looked at him skeptically. Sakura asked, "How could a ninja know 1,000 jutsus? I only know 3. Even Sasuke-kun knows less than 10. I know Kakashi-sensei is strong, but 1,000 is too much even for him." Naruto was skeptical at first as well of that information, but he trusted that Fujin wouldn't lie to him. He said, "There is no doubt about that information. Kakashi-sensei knows 1,000 jutsus." Sasuke was surprised as well, but he decided against questioning whether it was accurate or not. After all, that information was irrelevant to him. What mattered was whether Kakashi would teach them. His mind was focused on the other part of Naruto's story. He muttered to himself softly, "Could this really be a test for us?" Naruto nodded and repeated Fujin's words. "A ninja must look underneath the underneath. Otherwise, why wouldn't Kakashi-sensei teach us his cool jutsus, and why would he make us do lame missions?" Sasuke thought, that makes sense, but since when did Naruto become so smart? Both Sakura and Naruto looked at Sasuke, who thought for some time. Finally, he said, "Well, there is no harm in trying. If this is indeed a test, then we might make him teach us more seriously. Even if it isn't, then it's not like he can make things worse for us." With Sasuke agreeing, Sakura didn't oppose, and Naruto was always on board. The three of them decided to think of ways to accomplish either of the 2 tasks Fujin suggested. After a long discussion and creating several plans, they finally left. Walking towards his home, confusion was visible on Sasuke's face. He thought, "Something about this feels off. The biggest question is, since when did Naruto become so smart to look through something like this? Yet I can't deny that his words made complete sense. I guess we'll find out soon." And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link to patreon.com/devilhex. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Yazid, Zoro, Charlie, and Arnachalam for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 549, Focus. Fuinjutsu. Chapter 555 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin completed his morning training routine before taking a small break to decide how to progress further. He analyzed, "I have a feeling that I will open the Gate of Limit very soon. I might be able to do it this week itself. Once that is done, I'll have completed my previous training plan of training the Wind Domain, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and the 8 Inner Gates technique simultaneously. My Wind Domain is nearly perfect right now. The only improvement I can make is creating Akyum Jutsus using the Wind Domain. Though it is possible to improve it even more, it is very difficult. It'll depend more on any inspiration I get in the future, or any improvements I experience in other fields. For instance, once I become more knowledgeable about poisons, I could try to mix poisons in the Wind Domain. That might make me more efficient than Sasori at poisoning my enemies. I have mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu as well. The only thing I need to work on is increasing the range. I will be able to slowly improve that over time, so I don't need to assign any time to training it consistently. As for the 8 Inner Gates technique, the Gate of Yu is several times more difficult than opening all the first 5 inner gates. According to what Guy said, I'll need at least a couple of years to open it, and that is if I focus entirely on it. I guess the Gate of E would be the most I'll be able to open until the 4th Great Ninja War, unless I decide to push the war back by a few years. Regardless, other than my usual morning physical workout routine and sparring with Guy, I don't need to focus more on this technique. That finally opens up my schedule after a long time. Ever since he had quit Anbu, Fujin had been focused on these 3 jutsus. It had been over a year since then. Though he did some other things as well, like creating the 8 trigrams divination seal, investigating Jashin, mastering the mind-reading technique, learning the Rasen Shuriken, and creating the Phantom Haven Society, more than 90% of the time he spent other than sleeping was on training these 3 techniques. Even for someone as disciplined and focused as Fujin, he had started to feel a sense of exhaustion. As a result, he was extremely glad to finally have reached a stage where he could stop focusing on them. Fujin continued analyzing. I can finally train something else. The 2 obvious things that I'll start focusing on soon are spirit transformation jutsu and medical ninjutsu, along with more in-depth knowledge of poisons. I am not sure how long it'll take to master the spirit transformation jutsu. I just hope that it isn't as difficult as the Flying Thunder God jutsu. Hopefully, the fact that I have transmigrated might help. As for the medical ninjutsu and poison, I never loved studying biology and chemistry in my previous life. Granted, it could just be because it wasn't as interesting as in this world, and I couldn't get superpowers by studying it. Regardless, even if I can generate enough interest, neither of those 2 things is simple to learn. Despite being excellent academically and having the best medical ninja helping her, Sakura still needed 3 years to reach the level she did. It's not the kind of time I can afford to spend right now. Fortunately, I can use the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Considering how much Yoshi and Izamu have pestered me to become a medical ninja, even after my identity as the spectral swordsman was leaked and I became a council member, I will ensure that I am the last ever student they teach. Anyway, both medical ninjutsu and spirit transformation jutsu can wait for the time being. I have been putting off improving my fuinjutsu for a long time. It's time to raise my fuinjutsu to the next level. Fujin looked at his palms. Immediately, the seal imprints that he had on his palm began glowing. Fuinjutsu was something that was very crucial to Fujin's plans. In addition, he was extremely fascinated by the kind of things it could achieve. Fujin thought, even though I am a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster, I am probably the one with the least expertise in seals among all the Grandmasters. When compared with someone like Sasori, who was already making human puppets when he was my age, I'm lacking a lot. Every seal master who becomes a Grandmaster spends a lot of time improving the existing seals and creating new ones. There is no question that even Hiruzen, Danzo, and the Sanins are far superior to me in this aspect. Danzo can add his imprint to a seal, making it impossible for anyone else to remove his curse seals. Creating that arm might have needed a lot of Juinjutsu as well. Hiruzen is likely superior to Danzo in these aspects. Tsunade could create the strength of 100 seal. Orochimaru can store parts of his soul in a seal that applies on others. By comparison, my usage of Fuinjutsu is very basic. I just nullify that weakness to an extent by using a ridiculous amount of seals, deterring anyone who intends to mess with my seals. However, if Hiruzen or Danzo decide to enter my house while I'm not in the village, the seals won't be able to stop them. They'll just need a long time to do so, and they won't be able to cover up the fact that they undid my seals. However, if I improve upon my seals, then they might not be able to do that. Unfortunately, improving seals isn't something that can be done very easily. It takes years, or rather decades, to achieve that, even with shadow clones. It's not something I can do in the short term. Unless I can understand what those Jashin seals do, the only way to improve rapidly is by copying what other Grandmasters have already achieved. Like I copied the properties of Danzo's curse seals to create the Phantom Seal. So I'll only focus on 2 things. The first is to make the seals more usable in battle. The way to do this is simple. I need to create battlefields using seals like how Uchiha Sora did. The only change I need to make is that instead of needing half an hour to set up the battlefield, I want it to appear in an instant. These battlefields will become my hunting grounds. Other than the battlefields, the other thing to improve upon is the 8 trigrams divination seal. If I can improve it in the way I envision, my strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, this will be very difficult. I can just hope that I can find the perfect combination before the Chunin exams begin. Fujin muttered, "Oh well, time to start creating a battlefield." Creating one at the same level as Uchiha Sora will be difficult to start with. I'll begin by creating a stealth-oriented battlefield. Fujin entered his basement. Immediately, 100 shadow clones appeared next to him. Without wasting any time, everyone got to work. 3 days passed. While Fujin became busy with his training again, Kakashi had a few eventful days. Lying in his bed, he had a peculiar expression as he wondered, what exactly happened with those three? They suddenly began acting suspiciously. In the last few days, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had all made moves on him, or rather his book and his mask. They first tried sneaking up on him, which resulted in him grabbing each one of them by the back of their necks, like he was grabbing cats. When he asked what they were up to, they all made excuses. Next, they tried distracting him and taking his book. Unsurprisingly, that failed either. Since the straightforward methods didn't work, they became innovative. They began transforming into strangers and animals and running into Kakashi while he was walking in the streets. Unknown to them, Kakashi could perfectly smell their scents. As a result, they never succeeded in their attempts. Regardless, while their initial attempts had been amusing, Kakashi had started to get slightly irritated as kept increasing the intensity. After thinking for a bit, Kakashi wondered, did someone put them up to it? But who could it be? Lord Hokage? I don't see why he would do that. It was late at night. Most of the Konoha were asleep. Had Kakashi not been wondering about the recent events, he might have slept as well. To his surprise, someone broke into his house. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, paddlesarvesh8 at OKSBI, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, RY197U, Daniel, Baba, and William for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 550, Kakashi's Headache, Chapter 556 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. For a moment, Kakashi was shocked. In his entire life, his house had never been broken into by anyone. Even when his father was disgraced and committed suicide, no one actually broke into his house. For a second, Kakashi had raised his alertness to the maximum. Just like the rest of the village, he had raised the security of his house after the root headquarters had blown up. However, that shock and alertness quickly changed into worry as he thought, how can he not know the details of the jutsu he calls his speciality? The shadow clones are good at hiding the main body as they can replicate the appearance, chakra, and even the scent perfectly. If he wants to sneak into my house, shouldn't he at least do something to mask or alter his scent? Sigh, I have so much to teach him. As he was thinking, several figures snuck into his room. They were wearing black clothes along with masks to hide their identity. All of them were surprised to see Kakashi awake and staring back at them. One of them asked in surprise, "Why are you still up?" Another asked, "And why do you wear that mask so late in the night?" Kakashi watched with a deadpan expression. He decided to play along with Naruto and asked, "Who are you people and what are you doing in my house?" One of the clones suddenly realized that and shouted, "Crap, change of plans." Immediately, all the clones exploded into a cloud of smoke, covering Kakashi's house in smoke. Knowing how strong Kakashi was, Naruto didn't see any point in trying to gang up on him with his clones. That would only expose him. Some distance from Kakashi's house, Naruto exclaimed, "Crap! He's still awake. Our plan failed." Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were hiding while keeping an eye on Kakashi's house and were waiting for their signal to enter Kakashi's house when Naruto's clones failed. Sasuke asked, "Did he know that it was you?" Naruto shook his head and said, "No way. I didn't fight him as you planned." Sasuke said, "Good. Let's retreat. We will try again with a new plan." In the blink of an eye, the three Jonin's ran away stealthily. Of course, it wasn't stealthy enough to escape Kakashi's watch. He looked at his students from a distance and thought, so even Sasuke and Sakura were involved, and yet they didn't notice such a simple flaw. Sigh. I wonder how long it'll take them to realize that I can identify their scents. That said, a tired expression appeared on Kakashi's face as he complained, "This is too troublesome. Will they keep bothering me like this all the time?" Seeing how full of energy Naruto was, Kakashi understood that he wouldn't get any rest until he stopped them. He decided, I need to get to the root of this change. Someone is influencing this change for sure. Also, these three have too much energy. I'll borrow some of Guy's tricks. That should be enough to keep them obedient. Also, Kakashi looked around but didn't feel anything odd. He opened his Sharingan and inspected his surroundings again. Yet, he didn't notice anyone. He muttered to himself, "Weird. I have been feeling like someone is keeping an eye on me for the past few days. Yet, I don't see anyone whenever I investigate. It shouldn't be those Genins. They can't hide this well. Sai, who is playing games with me?" After escaping some distance away, the trio gathered together again. Naruto complained, "Man, this is so annoying. Why didn't Kakashi-sensei sleep yet? And he wears his mask even when he is in bed." Sakura was surprised and muttered, "It's almost as if that mask is a part of his body." Sasuke ignored their complaints and said, "It was unfortunate that he didn't sleep. Now, he'll be ready if we try this again. We will have to think of another way." All three of them began thinking but couldn't come up with anything. Seeing that, Sasuke said, "Let's think about it on our own. We will discuss our ideas while waiting for him tomorrow." Naruto and Sakura nodded. The team finally dispersed. Uncharacteristically, Fujin was still awake. Usually, he'd be asleep by this hour, but this day he was engrossed in his training. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at the new seal imprint on his palm. He was about to test it when he suddenly received a set of memories. A giggle escaped his lips as he thought, "Not bad. Not bad at all. Those brats broke into Kakashi's house. Heh. I wonder what he's thinking right now." For the last few days, Fujin would always receive memories from his shadow clone that trailed Naruto and company. Those memories kept him very entertained, despite training with so many clones. Fujin turned his attention back to the seal on his hand and thought, "Anyway, time to test this." Fujin slammed his hand on the ground. In an instant, a new seal appeared on the floor of his basement. In the blink of an eye, several dozen seals appeared at some spots in the basement. Fujin looked at his clones and dispelled all but one. The remaining clone left the basement and appeared on the floor above it. He extended his chakra field into the basement. A smile appeared on his face as he muttered, "Amazing. I can't sense anything inside the basement." He stopped using his chakra field and instead activated the space-time sensing technique. He realized, looks like it is useless against space-time techniques, though. The seals that I know are pretty much useless against space-time techniques. Then again, I haven't run into anyone else who knows such seals either. I guess seals that restrict space-time techniques haven't been created in this world yet, unless the Uzumaki clan or the Joshin cult knew them. If they don't, then it might be safe to say that there are none. Though that ain't necessarily a bad thing. At least no one will be able to stop my flying thunder god. The only shame is that I won't have a way to stop that broken Manjikyo ability. I guess working with Kakashi would be the only way to deal with Obito. Still, I should visit Uzushiogakure sometime in the future to see if any secrets are still hidden in the village. Though unlikely as that village was thoroughly plundered and scavenged several times, there is still some chance considering that the very thing they specialized in was seals. Perhaps taking an Uzumaki there might help in finding the hidden stuff. Fujin's clone stopped analyzing and sent the memories back to Fujin, who was waiting in the basement. On receiving the memories, Fujin thought, "Great, it works as I want. It seems like I can make a complete battlefield in this way. Though making the seal imprint for it will be far more complicated." 3 days ago, after deciding to make a stealth battlefield, Fujin decided to get down to work. The first task that he needed to do was to create the battlefield normally. That was the easy part. Fujin and his clones brainstormed and came up with a structure of the battlefield with seals placed in the right places within a few hours. The stealth battlefield was different from the battlefield that Uchiha Sora had to deal with the Jashinists. The one Sora created was to trap the enemies and prevent them from running, while giving Sora and his allies the initiative to attack and defend at will. However, what Fujin created focused solely on the stealth aspect. No sensor, no matter how good, would be able to detect that someone was in that battlefield, as long as he didn't step into it. Only Fuinjutsu Grandmasters would be able to detect that something was off. However, it didn't have any other capabilities, meaning that the battlefield didn't assist Fujin in attack, defense, or even in trapping the enemy. The reason why Fujin created such a simple battlefield was the second task. It was very difficult, and Fujin was sure that he would be the first Fuinjutsu Grandmaster to do something like this. The difficult part was that Fujin would have to condense the entire battlefield into one small seal imprint. The seal imprints, though convenient, were traditionally used to create only one seal quickly. However, the battlefield that Fujin wanted to create had several dozen stealth seals of various types. As a result, the seal imprint he would be creating was a seal imprint that consisted of several dozen seal imprints within it. And each of those several dozen seal imprints had to be placed at the proper place inside the main seal imprint. If Fujin made a single error in the distances between each seal, the seal imprint would fail in creating the battlefield. Most of Fujin's time was spent creating that imprint. He and his clones failed several times. However, he had managed to create it. Fujin looked at it and thought, this stealth battlefield will act as a prototype for my main battlefield. Main battlefield is kind of a boring name. I'll call it the Fuin battlefield instead. Anyway, I'll begin working on it tomorrow. Fujin decided to call it a night. The next day, before he could begin his training, an Anbu appeared and called Fujin into Hiruzen's office. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devil. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Jackie Calbear, Kazerdifres, Zoro, Quabena, and Adrian for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 551, Naruto Chapter 557 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. At around 6 in the morning, Team 7 gathered in the training ground. Well, all except their sensei. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke all had a sleepy face. Naruto said, "We barely got to sleep last night. I am so sleepy." Since they had been up late night to sneak up on Kakashi, they only got a few hours of sleep. Sakura yawned and said, "Luckily, Sensei won't be here for at least another 3 hours. We can take a nap here." Sasuke didn't say anything, but agreed with her. The three of them sat with their backs resting against trees and closed their eyes. Did you come here for training or sleeping?" It had barely been a minute since the three of them closed their eyes when they heard Kakashi's voice. All three woke up in an instant. Sakura looked at Kakashi and shouted internally, "Of all the days, he had to come early today? Shinaro!" Sasuke wondered, "Does he know that it was us last night?" Naruto watched nervously as well. Kakashi looked at his three students and said, "Enough lazing around. Today, we will have a special training session." On hearing the words, special training session, the eyes of the three genins lit up. Naruto thought, did we prove ourselves to him? Fujin was right as always. Sasuke thought, finally, we can get some real training. Naruto excitedly jumped and asked, "Will you teach us your special jutsus, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi said in confusion, "Special jutsus? Well, the training will be very special. All three of you will grow strong rapidly with it, so we will start right away." Despite their sleep-deprived state, the three genins were very excited. Unfortunately, the excitement didn't last very long. Sakura's excitement died 15 seconds after Kakashi's special training session started. Sasuke's excitement died after 10 minutes, while Naruto's excitement nearly lasted for half an hour. The training Kakashi put them through even surpassed the intensity of training that Guy put his students through. None of them had the physiques to endure such training. When Kakashi noticed Naruto running out of gas, he said, "The warm-up is over. Now we will begin the real training." This time, none of the three genins felt any excitement. Instead, horror was setting in. True to his words, the trio that had been harassing him for 3 days were being put through hell. While Naruto and his teammates entered hell, Fujin woke and freshened up. As usual, he sent out a shadow clone to enjoy the entertainment. Unknown to him, he had missed out on some very entertaining scenes. By the time his clone reached, all three genins had passed out. Regardless, his mind quickly began thinking about the Fuin battlefield. He analyzed, "I only used 83 seals in the stealth battlefield, and most of the seals were similar in nature. However, the Fuin battlefield will be a lot more complex. I have to make it strong enough to at least hold any non-Jinchuriki rank S ninja. If it can't do even that much, then what's the use of technique?" I can already neutralize threats weaker than that even without using my wind jutsus or any forbidden jutsus. A normal barrier created with seals can't hold a rank S ninja. The barriers I integrate into Fuin Battlefield will need to have the feature of strengthening with the help of my chakra. As long as I can do that, there would be no way to escape other than reverse summoning jutsu. Maybe Onoki's dust release might be able to destroy it. Susanoo could be another variable. However, the rest of the rank S ninjas will be trapped without being able to escape, giving me a chance to kill them. Oh well, I'll do my physical workout and then start creating this. Fujin's bell rang. An Anbu had arrived and informed Fujin that Hiruzen had asked for his presence. Fujin followed him while wondering, did he call me to give me the scroll of spirit transformation jutsu, or is he ready to move the orphans here? When Fujin reached, Hiruzen ordered his Anbu guards to leave the two of them alone. With all the seals activated, Hiruzen handed Fujin a scroll and said, the details of the spirit transformation jutsu are in there. However, be careful while practicing the jutsu. The act of releasing your soul from your body is extremely dangerous. If you make a mistake, then it can injure you. And I can't estimate the degree of the injury. Once your soul is out, your body will be vulnerable. If someone makes a move on you and damages your unprotected body, you'll die. Kato-dan, the one who created this jutsu, died in this manner during the war. Always leave sufficient shadow clones behind to take care of your body. That way, you'll be aware of the danger and might be able to make it back in time. Fujin nodded. He understood the dangers involved while learning that jutsu. However, he wasn't much worried about leaving his body vulnerable using that jutsu. After all, he knew the Flying Thunder God jutsu. His clones could escape with his body with rather ease, even if someone found him. Fujin asked curiously, I will be careful. That said, can shadow clones use this technique? Hiruzen shook his head and said, no. Even though shadow clones have a part of your spirit that returns to your body after they are dispelled or destroyed, it is extremely minute. No clone can use this technique. Even if you somehow manage to utilize this technique with that little spirit, the clone will be dispelled and it will return to you forcefully. Fujin sighed and muttered, that's a shame. Anyway, he handed a few scrolls to Hiruzen and said, these have Sasori's puppets. I decided to keep 15 for myself. The remaining 49 are here. Hiruzen nodded and took the scrolls while thinking, it is difficult for a puppet master to handle several puppets at the same time. Generally, 3 is the limit. Assuming that they need a couple as backup, these should be enough to equip the 5 I have in mind. The rest will be used to research and improve Konoha's knowledge of creating puppets. Normally, I'd have asked Danzo to handle this research. However, thinking about Danzo, the headaches of a few months ago resurfaced. Hiruzen decided, though I can't be sure whether Danzo had any hand in the death of the Root Ninjas and the destruction of the Root headquarters, there is no doubt that a lot of things don't add up. I can't clear him so quickly just because he suffered from that incident. Not to mention, if I let him get his hands on this forbidden technique, Danzo will surely create a large number of human puppets. In the worst case, he might even use Konoha ninjas for this purpose, and I won't be able to do much because it is very easy to keep these puppets hidden. I shouldn't allow him to get his hands on this technique unless we are at a war and in a tough spot. I will create another unit for researching such forbidden techniques. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and said, there is another reason that I called you here. The construction of the buildings and facilities around your house is finally completed. I am planning to move the orphans there tonight. Fujin nodded and said, sure, no issue. That said, I received a request some time ago. Hiruzen was surprised. He wondered, since when did Fujin start accepting requests? And who is rich enough to ask for his help? He asked, what is it? Fujin smiled and said, Naruto asked whether he could move in along with other orphans. Immediately, a thoughtful expression appeared on Hiruzen's face. He thought, so he only accepts requests that involve giving me a headache? I know that he has been teaching Naruto for some time, but Naruto moving into his territory will be a political matter. Naruto was the only Jinchuriki in Konoha. As a result, several clans and factions in Konoha wanted him under their control. Considering that he was an orphan, Almost every clan, including the Uchiha clan, had offered to take him under their wing. In fact, even Hiruzen wanted to take Naruto into the Sarutobi clan. So did Danzo, who wanted him in the root. Since everyone's interests clashed and everyone restricted each other, Naruto eventually ended up alone. No one had asked to take him in recent times other than Danzo. So Fujin's statement came as a surprise to Hiruzen. Hiruzen analyzed, "Since I am placing several orphans under him, he does have a good reason to justify Naruto moving in with them. Not to mention, he is already on good terms with him. So it will be good for Naruto. However, it will cause political clashes. It is difficult to say how the clans would see this. Danzo might even use this opportunity to say that I am trying to take control of Naruto through Fujin. The only good thing is that Fujin doesn't have an established faction yet. So others might not see it as a threat. Regardless, it will be a headache for me." AN, latest chapter on Patreon. How did Fujin defeat? If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 552, Warnings. Chapter 558 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hiruzen asked, "Will Naruto be moving into your house?" Fujin shook his head and answered, "No, he just feels that he might make friends more easily with the orphans. If there is no issue on your end, then he will move in only if he gets along well with them and will be living alongside them." Hiruzen sighed internally. He makes a very strong case as usual. How will I come out looking good if I refuse Naruto the opportunity to make friends and get along with the ones who might not discriminate against him? Hiruzen asked, "Are you sure it'll be a good idea? Don't forget that Naruto is a Jinchuriki and hosts the nine-tailed beast. If he loses control, then the orphans and even you might be at risk." Fujin raised an eyebrow and said, "If he is going to lose control, then he might as well lose control next to a rank S Fuinjutsu Grandmaster and a bunch of Anbu trainees, instead of in the middle of the city where civilians live." For a second, Hiruzen was left speechless. He didn't expect to be countered so quickly and without a shred of mercy. Despite the shamelessness running through his veins, even Hiruzen couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Of course, it wasn't visible on his face. In fact, even Fujin wondered, what happened to him today? Is he sick, or did he fall on his head in the last 3 days? This is the first time I ever saw him say something so dumb. While Fujin loved messing with Hiruzen, it was generally because of how difficult Hiruzen made it to mess with him. As a result, he couldn't help but be surprised by the excuse Hiruzen was trying to use. Hiruzen faked a cough and said, "Of course. I just wanted you to be aware. Even though Lord Fourth Seal is very secure, we should always take precautions." Fujin just stared at Hiruzen, making it obvious that Hiruzen's half-assed attempt at covering up what he said wasn't working. Hiruzen added, "That said, while I don't have any issue, Naruto is the village's only Jinchuriki, so his safety is of utmost importance. In addition, other council members will need to be informed as well. I will give you the answer a few days later." Fujin nodded and said, "Well, even though my compounds are on the outskirts of the village, safety shouldn't be a concern, as I'll apply seals on the compounds soon. My compounds will become one of the safest places in the village. The Anbu can continue keeping an eye on him from the shadows. If needed, one of the underground bases in the compounds could be used as an Anbu base." All the Kiri orphans that would be moving into his compounds were Anbu trainees. In addition, a few experienced Anbu would also be staying in his compounds to train those orphans, so it didn't make much of a difference to Fujin if a few more Anbu came in. Besides, even at such a close distance, no one would be able to spy inside his house. Fujin continued, "As for the other council members, I don't see any reason why anyone would have an issue, though if they do, just let me know." Hiruzen was surprised. He asked, "Oh, what will you do?" Fujin smiled and replied, "Why would I do anything? I'll just ask Naruto to prank their houses. The kid hasn't been pranking much since he graduated. Though..." Fujin put up a thoughtful face and continued, "I might have to discuss this with Kakashi as Naruto is his student. However, he should agree as this will be a good training for Naruto. Hiruzen looked at Fujin with a dumbfounded expression. He thought, he isn't even planning to hide the fact that he was behind Naruto creating havoc in the village? Not to mention, Naruto has learnt the multi-shadow clone jutsu. If he pranks now... Hiruzen immediately understood what terror Naruto could cause if he continued with his old ways. Normally, he would have stopped the person who suggested it, but he had a feeling that he would lose if he tried to debate with Fujin. He said, "Well, that might be a bit extreme. Anyway, don't worry. I don't think anyone will oppose it too much. I'll handle it. I'll see you later tonight." Fujin nodded and disappeared from the office. As he left the office, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, "What a weird day." Hiruzen says something dumb. Kakashi is somehow already in the training grounds, and his 3 students are instead the ones sleeping. Did the sun rise from the west today? Or did I transmigrate into another parallel universe? While Fujin was chatting with Hiruzen, his clone had sent him the memories to inform him about the situation with Kakashi's squad. The sudden change had surprised him. He anticipated Kakashi making them wait for 6 hours instead of 3 hours due to being annoyed by them. He never imagined that Kakashi would do the opposite. Fujin decided, well, whatever. I'll continue constructing the Fuin battlefield. Unlike the stealth battlefield, this will be very complicated. I'll need a few days to just plan the design. The only reference I have is the battlefield Sora created. And I'll also need to consider what I should do when making improvements to the Fuin battlefield in the future. Will I just have to make a new seal imprint? Or can I somehow modify the current seal imprint? Elsewhere, Kakashi looked at his 3 students, all of whom had passed out at some point during the intense training. Sakura lasted the least, with just over 30 minutes. Sasuke lasted for over 1¼ hours. Naruto lasted 30 minutes more than him. Kakashi analyzed, "Weird, I didn't feel anyone looking at me earlier. However, I can feel it now. That said, I still can't find who it is. There is no scent, no chakra signature, and it doesn't feel like Lord Hokage's crystal ball either. I will keep an eye on these 3 to check if someone is influencing them. Anyway, it looks like these 3 need some training to improve their stamina. Sakura's stamina is too low even for a genin. Sasuke is better, but this isn't enough. Naruto is helped by his Uzumaki genes and the 9 tails sealed inside him. However, for someone who is aided by such factors, his stamina is quite low. This training will be the new normal for them." Since the 3 had slept for enough time, Kakashi woke all of them up. The 3 genins were still extremely tired. They quickly drank some water. Kakashi said in a disappointed tone, "I didn't expect that you 3 wouldn't be able to last a single training session." Kakashi shook his head, displaying his disappointment further. Sakura immediately argued, "But sensei, the training was so intense. How are we supposed to keep doing it for a long time?" Kakashi stared into her eyes and said, "The fights between ninjas are far more intense. You will burn stamina at a much quicker rate. If you lose your focus for a moment, you'll be dead. Do you think your opponent will stop after half an hour just because you lack stamina?" Sakura immediately went quiet while a frown appeared on Sasuke's face. He imagined facing Itachi and lacking the stamina to fight him. Naruto said, "But sensei, I lasted the longest. Shouldn't I be fine?" Kakashi looked at him and said, "Your main method of fighting is shadow clones. In a fight, you'll lose your stamina the quickest. It is even more important for you to improve your stamina." Kakashi's words shut him up as well. However, it was what he said next that horrified them. Forming his usual eye smile, Kakashi said, "You 3 couldn't last your early morning training session. I hope you do better in your pre-afternoon training session, which begins now." Sakura immediately complained, "But sensei, we haven't eaten anything." Naruto added, "Yes, sensei. We can't train on empty stomachs." Kakashi maintained his eye smile and asked, "Do you think your enemies will give you lunch breaks in the middle of the war?" "We begin now. Also, if any of you fall asleep this time, I'll be waking you up with the 1,000 years of death jutsu." All 3 genins shivered on hearing that threat. None of them wanted to experience that. Not giving them any further break, Kakashi started the next round of training, which continued until noon. All 3 got too tired at some point and couldn't continue the training. But no one dared to pass out, and everyone kept a close eye on Kakashi. At noon, the trio quickly ate the lunches they had packed. Not 1 second after they were done eating, Kakashi took them to the Hokage's office to accept a mission. The exhausted kids unwillingly followed Kakashi in their half-dead states. Even Hiruzen was surprised when he saw them. He couldn't help but wonder, what did Kakashi do with them, and why are they so on guard? Lord Hokage? Hearing Kakashi, Hiruzen said, Madam Shijimi's cat has escaped again. Your mission is to catch and bring the cat back. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhexspace. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Ben, Logan, Lazy Ash, Hector, Nash, Yurt, Alan, and Charlie for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 553, Jiraiya's Dream Jutsu. Chapter 559 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Terrence Smith. You can thank him for the double release. Not the damn cat again. Naruto shouted in horror. Both Sakura and Sasuke sighed in agreement. Their bodies were already aching to the extreme. They didn't want to chase the cat around the village for hours in that state. In fact, they didn't even have any energy to do any mission. All the three of them wanted was to return to their homes and sleep until the next morning. Unfortunately, Kakashi didn't give them any choice. Hiruzen was surprised to see the three Genins accept a rank D mission without asking for difficult missions for once. Fujin received the memories from his clone and chuckled while thinking, guess Guy will be proud of Kakashi. Maybe I should inform him the next time we spar. Oh well. His expression became serious as he clenched his fists and exerted his strength. Gate of opening, open. Gate of healing, open. Gate of life, open. In one go, Fujin opened the first 3 inner gates. His skin turned red, his pupils disappeared, all the hair on his body stood up, and bulging veins appeared all over his body. At the same time, a high amount of chakra was flowing around his body. Gate of pain, open. Fujin exerted his body further and opened the 4th inner gate. True to its name, pain spread through his body as his muscles were affected. Fujin gritted his teeth and muttered, here goes nothing. Despite the pain, Fujin closed his eyes and focused on the chakra point in his abdomen. In an instant, a large amount of chakra bombarded the Gate of Limit. Fujin kept up the bombardment for half a minute. Despite the steady increase in the pain his muscles were feeling, the bombardment only became more fierce. The Gate of Limit couldn't withstand it and snapped open. In an instant, Fujin felt a massive increase in his chakra reserves. Despite the pain, he could feel that his body was far stronger. Fujin didn't move, and instead just paid attention to his body. He thought, it's incredible that this body can generate so much chakra and improve my physical abilities to this extent. My chakra levels are more than 10 times what I normally have. He sighed as he analyzed further. It's a shame that this chakra is in such a berserk state. If it was calm like my normal chakra and I could use it for ninjutsu, I could have been able to injure a tailed beast. Fujin finally closed his inner gates. His breathing immediately became rougher and he felt an immense hunger. However, Fujin wasn't very concerned. He analyzed, with the Gate of Limit opened, I can stop training the 8 inner gates technique as well. The Gate of Joy is just too difficult to open. Even if I train my body with the same intensity for a few years, there is no guarantee that I'll be able to open the Gate of Joy. Instead, it'll only get more difficult as my body grows stronger. From what Guy said, fighting against strong opponents is an important factor from here onwards. Only when in grave danger will the body be able to put enough pressure on the Gate of Joy to open it. However, Fujin had a helpless expression. Unlike Guy, who was much weaker than Fujin when he opened the Gate of Limit, Fujin was already a fearsome rank S ninja. The number of ninjas that could threaten him and were alive could be counted with fingers. Fujin muttered to himself, the only way I could get into such a fight is if I fight with Onoki or some of the Akatsuki members. Or maybe by using Akuro's disguise to fight with Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Still, all of them are far more experienced than me, and no weaker than me as long as I don't use the Flying Thunder God. Fujin fell into deep thought. After a couple of minutes, he decided, irrespective of whether I open the Gate of Joy or not, there is no harm in engaging in such battles. Though I have fought a lot for my age, the majority of my battles were against weaker ninjas from minor villages. The number of times I fought a rank S ninja is just too low. Compared to these guys who fought regularly during the Great Ninja Wars, I lack heavily in the experience department. Oh well, once the range of my Flying Thunder God Jutsu increases, I'll begin finding excuses to fight them. After all, why should I refuse their help to make myself stronger? Since they aren't doing anything important, they might as well help me a bit. Having made his decision, Fujin decided to go to Ichiraku to fill himself up. En route, he saw Naruto and his teammates chasing after a cat. Noticing their sluggish movements, Fujin commented, "I don't think they can get up from their beds tomorrow. Even Guy isn't this brutal. Oh well, it's none of my concern." Completely ignoring the fact that he was the reason for their current state, Fujin shamelessly went into Ichiraku and began treating his stomach. In his basement, 4 large sheets of paper were placed on the floor at some distance from each other. Surrounding each paper were a dozen shadow clones. While Fujin was training his body, his clones had been working on the design for the Fuin battlefield. Since the design had to be created properly, Fujin was aware that it would take some time. It didn't make any difference whether it was he who was designing the battlefield or his clones. Hence, Fujin left it all to his clones while he began focusing on the other things. After filling his stomach and returning home, Fujin opened the scroll that Hiruzen had given him. Understanding the importance of theory in this jutsu, Fujin read it carefully a few times. After a while, he sighed, "Kato-dan, what an impressive talent. From what Hiruzen informed me about him, he specialized in fire, wind, earth, yin, and yang release. In addition, his chakra reserves were very high as well. I wonder if this was a reason why Hiruzen didn't oppose much while giving this jutsu. It might be possible that all he did was just act so that he could get as many puppets from me as he could. After all, in terms of chakra natures, I and Dan are quite similar, as Hiruzen doesn't know about my lightning release. That said, I wonder why his chakra reserves were absurdly high. Now that I think about it, he did help Tsunade recover her entire chakra, including the chakra stored in her seal in the last war. Being able to fill up her seal is nuts. Does the spirit transformation jutsu help increase the chakra reserves? However, it could have also been due to the Edo Tensei. Oh well, I'll wonder about it later. Coming back to the spirit transformation jutsu, it is remarkable to be able to control the soul. A normal person, actually even most rank S ninjas, can't even feel their soul, let alone control it freely. Just to be able to sense my soul, I'll need remarkable control over yin release. By extension, my control over yang release has to be remarkable as well. Though my current yang release and yin release aren't bad, I'll have to improve them significantly to just begin training this jutsu. Once they improve, I will first have to sense my soul and differentiate it from my body. The next step will be detaching it from my body, allowing me to roam freely. In this form, I'll be invulnerable to normal chakra and energy. Even nature energy won't be able to harm me. Unless someone develops attacks that specifically target the soul, I won't be harmed. That said, I could still be trapped within high-level barriers. Anyway, the last step would be learning combat skills with my spirit. The basic way of attacking with spirit is by entering the enemy's body and damaging his spirit, or better, completely collapsing it. Straightforward and brutally efficient. In addition, I can also take control of my enemy's body temporarily. I can also use this technique to communicate or transfer my chakra to an ally. Another important feature is the broken passive tracking ability. If I set someone as my target, my soul will be able to find its way all the way to him, even if I don't know where my target is. I wonder if this jutsu was purposefully kept away from Jiraiya. Fujin was genuinely surprised that Jiraiya didn't do everything he could to learn this jutsu. It seemed like the perfect jutsu for him. Fujin continued reading the scroll over and over to ensure that he didn't miss anything. He noted down all the doubts he had as Hiruzen would be paying a visit later in the day. The remainder of the day passed without any incident. Kakashi planned on training the kids once again after the mission was completed. However, he could see that they were completely drained. They didn't make a single move on him during the mission. As a result, he let them go home early. Later that night, Hiruzen arrived at Fujin's residence along with the orphans from Kiri. And sponsored chapters are closed for new patrons for the time being. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 5 and 54, 50 years more. Chapter 5 and 60 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Sensing a bunch of chakra signatures coming towards his house, Fujin muttered, "I guess Hiruzen is finally here." Fujin flickered outside his house. The construction around his house was completed. The 4 plots adjacent to his land, each 2,500 square meters in size, had been incorporated to create a compound, and a wall had been constructed around the entire property. Fujin's house was at the centermost plot, near the front. The vacant area behind his house now had 2 buildings. One of them was the training facility. It was as good as the Anbu training facilities, though they were a bit smaller and lacked elemental training rooms. The other building was for any Anbu stationed in his compounds. The plots just to the right and left of Fujin's house had several small buildings. They were for the Kiri orphans to live in. The last 2 plots, which were farthest from Fujin's house, were left for future expansion. In order to not leave them empty, parks and playgrounds were constructed there. Fujin thought, not bad. Though it is rather simple, it seems like Hiruzen asked the constructors to maintain consistency with my house. Instead of overshadowing my house or looking pale in comparison, they are in sync with my house, making it quite a good sight. Though, it makes my house stand out a bit. Oh well, it's not like anyone would dare intrude on my house for that reason. A few seconds later, Hiruzen appeared in front of Fujin. Behind him were a few Anbu ninjas and the 134 orphans from the Land of Water. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and nodded, indicating that it was time. Fujin looked at the kids. As he had expected, almost all of them had emotional expressions. Only a few looked around curiously. Hiruzen had already explained to them that they would be living in Fujin's compounds. Hiruzen introduced Fujin to them before the Anbu began assigning them the rooms to live in. While they were busy, Fujin asked, "Are all of them from the Land of Water? Also, how many have awakened Kekkei Genkai and how many have bloodlines?" Hiruzen looked at Fujin and thought, so he has already connected the dots between these kids and the ones Renjiro brought back. Hiruzen wasn't surprised. It was rather easy to connect. He nodded and said, "Yes, 5 of them have unlocked Kekkei Genkai. We have confirmed that another 14 have bloodlines. As for the rest, it is difficult to say. As you know, the Mizukage faction has been hunting everyone with Kekkei Genkai. So, several people changed their surnames while going into hiding. It is difficult to say if some of these kids are among them. Regardless, their talent is still very high, so it isn't an issue." Fujin agreed and asked softly, "Are you planning on creating more clans in the village?" While getting slightly more than 100 talented kids who might become Junins in the future was something no village would say no to, it wasn't something that the major villages would fight for. After all, the villages received talented kids every year. However, most of them would die even before they became Junins. Some would lose their drive and would never reach that level. So, it wasn't a big deal. However, it was a whole different thing when Kekkei Genkai and bloodlines were involved. It presented villages with an opportunity to raise an entirely new force. In addition, it was much easier to become elite Junins if you have Kekkei Genkai. It even made becoming rank S slightly easier. Hiruzen glared at Fujin and said, "Some things are better left unsaid. Don't talk openly about such things. But yes, over the next half-century we can create several new clans. It'll increase the special units that our village will have considerably." Hiruzen chuckled and added, "I'll probably be long dead by then. It'll be something you guys would need to handle. Since you are the one overseeing them, you will have a major role to play." Fujin looked at Hiruzen and wondered, why does it feel like he wants me to take over the Hokage seat? Fujin looked back at the kids and replied casually, "Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm sure you'll still be the Hokage 50 years later. The people of Konoha would love to see their beloved and benevolent Lord Hokage complete a century." That immediately earned him a glare from Hiruzen. Fujin felt it, but he didn't look at him and instead just kept watching the orphans casually. He knew exactly what Hiruzen's thoughts would be. Hiruzen cursed in his mind, "What the hell is the issue with this village? Why does everyone want me to continue as the Hokage? Can't I retire? He wants me to continue being Hokage until I become 120 years old? Is there a reason why only troublemakers want to become the Hokage?" Hiruzen almost wanted to lash out in frustration. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Not to mention, Fujin didn't even look in his direction and instead pretended to be curious about the kids. Hiruzen could only bitterly bottle up his thoughts. He sighed internally while thinking, "I failed to convince Jiraiya to take the seat. Tsunade won't accept either. Minato's batch unfortunately didn't have any other candidate. However, I am not missing my chance this time." He looked at Fujin and thought, both Fujin and Kakashi are excellent candidates. Considering how easily Fujin dealt with Sasori, he isn't too far away from my level. Though he won't be able to win against me at least for a few more years, he might be able to hold back and retreat successfully from A and Onoki. Kakashi, unfortunately, has been lagging behind. Still, even he can be considered as a rank S ninja. At the very least, he should be able to fight against Rasa. Considering how troublesome his students are and what troubles they will attract, they might just inspire him to train a bit more seriously. I'll wait for 3 more years and retire, irrespective of whether someone wants to become the Hokage or not. That should be sufficient time for Kakashi's strength to become more formidable and for Fujin to gain some fame that he can actually speak about. If they are reluctant, I'll use Danzo to push either of them on the seat. A slight surprise appeared on Hiruzen's face as he realized, now that I think about it, he has done a great job at hiding his biggest achievements. No one except Akatsuki knows that he was the one to kill Juzo. Similarly, no one except me knows that he was the one to steal Sasori's puppets. Even his fights against Iwa are only known to them. As for Suna, once again only me and Shikaku know. Fujin felt that the way Hiruzen was staring at him had changed. He looked at him and saw a peculiar expression on Hiruzen's face. He asked, "What are you thinking about?" Hiruzen shook his head and said, "Nothing important." Fujin looked at him with a doubtful expression. Seeing that Hiruzen didn't intend to speak about it, Fujin began asking Hiruzen on how to handle the kids. While he guided a few earlier and had made arrangements for kids in Phantom Haven society, he truly didn't have much experience in this aspect. Thankfully, Hiruzen already had a basic plan prepared. He explained it to Fujin. After explaining everything, Hiruzen concluded, "In short, you don't need to do much. The Anbu I deploy will take care of their training. For other basic needs, civilians will be employed. Since you don't have any way to earn funds, the village will be handling the expenses. You only need to watch over the kids. If they have an issue that they or their teachers can't resolve, then they will be approaching you. In addition, if someone catches your eye, feel free to guide them. If you want to, you can even create and lead a squad. The only important thing is to ensure that no one knows about KK Genkai users among the kids. Even the clan leaders and other elders are oblivious to this fact. While I don't need to hide this from them, seeing how long they take to realize this will give us an idea of how long other villages will take to suspect us of having pulled something like this off." Fujin nodded. He didn't doubt the fact that other villages would be pissed on seeing Konoha gaining so many new Kekkei Genkais. There was little doubt that there would be several assassination attempts on them. What Hiruzen's words implied was that Fujin would have to be the one to deter the other villages from doing something like that. However, Fujin wasn't very worried. After all, Konoha would be at its strongest by then. Even if things didn't happen as he remembered, Konoha would still be at the top in regards to rank S battle power. With the 2 Sanins, Fujin, Kakashi, Guy, and Naruto, that'd be 6 rank S ninjas even without considering Danzo. That wasn't something other villages could match. Of course, Fujin couldn't say those things out loud. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll handle it. Besides, it has been some time since I butted my head against the other great villages. Anyway, show me the ones with Kekkei Genkai and bloodline. I'd keep a closer eye on them." Hiruzen chuckled thinking about what had happened when Fujin previously butt his head against other villages, and informed him about the kids who had the Kekkei Genkai and the bloodlines. The information that Hiruzen gave him caused Fujin to be surprised. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Akilan, Lurdu, Aronica, Information Hierarchy, Benjamin, and GN for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 555, Categorizing Kekkei Genkai. Chapter 5 and 61 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by 1995. You can thank him for the double release. As Fujin had expected, there were kids from the Yuki clan among the orphans. In fact, more than half of the ones whose bloodlines had been identified were from the Yuki clan. 3 of the 5 kids with Kekkei Genkai were from the Yuki clan as well, and had ice release. It was the other 2 Kekkei Genkai that surprised Fujin. Neither were native to the Land of Water. One had the Storm release, while the other had the Scorch release. The Kekkei Genkai. Fujin felt that he was most likely to learn. Fujin thought, weird. Why did these 2 Kekkei Genkai appear in the Land of Water? On second thought, it isn't too strange. After all, no matter how much a clan tries to keep their bloodline in their clan, there will always be a few in every generation who'd sleep around. Actually, it is a surprise that the genes aren't that well spread despite existing for centuries. Regardless, Danzo is undoubtedly extremely lucky to get his hands on these 2. Or rather, was lucky. Guess I should be glad for his luck. It might just give me the inspiration I need. Anyway, there aren't any kids from the Sakai or the Terumi clan as I expected. After all, both their clans are still quite strong and are actively fighting against the Mizukage faction. There aren't any from the Kaguya clan either. Though there are 3 from the Hozuki clan, that clan doesn't have a Kekkei Genkai. Their clan is famous for their secret technique, but these 3 kids don't know that secret technique. So that makes them no different from any other kid. While Fujin and Hiruzen were conversing, all the kids were assigned their rooms. 2 kids were placed in each room. As a part of Root's training, Danzo had ensured that each kid had a best friend. Hiruzen naturally knew what Danzo would have eventually done. However, even though the kids were no longer en route, Hiruzen didn't see any harm in letting the friendships continue and become stronger. If anything, it was beneficial. Seeing that everyone had settled, Hiruzen said, "Fujin, I'll leave the rest to you. If you have any doubts or require assistance, you can contact Homura and Koharu. Both have more experience than me in handling such matters." Fujin looked at Hiruzen skeptically. While he didn't doubt their skills, there was no way Hiruzen would lose to either of them in these matters. Fortunately for Hiruzen, Fujin didn't mind bothering them as well. He nodded and asked, "What about Naruto?" Hiruzen answered, "I talked with the clan leaders and the elders. They don't have an issue with him moving in here. However, as you said, only do so if he gets along with these kids." Hiruzen sighed internally as he recalled, to think that after so many years of unsuccessfully trying to put Naruto in a better place, the answer was so simple. Without Danzo's influence, it is much easier to get things done, though Fujin was a huge factor as well. Even though most clan leaders sympathized with Naruto's situation, no clan wanted to see any other clan get a huge advantage by gaining control of the Jinchuriki. Under such circumstances, he would have normally been placed with the Hokage. However, the Sarutobi clan already had a very large influence in Konoha and the Land of Fire. Hiruzen occupied the Hokage seat, his elder son was the leader of Anbu, and his younger son was one of the 12 guardians of the daimyo. In addition, due to the consistent wars, the Anbu forces Hiruzen controlled had grown stronger than most clans. Not to mention, Hiruzen had a deep influence inside other clans as well due to leading the village for so long. Even in such a case, they would have come up with some arrangement for Naruto. Unfortunately, with Danzo working in the background and fanning the flames, that became impossible. Without a strong ninja like Jiraiya or Tsunade stepping in to break the impasse and taking the responsibility, the situation stayed the same, despite none of the involved parties being satisfied. Hiruzen continued thinking, unlike me, Fujin doesn't have much influence. Even though he has these kids under him now and represents the highest number of ninjas in the council, his real influence isn't that high. After all, he isn't their leader and there is no blood relation between him and the others. Where his actual influence lies is his strength and abilities. Combined with the fact that the clan leaders were sympathetic about Naruto's situation, there was surprisingly no opposition from them. Hiruzen was happy with how easily this matter was resolved. He was expecting Fujin to be happy as well, but Fujin just plainly replied, "That's good. I'll introduce Naruto to them the next time he shows up." Hiruzen was a bit surprised, but what he didn't know was that Fujin was sighing internally. Fujin thought, what a bummer. I was hoping that someone would oppose it. I could have got some entertainment in making them change their decision in a non-violent way. Sigh, I need a good fight soon. Raiga, though decent, wasn't good enough. He couldn't even force me to use my wind jutsus. It's a shame that it is so difficult to get a fair fight with any rank S ninja. Seeing that Fujin wasn't saying anything, Hiruzen said farewell and left. Fujin returned to his house as well. There wasn't much for him to do. Instead, his mind began thinking about Kekkei Genkai. Fujin had been thinking about creating a Kekkei Genkai for a long time. As he grew increasingly stronger, he no longer felt a very strong desire towards them. However, it was still something he would love to have. Getting access to kids who knew these Kekkei Genkai was a good opportunity for him. He analyzed Scorch Release, Storm Release, and Ice Release. It's a shame that my talent in water manipulation is too low. Both Ice and Storm Release require water manipulation. Even though I have great control over wind and lightning, these two will be extremely difficult to create, though I still have some hope towards the Storm Release. On the contrary, Scorch Release fits me perfectly. My talent in wind manipulation is exceptional, while my fire manipulation ain't bad either. What's more, it is also one of the simpler Kekkei Genkai. When he was studying about Kekkei Genkai, Fujin had categorized them according to their complexity and how easy or difficult they would be for a normal ninja to master. The first category was the simple Kekkei Genkai. Fujin had put Scorch, Storm, Lava, and Steam Release. All these Kekkei Genkai were very straightforward. In fact, Fujin already had a small degree of success in 2 of these Kekkei Genkai. Scorch Release just involved using fire and winds to amplify each other. Considering how compatible the 2 elements were, Fujin felt that it was probably the easiest Kekkei Genkai. Fujin could heat up winds within his wind domain using fire. Even without wind domain, he could create wind explosion spheres that were made of extremely hot winds. It was his attempt at copying Pakura's technique. Unfortunately, he fell short in a very important aspect. On the other hand, steam and lava release worked by using fire to evaporate the water and melt the rocks respectively. As for storm release, it involved manipulating lightning like it was water. With his control and with the help of the Blade of the Thunder Spirit, Fujin could control his lightning to an extent, though it wasn't as flexible as what Darui could achieve. The second category had the slightly more sophisticated Kekkei Genkai. It included ice, explosion, wood, and magnet release. Fujin understood the basic concepts of these Kekkei Genkai and knew their properties. However, what he couldn't understand was how exactly the elements would mix to create the Kekkei Genkai. For instance, ice release was a combination of water and wind. However, unlike lava release, where he could clearly explain the functions and interactions of the 2 elements, Fujin couldn't understand how exactly water and wind would need to interact to create ice. Similarly, it was difficult to calculate how wind and earth together could replicate the magnetic effect, or how water and earth together could create wood. How earth and lightning, 2 very incompatible elements, worked together to create explosion release was also something he couldn't figure out. For these reasons, Fujin considered these 4 Kekkei Genkai as more sophisticated, as he had no idea how to begin working on them. While he did have some help in studying ice release due to that book, all it did was help Fujin eliminate some guesses, as none of the methods mentioned in the book ever worked. AN, the feature for sponsoring chapters isn't available for new patrons temporarily. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 556, Categorizing Kekkei Genkai 2. Chapter 562 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The third category had the Kekkei Genkai, which seemed even more complicated and somehow had an effect on the user's body, increasing their difficulty level exponentially. Fujin included Swift Release, Steel Release, and Dark Release in this category. For Fujin, whose highest talents were in wind and lightning manipulation, Swift Release should have been the easiest Kekkei Genkai to learn. However, unlike the Scorch Release, where Fujin had limited success, he didn't make any progress whatsoever towards Swift Release. Fujin could use wind as well as lightning to increase his speed. Despite that fact, he didn't even manage to conceptualize how to merge those two elements and create Swift Release. It was the same for Steel Release and Dark Release. Unlike the Swift Release, Fujin didn't even know which elements were involved in creating those two Kekkei Genkai. The Konoha library wasn't much help either. Fujin did have his own estimates, but he wasn't sure. The fourth category included the Kekkei Genkai, which were impossible to replicate by anyone without the bloodline. Those included all the Sharingan and its forms, Byakugan and its forms, Ketsuryugan and Shikotsu Myaku. There was no way for Fujin to learn or create these Kekkei Genkai. He could still use the Dujutsus by stealing and transplanting the eyes, but he didn't see any way to replicate Shikotsu Myaku. In addition to these four categories, there were still a few more Kekkei Genkai about which Fujin didn't have any clear information. In fact, most of the ninja world didn't have much information about it due to how rarely they appeared. They included Typhoon Release, Mud Release, Ranmaru's Kekkei Genkai, Jugo's Kekkei Genkai, Sakon and Ukon's Kekkei Genkai, Kurama Clan's Kekkei Genkai, Crystal Release, and perhaps a few others. Some of these were relatively easier. For instance, Mud Release could have been placed in the first category if there was more information on it, as it was very easy to explain how to create mud by combining water and earth release. Typhoon Release would have been easier as well if Fujin knew which elements merged to form it. Fujin speculated that it was a combination of wind and yang release, but wasn't sure. In addition, the effects of Typhoon Release didn't seem too different from wind release. Fujin could already replicate its effects with his normal wind release. Crystal Release would have possibly been in the second category if Fujin knew which elements were involved. By comparison, Ranmaru's Kekkei Genkai and Sakon and Ukon's Kekkei Genkai were much more complicated. Fujin would place them somewhere between the third and fourth categories if he knew more about them. On the other hand, Jugo's Kekkei Genkai and Kurama Clan's Kekkei Genkai were strange. Kurama Clan's Kekkei Genkai was an extreme stage of genjutsu. Though extremely unlikely, Fujin felt that even a normal ninja who was extremely talented in genjutsu could eventually reach that stage without needing the bloodline. Similarly, Jugo's Kekkei Genkai was just an inferior form of senjutsu. Anyone who learnt senjutsu would be able to exceed them, so Fujin wasn't sure whether it would be appropriate to call them Kekkei Genkai. Fujin thought, even though I can merge fire and wind to an extent, I can only do so out of my body. It is more of a combination jutsu rather than a Kekkei Genkai, even though I can replicate some features. A true Kekkei Genkai should merge the elements even before they are released from the body. Though it seems the same, doing so will cause a qualitative change. After all, lava release users directly spit out lava from their mouths instead of first melting rocks and creating lava from it. If they had to do the latter, then they would be a laughingstock in the ninja world instead of being a terror for weaker ninjas. Unfortunately, no matter how much I thought, I couldn't get that merger to happen inside my body. Luckily, I now can observe someone who can use the Scorch Release. It might just be what I needed for a breakthrough in this aspect. A smile appeared on Fujin's face. He muttered, I need to meet those kids tomorrow. Let me see what those Kekkei Genkai look like from a close distance. The next day, Fujin woke up early as usual and completed his morning training routine. He decided to not train spirit transformation jutsu that day. Instead, he created a few dozen clones who continued working on the Fuin battlefield. Meanwhile, he walked towards the training facilities where the Anbu were training the kids and silently observed everyone. A few people saw him, but no one disturbed him. For the next half an hour, Fujin just observed them. A peculiar expression appeared on his face as he realized, they aren't as emotionless as I expected them to be. Or rather, many of them are just pretending to act like they are emotionless without actually being emotionless. In fact, they even have friends. Did Danzo grow soft? Fujin didn't need to think to know what the answer to that question was. He thought for a bit and soon realized what he was missing. I see. I nearly forgot about it. During the initial phase, Danzo promotes friendship between the root trainees. Only after they kill their best friend would they be considered emotionless enough to be able to become a full-fledged root ninja. Since this step wasn't completed, these kids aren't completely emotionless. Of course, they aren't completely normal either. However, that should be the result of a messed-up childhood along with spending a year or more in the root. As for why they are pretending to be emotionless, that should be Root's teachings, plus them trying to follow the examples of Root's instructors. Sigh. I should sponsor some therapists and maybe create a business from that. There is little doubt that it'll be one of the most lucrative businesses in this bloody world, though I guess it'll quickly be hijacked and used to increase brainwashing. Anyway, this is rather good news. Since Root didn't completely break them, these kids should recover in time. It'll also make it easier for Naruto to influence them. I need my prankster ninja army soon to ease my boredom. Fujin suddenly flickered and appeared behind an Anbu captain who was in charge of training the kids who had Kekkei Genkai. The startled Anbu captain, wearing a monkey mask, quickly turned around only to hear, "I'll take over these kids for now." Seeing Fujin standing behind him, he nodded and moved away. The 5 kids looked at Fujin curiously. Though Hiruzen had informed them about Fujin several times and introduced him last night, they had never interacted with him. They all were curious about the person the Hokage spoke so highly about. Fujin looked at them as well. Among the 5 kids, 2 were girls, and the remaining 3 were boys. Their ages were in the 7 to 10 years range. Seeing them observing him, Fujin asked with a chuckle, "So, will you guys introduce yourself, or should I guess your names?" Hearing Fujin's questions, the kids immediately began introducing themselves. "I am Hikari," said a 9-year-old girl with long, flowing black hair. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she wore a cheerful smile while introducing herself. "I am Takeshi," said a 9-year-old boy with messy blonde hair and suntan skin, radiating a calm demeanor, his blue eyes reflecting a sense of maturity beyond his years. "I am Yuji," said a 9-year-old boy with spiky white hair and dark skin. He exuded boundless energy as he constantly fidgets, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous glint. "I am Shoma," said a 7-year-old boy who looked reserved and shy. He had sleek black hair, and his fair skin hid beneath his quiet demeanor. "I am Sayaka," said a 10-year-old girl who looked confident and prideful. She boasted shoulder-length black hair that framed her determined face, and her fair skin complemented her assertive personality. Fujin heard their names and thought, none of them mentioned their family names. I guess Hiruzen instructed them to do so to avoid attracting obvious suspicions. Oh well. Fujin smiled and said, "Good names. Lord Hokage spoke quite fondly of you 5. Follow me. I'll see what you have learnt so far." Fujin turned around and began walking outside as the kids followed him with curiosity. They also attracted the attention of other kids. Seeing that Fujin was leaving the training facility, the monkey-masked Anbu captain flickered next to him. He had heard what Fujin had said and became worried that Fujin might accidentally expose their abilities. He said softly, "Lord Hokage advised against letting them fight in the open." Fujin nodded and said, "I know, don't worry." Fujin led the 5 kids out and entered the training ground opposite his house. Fujin had long placed seals throughout the training ground, so there was no worry about anyone other than Hiruzen spying. In addition, since he became a council member, others stopped moving through that training ground as well. The only one who would frequently visit the training ground was Naruto. However, Naruto was being put through the grinder by Kakashi. Kakashi gave his energetic students no break and put them through training of similar intensity for the 2nd day as well. Despite their bodies being extremely sore and aching everywhere, the 3 genins dragged their feet afraid of the fearsome 1,000 years of death jutsu. So, there wasn't any chance of anyone intruding on the training ground unless Hiruzen sent a messenger. Fujin stood opposite the 5 kids and said, "Come at me with all you got. Don't hide anything, including your Kekkei Genkai. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. Falsified Sky, T-Mac Kylie, Lazy Dragon, not just Lazy Oliver, Yol, Hector, Gage, Reen, and Alan for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 557, Displaying Kekkei Genkai. Chapter 563 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Come at me with all you got. Don't hide anything, including your Kekkei Genkai. The eyes of the 5 kids widened slightly. They were under strict orders from Hokage to not expose their Kekkei Genkai to anyone except their trainers. They weren't sure if Fujin knew about it or not. To their surprise, he did. Being the oldest among the 5 and being the unofficial leader, Sayaka said, "Lord Hokage told us to never expose our Kekkei Genkai. If we use it here, others might see." Fujin replied, "It's fine. You can use them when I allow you to use them. No one will see it here when I am with you. Of course, you shouldn't use it if there is someone else along with us here, but it's fine for now. Any more questions?" The 5 kids shook their heads. Fujin said, "Good. Come at me with the intention to kill. We start now." As soon as they heard Fujin shout "now," all 5 grabbed shurikens and threw at Fujin in one smooth action without any hesitation. Unlike the normal academy students and newly graduated Genins, they didn't have any qualms about trying to kill. Fujin's right eye twitched at that sight as he muttered to himself. The time they spent in the route wasn't entirely wasted. The shurikens ripped through Fujin, or rather his after-image, which dispersed moments later. Instead, they saw him standing a few steps to his right. However, all the 5 kids had expected it. While they didn't know exactly how strong Fujin was, all of them knew that he was one of the few elite Junins in Konoha. Though they weren't sure how strong elite Junins were either, they knew that he would at least be stronger than their teachers. Even before the shurikens reached Fujin, 4 of them had grabbed their tanto, and all 5 of them rushed towards Fujin. Sayaka was taking the lead. Just behind her were Yuji, Takeshi, and Hikari, who were moving together. Shoma was moving behind them. He was the only one not holding a tanto. Instead, he weaved hand seals, which Fujin identified at a glance. Sayaka reached Fujin and stabbed her tanto towards his heart. However, a sword appeared in Fujin's hand and blocked the tanto. Sayaka was about to follow up with a few kicks, but her eyes widened as she was suddenly flung backwards by a few dozen meters as Fujin swung his blade. She thought in disbelief, "What strength?" Fujin didn't have any time to check on her, as the next wave of assault reached him. Yuji attacked Fujin's neck, Takeshi attacked his legs, while Hikari moved around Fujin and tried to stab him in his back. Fujin was impressed by their teamwork. He thought, not bad. At least in terms of formations and teamwork, they are far ahead of the academy kids. Even among Genins, very few would match them. That said, this isn't exactly what I wanted to see. Fujin stepped a few steps backwards, creating distance between him and the 2 boys, and not letting Hikari move behind him. He used his sword to divert her tanto and slapped her away with the flat side of his sword. In one smooth motion, he changed the direction of his sword and swung it at Yuji, who had jumped in the air. In a panic, Yuji stopped his attack and tried to defend himself. Though he saved himself, he was sent flying just like Sayaka. Despite sending Yuji flying, his sword continued its fluid motion and hit Takeshi's tanto, knocking it out of his hand. A moment later, a kick landed on Takeshi's abdomen, sending him flying for a few meters as well. At the same time, chakra began flowing through his sword. Wind release, air bullet jutsu. From a very close distance, Shoma shot 4 air bullets at Fujin. To Shoma's surprise, Fujin's blade cut through the air bullets and dispersed them. He questioned in disbelief. Air bullets can be cut with a sword? Suddenly, Fujin disappeared and appeared right in front of him. Shoma heard, "I guess it'll be unfair to the others if you are the only one who isn't sent flying. Sorry, kiddo." Before he could react, Fujin flicked his forehead, sending Shoma flying just like the others. The entire exchange was extremely quick. From the time Fujin sent Sayaka flying until he sent Shoma flying, not even a couple of seconds had passed. In fact, Sayaka landed on the ground after Shoma was sent flying. Fujin analyzed, "They lack in power, but that's understandable considering their young age and the relatively low training time. After all, it should have been just over a year since Danzo began training them. He did a damn good job for sure. Though they are lacking in power, their speed is decent. More importantly, they attacked me in a very tactical manner. A normal Chunin would have likely not survived unless he retreated immediately." While Fujin was analyzing them, the 5 kids got back to their feet. Though Fujin had sent them flying, none were injured, as Fujin didn't intend to injure them. At most, there were some stinging sensations. Even so, all were shocked at how easily they were sent flying. Sayaka thought, even our instructors struggle a bit against this formation. How did he stop it so easily? Is this how strong an elite Junin is? Fujin could see the disbelief on the faces of the 5 kids. He smirked and taunted, "Is that all you can do? I have to admit, I expected more from you kids considering how impressed Lord Hokage was with you guys. But so far, I am disappointed." Fujin's taunt immediately had the intended effect. All 5 kids were riled up. While root ninjas generally had very good control over their emotions, these kids were trained for just a year and didn't have the same control as the veterans in root. Sayaka weaved a hand seal while cursing, "This arrogant asshole!" Ice release, ice sword jutsu. 2 swords made of ice formed in her hands. She shouted, "Attack formation 3," and rushed towards Fujin. The others got into action as well. Fujin had sent everyone flying in different directions, which helped them use their formation. Yuji and Takeshi weaved hand signs while getting in position. Meanwhile, Shoma and Hikari moved farther away from Fujin in opposite directions. Fujin noticed their movements, but his mind was more focused on observing the ice sword, as he thought, "Finally, some Kekkei Genkai." He raised his sword to block the ice swords when he noticed small spikes forming on the ice swords. Ice release, ice petals jutsu. When she was a few meters away from Fujin, Sayaka swung her ice swords in his direction. Immediately, around a dozen ice darts were launched towards Fujin. Fujin instantly flickered a few meters away, dodging the ice darts. Despite dodging by a comfortable distance, Fujin felt a cold breeze due to how cold the ice darts were. He analyzed, "Impressive. If I had defended using Iron Skin Jutsu, even though darts wouldn't have pierced my body, the cold itself would have damaged my body to an extent." Fujin's eyes turned from Sayaka to Yuji as Yuji fired a bolt of lightning at Fujin. Fujin flickered again, but the bolt of lightning took a hard right turn and followed to his new location, forcing him to flicker again. A grin appeared on Yuji's face as he thought, "You can't escape from my lightning. No one can move as fast as lightning. I'll chase you until it hits you." Meanwhile, Fujin analyzed, "So this is the storm release. I did see Darui use it, but our fight was very brief. Though Yuji's power in the lightning isn't very impressive, his control is very good. Even my control over lightning is nowhere near as good as his." Fujin continued flickering. The smirks that had formed on the faces of the kids faded away. A frown formed on Sayaka's face as she wondered, "I am supposed to assist Yuji with ice petals. But how can I do so when I can't even follow his movements? We need to send him close to Takeshi." Yuji was stumped as well. He thought, "Even though no one can move as fast as lightning, I can't follow his movements. He flickers right when I change the direction of my lightning bolt. I won't be able to hit him at this rate." Similarly, Shoma and Hikari were serious as well. According to their tactic, they would follow up if the initial attack failed. However, they couldn't even follow Fujin's movements. Even so, the kids didn't give up. Yuji continued attacking Fujin, while Sayaka launched a few rounds of ice petals by estimating Fujin's location. After dodging a few times, Fujin understood their intentions and thought, "They want to divert me towards Takeshi. Let's see what they are planning." Since they were unable to divert him towards Takeshi, Fujin himself went towards him. As soon as Takeshi saw Fujin coming close, he grasped his chance. Scorch Release Extremely Steaming Murder Jutsu. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex. can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Antonio, AWG, One Bullet, That Guy, Charlie, and Greedsmith for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 558, Should I Train Them? Chapter 564 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. As soon as Fujin stepped close to Takeshi, one flaming orb formed in his hand. He threw it at Fujin. Fujin immediately felt an intense heat. At the same time, Sayaka launched another round of ice petals, and Yuji diverted the lightning bolt towards Fujin once again. Fujin nonchalantly observed the three attacks while analyzing. So the other two have Ice Kekkei Genkai. Can they perform ice release jutsus as well, or can only that girl do so? Fujin's entire body suddenly became black as he used the Iron Skin Jutsu. The flaming orb hit Fujin. He felt an intense heat from the orb. The grass and trees in the vicinity caught fire. Moments later, the lightning bolt hit him. Having an advantage over the earth release, it pierced through the iron skin and hit him. A second later, a few ice darts hit his back and pierced into it as his iron skin jutsu was weakened due to the lightning bolt. The five kids were surprised. Takeshi, who was the closest, wondered, how did we manage to hit him? Also, why isn't he showing any pain on his face? Shouldn't he be getting burnt and frozen at the same time? He received the answer quickly as Fujin disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Immediately they thought, a shadow clone. When did he switch with a clone? Was it when he was moving rapidly? They immediately looked around but saw no sign of Fujin. Hiding among the trees, Fujin saw the five kids and analyzed, not bad. Not bad at all. The Iron Skin Jutsu isn't very effective against Kekkei Genkai. Though it can normally resist a fire-wind combination jutsu, my clone felt a burning sensation from inside his body. If it was my actual body, my insides would have probably been cooked. Similarly, though it could have blocked the ice darts, it couldn't keep out the cold that my clone felt due to the ice. It would make movement difficult. Sigh. Though their advantage isn't as broken as Naruto's, having a Kekkei Genkai is still a massive boost for any ninja. They'll have it much easier to become an elite Junin, and will have an advantage over other elite Junins due to the Kekkei Genkai alone. That said, Rank S is a whole different game. It's tough to say whether they would reach that level. Anyway, let me see whether they can do anything else. The five kids had gathered together since they couldn't find Fujin. Shoma was standing in the center with his eyes closed, while the other four were standing with their backs to him and looking in every direction. Shoma muttered, I can't sense him at all. It's as if he isn't in this training ground at all. Yuji replied, Why would he leave us here and escape? He might be hiding. Keep sensing. You might sense him when he makes a move. Sayaka added, He's right. Keep looking, Shoma. He might be staying just outside the range of your chakra field. Others be prepared to fight when he appears. Before she could complete her sentence, all five felt something and looked towards the ground. Their eyes widened as they saw two hands popping out of the ground. They grabbed Yuji and Shoma's legs. Earth Release, Headhunter Jutsu. Both Yuji and Shoma were forcefully dragged inside the ground, leaving only their heads above the ground. The other three jumped away instinctively as Fujin appeared right between them. Shoma looked shocked as he questioned, How did he appear under me without me detecting him? Fujin said, Not bad, but is this all you can do? Seeing him standing right in between them without any worry, Sayaka shouted, Hikari, let's do it. Both Hikari and Sayaka weaved hand signs. Takeshi moved back while weaving hand signs as well. However, he was constrained as Fujin was standing next to Shoma and Yuji, who were buried helplessly. He couldn't use Scorch Release as they would be hit as well. Ice Release, Ice Mirror Jutsu. Two ice mirrors formed simultaneously, one in front of Sayaka and another in front of Hikari. Both jumped into the ice mirror, causing some of Fujin's memories to resurface. He looked at the mirrors and thought, just one mirror each. Haku can create enough ice mirrors to form a dome to trap others. Still, this is a good start. There is no reason why they can't train to reach that level. Though they will need to think of a way to prevent their enemies from escaping underground. Sayaka and Hikari looked at each other and nodded. An ice sword appeared in their right hand. At the same time, they exited the ice mirrors. In fact, they were jumping into each other's ice mirrors. More importantly, their speed was phenomenal. The two girls intended to slice Fujin with their swords while they were in between the jumps. Unfortunately for them, Fujin was quite aware of the capabilities of the Yuki clan. Right when the girls jumped from the mirrors, a massive amount of wind blasted from his back. It hit Hikari and slowed her before blasting her behind for 100 meters. At the same time, Fujin moved forward at a speed that was considerably superior to the two girls. Sayaka didn't even see him, and directly felt a hand on her throat. She was grabbed mid-jump and slammed into the ground. The poor girl didn't even understand what had happened. She blanked out for a few seconds while wondering, what the hell happened? Who grabbed me in between my jump and slammed me to the ground? Less than a quarter of a second after Sayaka was slammed into the ground, Takeshi heard a voice behind him. Are you planning on doing something, or will you just spectate? Takeshi was startled. He immediately tried moving away and turning back, but he felt two fingers jab into the back of his neck as Fujin said in a monotonous tone, "Too slow, you are already dead." The way Fujin said it scared Takeshi. As he felt the pain in his neck, he thought for a moment that Fujin was trying to kill him and immediately held that spot. Only after a couple of seconds, he realized that Fujin only meant it figuratively. Seeing his reaction, Fujin chuckled and said, "That's plenty for today. Help your friends out and come and see me together." Takeshi nodded and went to help others. Sayaka and Hikari were fine and were just stunned due to the sudden change, while Shoma and Yuji were stuck in the ground. Fujin observed them while thinking, their talents are definitely very high. Little wonder, considering that all of them have awakened their respective Kekkei Genkai. They are already stronger than a typical genin. They could be considered as low chunin level, though they could win against stronger chunins if they can surprise them with their Kekkei Genkai. Considering their age, this is very good. If I train them properly, most of them will reach the elite Junin level, or at least close to it in 3 years. The only one doubtful is Shoma, as he is much younger than the rest. Regardless, by the time of the 4th Great Ninja War, there will be at least 4 elite Junins among them. Though very unlikely, even a rank S ninja can appear. The important question is, should I train them? Fujin was in a dilemma. Accepting students was a huge task and needed a lot of time. It was one of the main reasons why he refused to become a Junin sensei when Hiruzen asked him. He just didn't have the time to watch after Genins. However, it was different with these kids. They weren't Genins. He didn't need to take them to do missions. Fujin could train them as he wished, and could delegate the training to his clone while he continued his own training. In addition, he could make use of the Anbu Hiruzen had sent to take care of the boring or time-consuming training sessions, so it wouldn't take a significant amount of his time. The only question was whether he would benefit by taking them under his wings and how much. Fujin kept thinking while Takeshi and the rest dug out Yuji and Shoma. After a couple of minutes, he sighed and thought, I had decided against getting into political conflicts after getting a seat on the council, as there isn't much benefit to gain in a short time. However, I have a feeling that I will be dragged into some political battles irrespective of whether I want to or not. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Immortal Ancestor Dialu and Gage, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 559, Fujin's First Official Students. Chapter 565 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. We ranked 10th last week with 5 and 9 and 17 Power Stones. Keep it up, guys. Fujin recalled, Danzo already tried to drag me into a political battle once. Fortunately, I could make him pay dearly. It also allowed me to make the clan leaders owe me one. That said, I can't take all the credit, as there is one big factor that has given me an unfair advantage. That factor is Hiruzen. Even though he didn't do anything on the surface, Hiruzen completely supports me right now. He was the one to add me to the council, and also the one to generally support my ideas even if they aren't implemented yet. Even if he doesn't say anything, There is little doubt that every council member can see that he backs me. It is the main reason why Danzo didn't go overboard and no one else is bothering me. It is also the main reason why no one else has tried to make a move against my seat or tried giving me a headache. However, if Hiruzen dies and Tsunade replaces him, then I won't have that protection. Once that happens, I'll be dragged into politics slowly, one step at a time. With time, it'll only become intense. Granted that I could just take a step back, as I don't have much to gain politically, but that will create a situation where others think that I am easy to push around. Not something that I want to see, as it'll just keep increasing my troubles until I decide to push back. The only way to deal with it would be to make the one who makes the first move pay dearly, just like Danzo. However, I can't rely on brute strength every time. After all, why would anyone engage against me in an actual fight when they know how strong I am? They will use schemes that don't involve fighting. If I use the Akuro identity again to flip the chessboard, then everyone will inevitably begin suspecting me, even if they don't have any proof. After all, they aren't stupid, and Danzo will connect the dots as well. So, I will have to do a political counterattack. But to do that, I'll need more influence in the village. And I need to start increasing it while Hiruzen is still alive so that I don't face heavy opposition while I try to do so. Fujin's eyes wandered on the 5 kids. He thought, since Hiruzen has given me such a gift, then I might as well take complete advantage of it. I guess the reason why he put these kids under me is the same as well. He probably realized that I wouldn't have enough influence in the future once he gave up his hat or kicked the bucket, and hence, he decided to take advantage of the Danzo's situation to strengthen my influence. The 5 kids finally began walking towards Fujin. All of them were covered in dust and soil. Fujin finally made up his mind. All right, I will accept these 5 as my students. I'll also increase my influence over the other orphans. They can all believe in the will of fire as much as they want. However, as long as the village isn't at risk, they have to take my side and support me. Of course, this won't be enough. After all, it'll take years for these kids to mature. I'll need to increase my influence among Konoha's ninjas as well. Fortunately, I have just the thing to do so. The 5 kids finally reached Fujin and stood in front of him. To Fujin's surprise, there weren't any complaints in their eyes despite Fujin defeating them in such a manner. Instead, there was some admiration and respect as they understood how strong Fujin was to defeat them so comprehensively. He quickly realized, looks like having a terrible background followed by training in root and brainwashing with will of fire diminishes one's sense of unfairness. It's sort of the same as Naruto. Fujin said, not bad. I can see why Lord Hokage spoke highly about you 5. That said, there is still a lot of room for improvement. I am sure our fight made you realize that. The 5 kids nodded. Due to having Kekkei Genkai, they were always given priority in training. They also had a few attack formations which could keep a Junin on his toes. However, getting wrecked by Fujin made them understand that they still had a very long way ahead. Fujin said, I already saw some of your skills during the fight. Tell me which other techniques and jutsus you know. If you have some special skills, tell me those as well. Since Fujin was the one who would be responsible for them from here onwards, the 5 of them informed him about their abilities. They were pretty much in line with what Fujin had predicted. Fujin asked them several questions to get a better understanding of their abilities. His questions made them think a lot as well. The youngest, Shoma, was a sensor. Though he could create ice, he couldn't perform any ice release jutsus. However, he could use some wind and water release jutsus. Similarly, Sayaka and Hikari could use some wind and water release jutsus as well. Both could create ice swords and one ice mirror. Sayaka could also use the ice petals jutsu, which allowed her to fire ice darts from the ice sword, or even without it. Hikari was still training that jutsu. Teishi could create just the flaming orbs with scorch release. If someone got hit by it, the flaming orb would burn their skin and evaporate all the water inside their body, burning them inside out. In addition, he knew some fire and wind release jutsus. Quite similar to Takeshi, Yuji could only control one lightning bolt with storm release. He was working on increasing the number of lightning bolts he could control. In addition, he knew some lightning and water jutsus. In addition, all 5 kids knew the body flicker jutsu, though none of them could do so without using hand seals. They knew the 3 basic jutsus from the academy. They were decent with shurikens and kunai, and could also use the tanto effectively. Despite their individual strengths, both Danzo and Hiruzen seemed to have given more importance to operating together. Due to that reason, they had a few more good formations and very good teamwork. Fujin thought for a bit before muttering, "Your basics are good, but you guys are lacking in some aspects." He pretended to think very deeply. Seeing his serious expression, the 5 kids didn't disturb him. Instead, they just wondered where they were lacking. Suddenly, Fujin looked into their eyes and asked, "Do the 5 of you want to be my students? I have a feeling that you can become much stronger than what you can think about." The sudden question surprised the 5 kids. Neither of them had expected Fujin to suddenly say something like that. One moment he was discussing their abilities and pointing out their shortcomings, and the next moment he asked whether they wanted to be his students. The 5 of them exchanged glances. Even though they were initially in the route under Danzo and later looked after by Hiruzen, neither Danzo nor Hiruzen had trained the kids themselves. The ones who taught them were considerably weaker than Fujin. Not to mention, Fujin was already pointing out the inefficiencies in their training, which made them think further. That said, their minds weren't thinking entirely logically. There was an emotional aspect as well. Not too long ago, they were living an extremely difficult life in the war-torn land of water. 3 of them were orphans and had to fend off the scary world by themselves. The remaining 2 were living in extreme poverty, despite having parents. And they still remember the deaths of their parents. Of course, they were unaware that Root was behind the death of their parents instead of Kirigakure, whom they blamed. However, that memory was still fresh in their minds. Even though they found a new home in Root which treated them well, and later found a grandfather-like figure in Hiruzen, it was the first time someone had tried to create a personal relationship with them. Unlike Danzo, who categorically stated that they would become Root ninjas in the future, and Hiruzen, who said that they would join the Anbu in the future, Fujin didn't put any conditions or mention any expectations with his offer. Instead, he only specified that he could make them much stronger. While their young minds weren't able to process this difference, they somehow instinctively felt it. As a result, the emotional impact of his words on them was far greater than Fujin had thought of. So, be it emotionally or intellectually, accepting Fujin's offer made the most sense to them. Looking at each other, they nodded. In one voice, they answered while bowing slightly, "We will be honored to be your students." A smile formed on Fujin's face. He replied, "Good. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on Google Pay, Patel Sarvesh H at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. Nathan, James, Fun Yoga, Nigalaz, James, and Mr. Falcon for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, Space Dandy, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 560, This World Still Has Some Kindness. Chapter 566 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A smile formed on Fujin's face as he just got 5 students who had a Kekkei Genkai. Fujin couldn't help but think, until a little while ago, I didn't have contact with anyone who had a Kekkei Genkai other than Sharingan or Byakugan. And out of the blue, I now have 6 subordinates who have Kekkei Genkai, giving me an invaluable opportunity to observe them from a close distance. Fujin sat down on the ground with his back against a tree and said, "Sit down and make yourself comfortable. Since I am your sensei, my first task for all of you is to tell me everything about yourselves. Tell me about your life before you entered Konoha. Tell me everything that happened after you entered Konoha. Tell me who all taught you, what they taught you, and when." The kids were surprised once again. Though Root rescued them and provided them with a new life, this was again the first time when someone showed interest in their past. On the contrary, both Root and Hiruzen just asked them to forget about their past and only focus on their future in Konoha. Fujin was the first one who showed interest in knowing who they were before they entered Konoha. As a result, they told him everything about their past. Fujin listened carefully without disturbing them. Undoubtedly, every one of them had a tragic backstory, and every one of them hated the Mizukage faction with passion. All their sufferings were rooted in the action the Mizukage faction took against Kekkei Genkai users. For the very same reason, they were also very grateful and loyal to Konoha. Telling their pasts to each other made them feel much closer as a team, and even made them feel closer to Fujin, even though Fujin didn't say anything about his past. After hearing everything, Fujin let out a long sigh. He said softly, "I never thought that all of you would have such a tragic past. Unfortunately, there is nothing we can do to change the past. However, I can promise that no student of mine will suffer like you did. Always remember your past. Remember the pain and suffering you went through. Use that as fuel to train yourself. Become so strong that no one will even dare to look at you the same way those people did. Become so strong that when you become parents, your children will never suffer the same fate." A smile appeared again on Fujin's face as he added, "And if there is something that you can't handle, always come to me." The kids were touched by Fujin's words. For once, Fujin's words were genuine. Though Fujin didn't have much of an emotional attachment to them, they would be his students. If others bullied them for no reason, it wouldn't look good. In addition, if someone wanted to mess with him, they could target the 5 of them because Fujin would be too strong for them to target. Not to mention, Fujin had been wanting a good fight for quite some time. He didn't mind using such opportunities to flex his muscles a bit and create some chaos. Fujin got up and said, "Take today off. Hang out with each other. No need to train today. Meet me here tomorrow at 6 in the morning. We will have our first training session." The 5 of them immediately became excited, completely oblivious to the hell that awaited them in the upcoming days. While Fujin didn't intend to be as sadistic as Kakashi or as relentless as Guy, his training schedule wouldn't lose in intensity to either of them. With time, it would only become more intense. Thankfully, his students all had pasts that he could use as fuel to ensure that they didn't run out of gas. After being dismissed, the kids returned to their rooms while Fujin stayed in the training ground. He raised his right hand and stretched his palm like he did while forming the Rasengan. Instead of Rasengan, winds began swirling in his palm, taking the shape of an orb. Soon after, the winds turned reddish. Fujin could feel the heat from them as some of the winds breezed past his body. The orb began taking a proper form. If Takeshi witnessed this scene, he would have been shocked. The flaming orb in Fujin's palm looked exactly like the extremely steaming murder jutsu. It was his Kekkei Genkai. Fujin threw the orb at a nearby tree and it instantly caught fire. Fujin's eyes began glowing as he concentrated chakra in them to observe the damage. After observing for a few seconds, a sigh escaped his lips. Winds suddenly began blowing around the tree at a high speed and doused the fire, ensuring that the tree could live on for some more time. Fujin analyzed, "It's not the same. My combination jutsu can only cause external harm. Despite infusing more chakra, it doesn't have the same intensity as the scorch release, which can directly cause the water inside the body to evaporate. I'll need to observe Takeshi properly for some time to get clues on how he does it instinctively. Perhaps then I might be able to copy it. Sigh, this is still very difficult. No wonder even the likes of Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Kakashi never managed to copy a Kekkei Genkai. After all of them are much more talented than me in ninjutsu." Fujin wasn't in the mood to keep trying without any hope of success. He began returning to his home while thinking about the other matter, that is, increasing his influence. Fujin thought, "It's time to increase my influence in Konoha. Normally, it would have been quite difficult to do so. Thankfully, I will have a couple of opportunities soon. There are 2 ways of increasing my influence. The first is by displaying my martial might. This is the path the Sanins, White Fang, Minato, and Kakashi took. All have top-notch battle credentials. They are the pillars that create belief in the hearts of Konoha ninjas that our village is strong. Though my record isn't bad either, I can't make my achievements public, unfortunately. So others aren't sure about my capabilities as they don't know which rumors to trust and which to ignore. Fortunately, Suna and Oto's attack will give me just the opportunity to do something in the light. That will establish my martial might, putting me at least at the same level as Kakashi in terms of reputation. The second way is by doing something that would benefit the ninjas in the village. One of the main reasons why Tsunade is so highly thought of in Konoha and throughout the ninja world is how much the medical ninjutsu in Konoha progressed due to her. For this reason, her influence in the village far exceeds that of Jiraiya. Had she been active inside the village, her influence might have been at the same level as Hiruzen. Homura and Koharu have taken this path as well. After all, both are considerably behind Hiruzen and Danzo in terms of strength. However, they have an excellent reputation among the ninjas due to helping them out in one way or another. Of course, unlike Tsunade, they were able to achieve it due to decades of effort instead of brilliance in a particular field. Normally, this method would have been difficult for me to achieve. The changes to the Ninja Academy could have given me that, but that seems to have been stuck for now. Fortunately, someone handed me the perfect proposal to take care of this matter. Heh. Fujin couldn't help but chuckle as he realized, when I entered this world, I was always very cautious and even fearful of Danzo. Once I became strong, I even took several steps to reduce his influence. However, I seem to have misjudged him. He is so kind and benevolent, just like Hiruzen. I wonder which one of them is more benevolent. Fujin humored himself and actually thought of the answer. After a few seconds, he concluded, "No, Hiruzen is far more benevolent. He did teach me the wind acume technique, provided a few thousand elemental crystals, got me on the council, gave me scrolls of flying thunder god and spirit transformation jutsu, and even taught me fire and earth jutsus along with other assistants that I keep asking him regularly. Danzo, though very generous, doesn't compare with that. He only helped me improve my wind acume technique, gave me over 100 talented subordinates, and gave me a proposal that I could use to build my influence. Oh well. Danzo is the second most benevolent person then. He narrowly beats the Ame Junin, who gifted me the Blade of the Thunder Spirit, and Sasori, who gifted me over 60 top-quality puppets. Sigh, I didn't know that so many people went out of their way to help me. I guess this world isn't entirely bad after all. Thankfully, Hiruzen, Danzo, and Sasori couldn't hear Fujin's thoughts. If they could, they would have forgotten about their differences and enmities and ganged up on Fujin. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link w.patreon.com/devilhex no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pedal Sarveshake at OKSBI, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Gavin, Makey, Robert, Stinky, Huntes, Angelo, Jessis, and Crepusculum for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you The Reverse Flash for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 561, Confusing Naruto. Chapter 567 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Having dealt with all the issues, Fujin finally decided to start training the spirit transformation jutsu. He sent a shadow clone to Hiruzen to clear up some of the doubts he had while reading through the scroll. While waiting for the clone to send back the memories, he went through the scroll once again. Meanwhile, his remaining clones continued working on the Fuin battlefield. After the clone met with Hiruzen and discussed the doubts and sent memories back to Fujin, he began his training. The next morning, Fujin sent a shadow clone with 5% of his chakra to train his new students while he continued his training. As for their training, Fujin divided it into 2 parts for the time being. The first was the physical workout, which would happen in the morning. The training made the 5 of them understand why Fujin was so much stronger than their previous instructors. Fujin's clone replaced the training seals Danzo had given them with his own. As for the training intensity, it was slightly lower as Fujin wanted to make them get used to it. That said, it was still far more intense than what they had experienced so far. The reason for such intensity was that Fujin intended to teach them the strong fist style. Apart from its effectiveness, the main reason for it was this thought of Fujin: I could teach them either the Senju Taijutsu style or the Strong Fist Taijutsu style. That said, even though Renjiro said that anyone could learn it, teaching it liberally without their permission might cause some dissatisfaction. They might agree if I take permission, but they will use it to show that I owe them a favor. By comparison, Guy will be ecstatic that I taught his fighting style to more kids who are full of youth. In addition, it is more practical in a fight than the Senju Taijutsu style. More importantly, I can just dump their taijutsu training on him after they reach a certain level. Knowing him, he might see it as a gift rather than work. The second part of their training, which would happen in the afternoon, was ninjutsu. The 5 of them were already very good at ninjutsu for their age. Neither Fujin nor any of his classmates were that good. Despite that, Fujin stopped all their current training in ninjutsu. Instead, he made them focus on just one jutsu. That was the forbidden multi-shadow clone jutsu. Unlike Naruto, where Fujin was afraid that the future would change dramatically if Fujin made him abuse that training method, Fujin didn't have any such concerns with these kids. Their chakra was too low for them to abuse that training method beyond a certain limit, just like how it was for Fujin when he was younger. And, considering their young age and significantly lower potential than Naruto, Fujin didn't see any of them going beyond the rank S level in merely 4 years. Even with his guidance, he couldn't guarantee that they would reach rank S, let alone surpass it. That's why he decided to abuse this training tactic to its limits while training them. Life continued for a few days in this manner without any external disturbances until Naruto finally visited Fujin's house. Kakashi had finally taken some pity on the trio and given them a day off. The 3 of them never appreciated a holiday as much as they did now. Fujin opened his door to see an exhausted Naruto. He raised his eyebrow and wondered, Kakashi let them go last evening. Since when did this kid stop recovering in a day? Of course, he couldn't say that he had been spying on them. So Fujin asked in a peculiar tone, What happened to you? You look like you have just run a marathon around the world without taking a break, almost as if you'd be killed if you stopped. Naruto looked at Fujin with a look full of complaints. After all, it was his suggestions that had created this situation. He muttered, You don't know how right you are. Fujin chuckled and said, Oh, really? Come on in. Tell me everything. While Fujin had already seen most of the things that happened, there was no reason to refuse the amusement Naruto's ranting would bring. Naruto listed out all of his complaints against Kakashi to Fujin. To his annoyance, Fujin just chuckled every time. Finally, he added while pointing towards Fujin, You were totally wrong this time. Kakashi-sensei wasn't testing us. Instead, he is punishing us because we tried those stunts. Humph. Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, How am I wrong? Isn't he giving you your special training right now? Special, my ass. All he did was torture us with physical workouts. He didn't teach us any jutsus. Instead, he keeps threatening us with the 1,000 years of death jutsu. Do you know how painful that jutsu is? Sakura-chan blames me for our current situation. Naruto complained in annoyance once again. Even for someone who had great control over his emotions, Fujin had to work extremely hard to stifle his laughter. He barely managed to control himself and put up a thoughtful expression while muttering, Let's see. Fujin pretended to think for a couple of minutes while Naruto waited for him with some curiosity. Finally, Fujin said, I disagree. I wasn't wrong. The only point I miscalculated was that Kakashi would take training your body so seriously. That said, he isn't wrong. Having a strong body is the most important thing for any ninja. Without it, you'll never become strong, let alone have any chance of becoming the Hokage. Had I been the teacher of your team, I would have started such training from day 1. I guess he initially thought that you 3 wouldn't be able to endure such training. Your attempts to get his book and see his real face should have given him confidence that you are worthy of his training. Naruto was left speechless by Fujin's words. He immediately fell into deep thought. Could it be as he said? This time, Fujin didn't disturb him. Instead, he just watched the comical expressions Naruto kept making with a smile on his face. Naruto thought hard for a few minutes before saying, Man, I never thought of it in this manner. Fujin nodded and said, "See, even though it might be difficult, it is better than just doing the boring formation exercises and rank D missions, right? In a few months, you'll notice the improvements in your physique, strength, stamina, and speed." Naruto agreed and said, "You are right. I didn't think of that. But when will he teach us cool jutsus? You said he knows 1,000 jutsus, right?" Fujin put up a thoughtful expression again and said, "I am not too sure. I thought that he might teach that instead of focusing on physical training. I guess he thought that your physiques aren't good enough to depend heavily on ninjutsu just yet. Considering what you said, he wouldn't be wrong to think that. He might teach you jutsus once he thinks that your basics are strong enough. Unless..." Fujin took a pause. Naruto impatiently asked, "Unless what?" Fujin smiled mischievously and said, "Unless this training is a test as well. If you are able to steal his book or unmask him despite undergoing such heavy training, then he might think that the three of you are ready to learn dozens of cool new special powerful jutsus." Naruto was immediately impressed. He asked excitedly, "Really?" However, his excitement quickly waned as he remembered what training he had been undergoing. They barely had the energy to do the training. In fact, none of them could live up to Kakashi's standards, as none of them could actually complete the workouts. They had to do their level best to ensure that they didn't pass out. He became dejected and said, "That's impossible." Fujin chuckled and asked, "Do you think that you can become the Hokage if such simple training makes you quit?" That immediately hit Naruto's ego. He exclaimed loudly, "I will steal Kakashi-sensei's book. Believe it." While Fujin was tricking Naruto into creating more trouble for Kakashi, both of them were unaware that someone was secretly spying on Fujin's house. Some distance away from Fujin's house, Kakashi hid among the trees while watching Fujin's house, even though he couldn't see anything inside it. He thought, as I expected, someone was behind their change. That someone should be Fujin. However, why would he do something like that? Kakashi tried thinking, but couldn't come up with any good reason for Fujin to do something like that. However, he had a strong hunch that Fujin was indeed the one who prompted Naruto and the rest to act. Since he couldn't think of a reason, he turned his attention back to the house and wondered, "That aside, why does his house give me a weird feeling? It's as if there are many seals around that house." Kakashi, though he wasn't a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster, still knew enough basics that he could be considered a seal master. He could see and identify most, if not all, seals. He closed his right eye, opened his left eye, and began observing Fujin's home. His eye immediately widened as much as it physically could. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.rion.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Aveli, Piranha, Mark, Stephen, G, Alexander, and Huntazy for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 562, 27569, Chapter 568 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. What in the fucking hell? Even someone as calm and composed as Kakashi was completely flabbergasted by what he witnessed. The sight was just too absurd and too horrifying. With his Sharingan, he could clearly see the seals that Fujin had placed. The entire compound was densely covered in seals. Fujin's house was the worst. It was so densely covered in seals that Kakashi's Sharingan couldn't even see the walls of his house. He cursed. What is that? Why are there so many seals? Did he put seals on the house to protect it, or did he build a house there to have something to put the seals on? Kakashi was astonished. Every top ninja's house would be covered in seals. Even Kakashi's house had several seals. After the route was blown up, even the Junins from the civilian background paid seal masters to secure their houses with seals. However, it was the first time that Kakashi had seen such a dense collection of seals. Normally, it would be rare to see a house in Konoha with more than 100 seals. Kakashi wondered, how many seals are there exactly? Since he had nothing better to do and had a Sharingan, Kakashi began counting the seals. His eyes kept getting wider as the number kept rising. His throat became dry as he realized 275569 seals. and a very high number of those seals are the ones that can hide other seals, so the actual number might be double that or even more. More importantly, that is just the number of seals on his house. The entire compound has a similar number of seals as well. What in the world is Fujin planning? His house and compound are more of a fortress than a house. Kakashi couldn't think of any good reason for Fujin to do something like that. He thought, since Third hasn't done anything, it's safe to say that there isn't any ill intention behind his actions. That said, I need to be very careful if I ever have to enter that compound. Also, I still need to ask why he made my students do something like that. If I don't, then I have a feeling that my days will become far more chaotic. Kakashi had seen enough for a day. He decided to leave. Fujin was unaware that Kakashi had just checked his house and left as silently as he arrived. If he knew, he would have chuckled at his reactions. By the time Kakashi left, Fujin was done talking with Naruto. He said, "Ah, I nearly forgot. The kids who were supposed to move into the compound did so a few days ago. I'll introduce you to a few of them. If you get along, then I'll arrange for you to move into one of the buildings next to the house." Naruto was immediately excited. All his exhaustion due to Kakashi's training suddenly disappeared as he exclaimed, "Really? You're the best, Fujin." Fujin chuckled and thought, guess it was more of a mental fatigue than physical fatigue. He sent a shadow clone to call his 5 students, who arrived in a few minutes and entered his house. They immediately saw Fujin sitting with a blonde kid who looked a few years older than them. Fujin smiled and said, "Come on in. Make yourselves comfortable." They entered the circular room and sat on the sofas in the room while curiously looking at Naruto. Yuji curiously asked, "Who is he?" Naruto immediately introduced himself. "I am Uzumaki Naruto. I'll be the Hokage. Believe it." The 5 kids just stared at Naruto with a deadpan expression. None of them expected to hear something so absurd. Seeing their stares, even Naruto felt embarrassed. Fujin suddenly coughed, attracting everyone's attention. He said, "Naruto, they are my official students. Get along well with them." Naruto was surprised. He asked, "You accepted students?" Fujin nodded. He looked at his students and said, "He is Naruto. Though he isn't my student, I did guide him a bit before he graduated. So I guess, in a sense, he is your senpai. Right now, he is on Hatake Kakashi's team. You can hang out with him if you want to." The kids were surprised. For starters, they didn't know that Fujin had guided others. However, what surprised them more was Naruto was being taught by Kakashi. Sayaka exclaimed, "Your sensei is Hatake Kakashi? The copy ninja? That's so cool." Her statement immediately earned a peculiar gaze from Fujin, which was felt by her. She looked at Fujin and quickly added, "You're cool as well, sensei." Meanwhile, Naruto wondered, "Copy ninja." Fujin waved his palm dismissively as he said, "I don't care, I'll be busy for the rest of the day. So, we won't be having our afternoon training session today. You can enjoy the remaining day. Naruto, if you want to teach them your pranks, that's fine. Just don't go overboard. Now shoo-shoo." By the time Fujin was done speaking, all the 6 kids in his room suddenly felt a breeze. In the blink of an eye, the breeze suddenly became very strong. The doors automatically opened and all 6 were tossed out of his house. The doors shut tightly right after they were out. Naruto fell to the ground and muttered, "That was new." Naruto was one of the few who had gotten a taste of Fujin's wind domain. Fujin's students had got it as well, since Fujin used it to make their training considerably tougher at times. Takeshi sighed and added, "Sensei's control over the wind is super scary." Sayaka muttered, "I still don't understand how someone can have such good control over an element." When they saw it for the first time, the 5 of them wondered whether Fujin had a Kekkei Genkai. However, none of the existing Kekkei Genkai had such a feature. Naruto didn't care about the winds, and instead asked, "By the way, why did you call Kakashi-sensei the copy ninja?" That earned another glare from the 5 kids. Yuji asked, "Is Hatake Kakashi really your teacher?" Naruto nodded. Yuji looked at him like he was an idiot and asked, "So how do you not know that? It's like the most basic information available about him." Naruto ignored his look and said, "Well, I don't know. Would you guys tell me?" Hikari giggled and answered, "He can copy any jutsu after looking at it once. Everyone says that he has copied more than 1,000 jutsus in this manner. That is why he is called as the copy ninja Kakashi by enemy villages." Naruto's eyes widened. He said, I knew that he knows over 1,000 jutsus. I didn't know he copied them. Still, that's a cool title. I want one too, Sayaka added. Well, you're just a genin. Generally, only junins get such titles. Sensei has a cool title as well. Naruto was surprised again. He asked, Big Brother Fujin also has a title? Yuji teased him once again. Dude, do you live under a rock? While training in the route, they had been made to memorize the entire bingo book. They expected that other ninjas would have done so as well. To their surprise, they were wrong. Sayaka said, Yuji, don't be mean. And yes, Sensei's title might be even cooler. He is called the Spectral Swordsman. Naruto exclaimed, Damn, that's a cool title. What did Big Bro do to get such a cool title? Yuji grinned and answered, No one knows for sure. Sensei's mission record is a top secret. I guess only Lord Hokage knows. Everyone else only knows some rumors. Naruto asked, What are the rumors? Yuji grinned even more and added, They say that he appears and disappears like a specter while harvesting the lives of his targets. He is so scary that the person doesn't realize that he is dead until Sensei is long gone. Some rumors say that there were 2 people who were walking and talking together, and Sensei killed one of them. The other person didn't realize that the one who he had been talking to was dead for several minutes. The way Yuji said it made Naruto feel chills. He nervously said, I knew Fujin was scary, but I didn't know that he was this scary. Sayaka nodded and added, Apparently, he has killed a few hundred ninjas in this manner. It was why he was given that title. That said, until this day, no one knows whether he really is the Spectral Swordsman, as there is no proof against him. As Yuji said, these are just rumors. The only thing that is true for sure is that those guys are dead. Naruto's face became slightly blue as he said, That just makes him even more terrifying. The kids nodded. Yuji had gotten bored of teasing Naruto. He asked, Anyway, Sensei has given us the rest of the day off. Do you know anything fun, Naruto? Sensei said something about pranks. Immediately, a mischievous grin appeared on Naruto's face. That day, several people in Konoha had an extremely annoying day. A particular old man who was peeping into a crystal ball was experiencing a terrible headache. Once again, he was cursing his past self for the choices he made. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Nishi, Yuyo, MSSC, Diaz, and Gabriel for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 563, Spirit Transformation Technique. Chapter 5 of 69 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Spirit Transformation Jutsu. Fujin was sitting at the center of his basement. Around him were his shadow clones, silently working on a seal that had never appeared in the ninja world. Fujin's mind was focused on his own soul completely. He made the necessary hand seals and used the jutsu Dan created decades ago. Suddenly, a white light slowly exited his body. It immediately attracted the attention of every shadow clone in the basement, who looked at their main body. The white light quickly took form and took Fujin's appearance. Fujin observed himself while thinking, interesting. My form is just like that of my body. There isn't even a hint of my previous life's appearance. In addition, even my soul has similar clothes as my main body, even though it's just my soul taking that form and not actual clothes. I wonder how the soul works. Does it just take the form of whatever body I am currently occupying? If so, how will it work for someone like Orochimaru, who keeps changing his body? Does his soul's appearance keep changing every few years? Or has only my soul changed due to getting transmigrated? After all, how can I know what changes my soul underwent during transmigration? Sigh, so many new questions again. Fujin stopped thinking about those questions and instead focused on his soul. He thought, anyway, time to test what all this technique can do. Now who do I choose as a test subject? Fujin's first thought was one of the orphan kids. However, on second thought, he decided against it. If something went wrong, then the one he chose be crippled or worse, dead. Fujin thought, normally, I'd go out and choose some bandits. I have been training this jutsu for almost a couple of months. so it won't raise any eyebrows if I head out, as it has been several months since my last trip. However, this technique isn't like others. I could test something like the 8 trigrams divination seal without any worry. Unfortunately, spirit transformation jutsu has a huge chance of something going wrong. I should test it inside the village where I can ask for Hiruzen's help quickly. Oh well, it's not like there aren't any test subjects here. That said, let me at least test the movements and other basic skills first. The most basic abilities of this form were invisibility and intangibility. Both were mentioned in the scroll. Fujin applied the techniques and his soul became invisible. He chuckled and wondered, "It works. I don't understand why Jiraiya never learnt this jutsu. It's the perfect jutsu for his research. I wonder if Tsunade and Hiruzen predicted that and decided to never give him that scroll." That should be it. Otherwise, I don't see any reason for Jiraiya to not learn this jutsu. Fujin moved towards the ceiling of the basement and thought, though I didn't know this jutsu earlier, some of my seals are effective against this jutsu. So no spirit should be able to move in and out of my house, at least not with this technique. Fujin touched the ceiling. As he expected, his hand couldn't phase through. He deactivated the seals that stopped the spirits temporarily and phased through the ceiling. He quickly phased through his house and began flying above his house. A smile formed on his face as he thought, not bad at all. This feeling is great. Other than a few seals and barriers, nothing can stop me. I can even fly in this form. Not to mention my flying speed is amazing. Fujin immediately flew around the village while avoiding the sensitive places. No one could see his spirit. What was more impressive was the speed at which his soul could fly. It exceeded the speed of sound by several times. Fujin thought, such an incredible speed. It might even exceed Raikage's speed. And, unlike Raikage's speed, I have a feeling that I can sustain this speed for days. Only Flying Thunder God is faster, as it is nearly instantaneous. Tsk. No wonder Dan could dream about the Hokage's seat. Though I don't think he was as strong as Sakumo or the Sanins, this technique is incredibly fearsome. Even the third Raikage and Onoki would have been extremely wary of this jutsu. His lethality might have been just under that of Minato's lethality in the Third Great Ninja War. Having explored the speed and the intangibility, Fujin's soul returned to his body. The shadow clones sighed in relief, seeing that nothing bad happened. Fujin got up and said, "That's enough training for the day. Unless you're close to some sort of breakthrough, dispel yourselves." The seal Fujin was working on was extremely complicated. He didn't want to take the risk of forcefully dispelling a clone that might have a breakthrough and advance the seal further. Hearing his words, all but 3 of his shadow clones dispelled themselves. Fujin collated their memories before leaving his house. He went directly to Konoha's torture and interrogation department. Ibiki was pleasantly surprised to see Fujin until he recalled the scenes when Fujin had visited him the previous time. He thought, fortunately he isn't carrying a prisoner. If he did, I'd have directly diverted him towards the prisons. I don't want my office to stink of vomit and shit. Fujin was unaware of Ibiki's thoughts. He had never even thought about Mizuki after handing him to Ibiki. He warmly greeted, "Ibiki-san, how have you been?" Ibiki smiled and said, "Have been well. How about you? To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" Fujin replied, "Doing great as well. As for my visit, I wanted to borrow some of your prisoners to test a new jutsu I have been learning." Ibiki was surprised. Though he would get such requests occasionally, they would be very rare. He asked to what degree the injuries could be, and what would be the chances. Fujin replied casually, "If everything goes well, then there won't be any injury. If things don't go well, then that person would be crippled in the best case, dead in the worst case. I'd prefer a normal human, though." Ibiki thought a bit and said, "All right, I have a prisoner who was arrested for raping a minor and is supposed to be executed in a few days. You can test your technique out on him. Knowing his past, feel free to cripple him further, even if everything goes well." Fujin nodded. Ibiki called a subordinate and asked him to lead Fujin to that prisoner's prison. Ibiki's subordinate led Fujin to the prison and allowed him to enter, leaving him alone with the prisoner. The prisoner was a middle-aged man and in terrible shape. Fujin could see several scars all over his body. Several of his nails were missing. Instead, some of his fingers had nails nailed in them instead of actual nails. His face was entirely swollen. The man looked at Fujin. Terror was visible in his eyes. Yet there was also resignation. He said, "Get on with it. You motherfuckers can't torture me anymore." Fujin chuckled and said, "As an ordinary human, you shouldn't try to estimate what a ninja can or cannot do." Several shadow clones appeared around Fujin. Fujin sat on the ground and weaved hand seals. Spirit transformation jutsu. Fujin's soul exited his body. The prisoner watched with confusion as he didn't understand why his torturer had begun meditating. He wondered, is this some new style of torture? Suddenly, his eyes widened as he instinctively felt something enter his body. He felt a chill and fear like never before. Yet he didn't understand what was happening. What his eyes couldn't see was that Fujin's soul had already entered his body. Meanwhile, Fujin could clearly see the man's soul. He extended his arm towards the man's soul. Remembering the steps in the scroll, he began using his energy to affect the man's soul. Within a few seconds, his soul fell under Fujin's control. Fujin analyzed, not bad. By controlling his soul, I can control his entire body. Of course, it is this easy because his soul is too weak and has almost no willpower. A rank S ninja's soul will have tremendous willpower. I might not be able to control it so easily. Even more troublesome would be someone who actually trained or strengthened his soul or knows how to use his soul. I shouldn't rely on this technique against Orochimaru. Similarly, I can't use it against a Rinnegan wielder. I'm not too sure about Obito and Zetsu either. Who knows what additional techniques they know? Oh well, time to test it. Fujin quickly took control of the prisoner's body and said in a calm voice, "Release his restraints." One of the clones nodded and removed all the chains and cuffs. Fujin stretched the prisoner's body while analyzing. My control isn't very smooth. It's more like controlling a puppet. However, I have a feeling that the Yamanaka's secret technique is better at controlling others than this jutsu. That said, this jutsu has other specialities which the Yamanaka technique can't match. Acting on his thoughts, Fujin began suppressing the prisoner's soul. The prisoner, who had lost control of his body, suddenly felt a pain like never before. A soul-wrenching scream exited his throat. If not for the silent seals in the prison, the entire T&I department would have heard his scream. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Matthias and Xander for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 564, Naruto's Outburst and Hidden Grass's Crisis. Chapter 570 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin was satisfied with his scream. He thought, this is the main killing method of this jutsu. By suppressing and destroying the soul, the victim will fall dead without any signs of injury on his or her body. If that happens in the middle of the war, armies would be scared and demoralized to see their comrades dying mysteriously in such a manner. Apart from this, there is another technique that makes one of my hard-earned jutsus kind of redundant. Fujin placed his hand on the soul. In an instant, he began reading the memories of the prisoner's soul, seeing everything that he had done in his life. He pulled his hand back while thinking, memories of just this lifetime. Does it mean that this is his first life? Or does it mean that ordinarily, a soul can only have the memories of just one lifetime? Perhaps something along the lines of memories getting eradicated during the process of reincarnation. Or perhaps the memories of other lifetimes have been hidden somewhere inside the soul to such a degree that this technique can't access them. Regardless, this method is far more efficient than the Yamanaka mind-reading technique. The Yamanaka's technique targets the brain. The memories one can read are only the ones that are fresh in the target's brain. Reading older and suppressed memories, or memories that the target has forgotten about, is extremely difficult. In addition, damaging the brain could cause the memories to disappear as well. By comparison, reading memories from the soul is extremely convenient. More importantly, it has another fearsome application. I understand why Tobirama developed the base version of this technique. It's to read the memories of the souls summoned with the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Fujin's soul sighed as the amount of respect he had for Tobirama's research and inventing abilities increased once again. He had just found the perfect solution to a problem he would have to face in the future. Having tested everything he wanted to, Fujin left the prisoner's body and returned to his own. He got up and dispelled his clones after they tied up the prisoner again. The prisoner gradually gained clarity as well. Suddenly, the prisoner felt an extreme pain coming right from his soul. He shrieked and looked at Fujin, who was walking out of the cell, with terror and asked while breathing roughly, "What did you do?" Fujin didn't turn around and disappeared from his line of sight. Only some words lingered in the air. "Just tried a new torture technique to keep you entertained. Enjoy your remaining life." Since Fujin had read all his memories, he knew exactly the kind of scum the guy was, and why Ibiki had asked Fujin to torture him, even though he had already been tortured to such an extent. As Fujin shut the door, the screams of the prisoner filled the cell. It'd be several hours before someone would come to check on him and realize that he had been screaming continuously for hours. Fujin analyzed. The pain he is experiencing is a little injury that I inflicted upon his soul. That said, souls are quite resilient. His injury will heal by itself in a couple of weeks. I suspect that even if I had destroyed his soul, only his physical body would die. As for his soul, it should pass into the afterlife and reform. I guess this can be considered a form of immortality in itself. The only issue is being able to retain memories from one life to another. I should try this on someone after I go out of the village to get a better picture. Busy with his thoughts, Fujin reached Ibiki's office again and asked for a few ninja prisoners to test his jutsu on. Ibiki obliged and had his subordinate guide Fujin to the ninja prisoners. One of those unfortunate prisoners was Mizuki. While Fujin was busy testing the spirit transformation jutsu, Team 7 finally grew sick of the Rank D missions. They had been quiet for some time as they barely had any energy left after Kakashi's brutal training regimen. However, after more than 2 months of such training, Naruto had begun getting used to it, while Sasuke was managing to complete the training as well. Sakura improved rapidly too, though she still couldn't complete it. Even so, all 3 genins had grown sick of chasing cats and dogs, babysitting kids, and pulling out weeds. The day Naruto's patience finally ended was the same day Tazuna was in Konoha. After Naruto's little outburst, Hiruzen decided to give them a Rank C mission to protect Tazuna. By the time Team 7 left Konoha, Fujin completed testing the spirit transformation jutsu on the ninjas as well. He didn't face any issue other than the fact that the ninjas had more willpower, and he needed slightly more effort to suppress their souls. In addition, their suppressed souls tried taking back control of their bodies non-stop, so Fujin had to actively keep their souls suppressed. Fujin also experimented by letting their souls overcome the suppression to see whether it would have any adverse impact on him. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. At most, his soul felt a force pushing him outside their bodies, but Fujin could resist it with rather ease and suppress the soul once again. Satisfied with his experiments, Fujin returned to his house. Sitting on his sofa, Fujin analyzed, "The spirit transformation jutsu can be considered as mastered. I just need some live practice." Regardless, this is another top-tier jutsu mastered, along with Wind Domain, 8 Inner Gates, and Flying Thunder God Jutsu. In the last couple of months, my teleporting range has increased significantly as well. I can now teleport up to a distance of 2-3 kilometers, and it is improving at an extremely fast rate. By the time of the invasion, my range should increase to several dozen kilometers. Hopefully it'll exceed 100 kilometers. That would allow me to carry Karen all the way to Phantom Haven Base and return to Konoha within minutes. In addition, I also had my clones work on improving the control over natural lightning with the help of Kiba blades in Mount Muteki. The Fuin Battlefield Seal has been created as well. While my clones worked on controlling lightning, they also managed to infuse lightning into the Rasengan, creating a jutsu just as destructive as Rasen Shuriken. With all this out of the way, I guess I can finally start studying medical ninjutsu and poisons. Time to find Yoshi and Izamu. I'm sure they will be delighted to hear the news. I just wonder how long they will stay delighted, Fujin was about to leave his house once again when someone rang his bell. It was one of Hiruzen's Anbu guards, calling Fujin to go to the Hokage's office immediately. Fujin immediately left while wondering what had happened. The Anbu guard stayed outside while only Fujin went inside. To his surprise, Shikaku and the two elders were in the room as well. He wondered, for these three to be here. Did something happen recently? Hiruzen pushed forward a scroll that was on his desk and said, "Fujin, read this and tell me your thoughts." Puzzled, Fujin just nodded and picked up the scroll. The scroll was from Kusagakure, the hidden village in the Land of Grass. As he read the contents, Fujin understood why the four of them were together in the office. In the scroll, Kusagakure stated that they are facing a grave crisis. They were facing a formidable group of rogue ninjas. Several of them were disgruntled Kusa ninjas themselves, and they were conducting attacks on Kusagakure ninjas and bases all over the Land of Grass. As a result, the village was facing heavy losses. There was even a chance that the hidden village could be attacked, and the recent losses had made them very nervous. As Fujin reached the end of the scroll, he squinted his eyes. A sly smile appeared on his face as he muttered, "Interesting." His smile and the amusement in his voice were immediately noticed by everyone in the room. Koharu asked, "What did you find so amusing about the scroll?" Fujin replied, "It's the demands they have put forth. They have asked us to eliminate the rogue group. However, they have also said that they don't have any money or resources to pay us. At the same time, they are saying that if we don't help them, they might have to take drastic actions to resolve the issue. They are implying that it'll somehow negatively affect us. Considering their strength, the only thing they can do to negatively affect us is ally with Iwagakure. I didn't expect that a minor village would be so aggressive while negotiating with us." Hiruzen nodded. Everyone in the room had realized the same. He said, "Kusagakure specializes in diplomacy. It is their greatest strength, so that threat isn't a baseless one. They do have the capability to ally with Iwa. Of course, there are obvious issues in doing so." Hiruzen looked at Shikaku as finished speaking. "And if you can, then please support me on Patreon, linked at patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Fanfic Sage, Gil, Rain, Blanket, Kin, and Panayotis for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 565, Fujin the Diplomat. Chapter 571 of Naruto, the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Understanding Hiruzen's intention, Shikaku added, "Though Kusa is good at diplomacy, they can't ally easily with Iwa, as their relationship is quite bad currently. Iwa had invaded the Land of Grass in both the Second and the Third Great Ninja Wars. Their people still remember that. Their civilians as well as ninjas hate Iwa for causing so many deaths and putting them through hell. In addition, Iwa had sent their Jinchuriki to the Land of Grass a couple of years ago. Their relations had deteriorated to the level it was at during the Great Wars, after Roshi used the tailed beast bomb on their lands. And these two aren't the biggest issues. The biggest issue is that Iwa is definitely funding and assisting the rogue group that is fighting against Kusagakure. Though the rogue group likely formed by itself, there is no way that they would become such a threat without Iwa's aid. Even if Kusa decides to overlook this fact and not raise this issue while negotiating with Iwa, Iwa would want both groups to coexist in the Land of Grass so that they can restrict both sides and control the Land of Grass. This will cut down Kusa's influence considerably, as the country would have 2 hidden illages instead of 1. It will also give a chance to that rogue group to create a proper army and grow without having to fight Kusagakure. In the future, they wouldn't need to resort to guerrilla warfare whenever they have to fight Kusagakure and could confront them head-on. So even with their good diplomacy, it is unlikely for them to get favorable terms by allying with Iwa. Fujin nodded, agreeing with Shikaku's analysis. Hiruzen added, "So in other words, this high-priority message is just Kusagakure's way to coerce us to do their job for them without getting anything in return." Though Hiruzen talked plainly, Fujin could clearly see that Hiruzen wasn't pleased. He chuckled internally while thinking, "It looks like they hit a nerve." That said, this scroll from Kusagakure is quite ingenious. On the surface, it might seem that they are arrogantly threatening Konoha, a village far stronger than them, by saying that they would ally with Iwa. However, nowhere in the scroll is this explicitly mentioned. If confronted, they can just decline it and say that this isn't what they implied and can give some other examples of what the drastic actions will be. Though it seems that they will offend Konoha by doing so, in truth, there isn't much Konoha can do. The worst we can do is ignore this scroll and decline to help, in which case Kusagakure doesn't win or lose anything. The status quo will prevail. If we decide to act against them in the dark, then that will be equivalent to jumping on an axe, as that will weaken Kusagakure, and will allow a faction that is supported by Iwa to take power in the Land of Grass. So they know that we won't take such a step. Besides, even if we decide not to help, we will still be forced to help if Iwa gets involved directly. Hehe, no wonder Hiruzen is annoyed. Considering that he didn't take any advantage of the critical situation I had placed Rasa in, pretty much says that he wants to avoid a major war at all costs, even though the village is no longer as weak as during the Hyuga incident. Fujin looked at Hiruzen and said, "They are indeed quite good at diplomacy. Anyway, why did you call me? Are we going to war? Or do you want me to silently make a few people disappear?" From Fujin's perspective, that situation wasn't difficult to handle. Neither side had any rank S ninja. If he wished to, he could eliminate leaders from both sides with relative ease. Even though Kusagakure's diplomacy was good, that was contingent that Konoha played by the rules. Konoha could just install puppet leaders and take control of both forces forcefully. The only issue it would create is that other major and minor villages would become quite wary of Konoha. However, that was Hiruzen's headache and not Fujin's. Hiruzen smiled and said, "Neither. I want you to lead a diplomatic team to Kusagakure and negotiate a deal with them. Whether Konoha goes to assist them for free, whether we demand money to do so, how much money we demand, or whether we stay out of it completely will be completely left up to you." Fujin was surprised. Though Fujin had been a part of several negotiation teams over the last couple of years, he had never taken the lead in any discussion. On the contrary, he barely participated in any discussion, valuing his words like gold. Fujin looked at the two elders. To his surprise, neither objected. He thought, it looks like Hiruzen has already made and conveyed his decision. Otherwise, both of them would have opposed doing something so reckless. Fujin thought for a bit and asked, "Are you sure?" Hiruzen nodded while chuckling to himself, finally a moment where he isn't completely sure of himself. Oh well, the boy has got to learn someday. Might as well start today. Even if he messes up, it won't cost Konoha much. Fujin asked, "Will I be going alone or will there be any assistance?" Hiruzen answered, "You can take our usual diplomatic team with you. In fact, they are already preparing. In addition, Elder Homura will join you as well. He will go with you under disguise and won't be participating in the discussions unless you explicitly ask him to. However, you should do that only as a last resort. This mission will be led by you and not him. Whatever is the result of this negotiation, it'll solely be your responsibility." Fujin nodded while thinking, "I guess he really wants me to take this responsibility. Oh well, I might as well do it in the best possible way and entertain myself a bit. Besides, this is a good opportunity to build some reputation. Even though it might not be a good reputation, it might just help me keep some ambitious idiots like Katsuhiro at arm's length." Fujin said, "All right. However, the combat capabilities of our diplomatic team are quite low. Add a couple of ambush squads to my team and have them disguise themselves as diplomats." Hiruzen nodded and said, "Sure." What he didn't notice was that Shikaku suddenly became slightly nervous when Fujin mentioned combat capabilities. He thought, why do I get a feeling that my days will become hectic once again? Sigh. Nothing good happens when this boy goes on a mission. I just hope that he doesn't do something too crazy this time. Unfortunately, Shikaku couldn't guess what the crazy thing Fujin would be doing. Hiruzen said, "I have already assembled the diplomatic team. You can join them and plan out your strategy before moving out. Move out by this evening." Fujin nodded. He and Homura began walking towards the room where the diplomatic discussions would usually be held. En route, Fujin created and dispelled a shadow clone. Homura immediately realized, He sent a message about this meeting to his shadow clones. I wonder what they are doing. It was as Homura had speculated. Fujin sent a message to his clones that were working on the seal, the clone who was guiding his 5 students, and a couple of clones that he had sent to the training facility to guide other orphans. Fujin had begun sending a few clones to the training facilities whenever he had some chakra to spare, so that he could influence the other kids as well. The help he provided them was nowhere near what his students got. He would let Hiruzen Zanbu train them, and only occasionally observe them and give some advice to help them improve further. As a result, even though the Anbu instructors did most of the work, the kids were more grateful towards Fujin as he took time from his busy schedule and council duties to guide them. Some Anbu noticed it but didn't do anything, as Fujin outranked them considerably, and he wasn't doing anything harmful to the kids or the village. Besides, Anbu Hiruzen had sent to train the kids were of civilian backgrounds as well, because he didn't want to alert the clans about the kids having Kekkei Genkai. So they didn't mind Fujin, who represented the civilian ninjas in the council, increasing his influence. In any case, the message Fujin sent to his clones was to inform his students that he would be out of the village for a few days, and to inform the same to the Anbu captain stationed in his compound. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 566, An Extremely Bad Feeling. Chapter 572 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Back in the Hokage's office, Koharu asked, "Are you sure about this, Hiruzen? Even though he has done well so far, I still don't think asking him to lead such a mission is a good idea. Fighting and negotiation are 2 entirely different things." Hiruzen shrugged and said, "It's all right. Besides, what's the worst he can do? At max, we will have to help them eliminate that rogue faction for free. And even then, he will be doing most of the work." Hiruzen knew about Fujin's wind domain. While he wasn't entirely sure how strong it was, as Fujin no longer practiced it in the open, the fact that he could steal Sasori's puppets was all Hiruzen needed to know. Even if they had to fight, he was sure Fujin would be able to take care of it without any issue. If Iwa tried interfering, then he could deploy Jiraiya to deter them. Unlike him, the others in the room had different thoughts. Koharu wondered, why does he trust that boy so much? Even though he could kill Juzo, fighting a rogue faction is different from fighting a single ninja. It could cost us several lives. But from the way Hiruzen is speaking, it's as if he is sure that we won't lose any lives. As for Shikaku, his mind was stuck on a few words that Hiruzen spoke. They were, "What's the worst he can do?" For some reason, Shikaku had an extremely bad feeling. Fujin and Homura entered the room. Immediately, 12 eyes looked at them. There were several papers on the round table, and it looked like they had already been discussing how to handle the negotiation. On seeing the 2 of them, one of them said, "Elder Homura, Counselor Fujin, it's good to have you. Elder Homura, we wanted to ask you a few things." To his surprise, Homura raised his palm and said, "While I will be joining the mission, I won't be participating in the discussions. Fujin will be the one leading this mission." Immediately, everyone in the room was surprised. They all assumed that Homura would lead the mission. While they were familiar with Fujin, he barely used to participate in the missions. For a moment, none of them knew what to say. Fujin had expected such a reaction and wasn't particularly offended. In fact, he was surprised as well when Hiruzen informed him that he would be leading this mission. He chuckled to break the silence and asked, "What's with this reaction? Don't worry. I won't mess up too much. Let's start the meeting." His words caused some awkward smiles to appear on their faces. However, it broke the ice and they finally began the meeting as Fujin and Homura sat down. Fujin asked, "Did you guys decide on what resources to ask in return for helping them?" One of them answered, "We haven't discussed that much yet. Considering the tone in their letter, our discussion so far was focused more towards what we should say to counter their points when they ask for help free of cost." Another added, We were also considering letting them owe us the money so that they could repay in the future. Fujin shook his head and said, "They are facing an existential crisis. How would they pay us in the future if they were to be destroyed? Besides, they could take loans from us and ally with Oa later, or threaten us asking us to forgive the loans, or they would ally with Oa. No need to consider allowing them to owe us. Just decide on how much money to demand. If they don't have the money, decide what resources to ask for instead, be it precious metals, chakra metal, elemental crystals, or even their land." Fujin's words surprised everyone in the room, including Homura. One of them countered, "But that won't be right. Their message emphasizes the fact that they won't be able to pay. Focusing on which resources to demand instead of convincing them that they need to pay and giving them some options is like putting the cart before the horse." Another added, "In addition, we need to keep in mind that we have been allied for several decades. Forcing them to pay could create some resentment, undoing the decades of good work. It might also provide Iwa with an opportunity to improve their ties with Kusa, which will increase the risk of them double-crossing us in the future." Fujin chuckled and replied, "The decades of being in an alliance didn't stop them from making a disguised threat about allying with Iwa. Anyway, you don't need to worry. I do have a plan in mind, though I need to finalize the details. Just focus on deciding the resources first. Later, we can focus on thinking about what arguments to give when they say that they can't afford to pay. As for giving them a line of credit, there is no need. If they are serious about paying us, then their daimyo could discuss the same with the fire daimyo." As the leader of this mission, Fujin's word was the final. In addition, the way he said it implied that there was no scope for debate. They looked at Homura, but he didn't say anything. Hence, they followed his order and began deciding what to ask from them in exchange for helping them. Meanwhile, Homura analyzed, he can use authority very well, as expected of someone who was an Anbu captain. Still, he is quite inflexible. During negotiations, being flexible is the most important. Otherwise, both sides could stay at an impasse for years. In this particular case, there wasn't any harm in letting them owe us. In fact, the negotiation should have been about how much they should owe us, and what the rate of interest should be. Even Hiruzen would have done this. His inflexibility is disappointing, considering how well he analyzed the meetings after Hiruzen was done negotiating. There is a big gap between his analytical and execution skills. I now see why Hiruzen wants to give him some experience in leading diplomatic missions. Fujin glanced at Homura while paying attention to the discussion. Though Homura didn't show any expression, Fujin could clearly feel a sense of disappointment from him. He thought, I guess he wanted me to go the normal route and provide them a line of credit. That said, he doesn't have the knowledge of the future. Not too long from now, Konoha and Iwa will be allies. Why would it matter whether Kusa is allied with us or them? If anything, they'll be scrambling to have closer relations with Konoha. In fact, it doesn't even matter whether Kusa or the rebels are in power in the Land of Grass. It'll all be the same. As for Iwa, Onoki won't look for a direct confrontation against Konoha. He wouldn't be called the fence-sitter if he jumped headfirst in an unrewarding battle. Besides, Iwa has already lost Han to the Akatsuki. From the information Anbu gathered, Deidara seems to have gone rogue as well. He should have joined Akatsuki by now. So, Onoki will be paying a lot of attention to Akatsuki and their movements. He won't risk a battle with Konoha while Iwa is the weaker side. Due to his knowledge of the future, Fujin didn't have the same considerations as Homura and others. The group discussed what to ask from Kusa. When they reached the final amount, Fujin said, that's too little. Even if they gave us normal missions, it would cost 25% more than this value, increase its overall worth by 25%. Wait. Fujin took a pause before adding, actually, they are in a tough spot, and they are asking us to deploy our forces rapidly. We should charge them a premium considering how badly they need our help. Increase it first by 25% and then increase it by 50% once more. The entire room became silent. No one had any words. Even Homura was left speechless. Everyone just looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Every single one of them was surprised by Fujin's greediness and shamelessness. Only one person smiled. It was Hiruzen who was watching through his crystal ball. He cried imaginary tears of happiness while thinking, finally, the village will benefit from his greedy nature. That said, there is no way Kusa will agree. Though the scroll mentioned that they are in a tough spot, this isn't something that they can't handle. The only thing they truly require from us is our preparedness in case Iwa makes a move. Though Koharu and Homura were worried, Hiruzen was truly looking forward to how Fujin would handle the negotiations against someone who didn't particularly care for his well-being as Hiruzen did. He had to see whether Fujin's greed would work while negotiating with other villages, or whether it would become an obstacle. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you TS, Gabriel, Happy Thavu, Raf, Emilio, Cody, Extra Small, Morgan, Lucy, Moog, Anima, AR3S, Yazid, and Sunny for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 567, Fujin's Effect. Chapter 573 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. In the meeting room, everyone exchanged glances. Finally, one decided to speak up and said, Counselor Fujin, with all due respect, there is no way that they would agree. Fujin waved his hand dismissively and said, It's fine, we can negotiate. As long as it is above what it would cost them normally, there is no harm in doing the deal. In fact, even if it goes slightly below it, it'll be fine considering that it is a bulk deal. Anyway, finalize the amount soon. We still need to decide on the points to use to make them understand that helping them for free is off the table. That will be the main topic during negotiations. The diplomats sighed in relief as Fujin finally showed some flexibility. They quickly finalized the normal cost and the premium cost for Kusa to pay. The discussion quickly changed towards how to convince Kusa to pay, how strict they should be during the negotiation, and when to pull the plug in case Kusa refused to pay under any circumstances, along with some other points. After discussing all the aspects for a few hours, they finalized all the details. Fujin smiled and said, Good work, everyone. He turned his gaze towards the closed door. The doors automatically opened, and he said, You guys can enter. 2 Anbu squads entered. They were dispatched by Hiruzen to assist Fujin. Fujin looked at them and asked, Did Lord Hokage inform you about the mission? One of the Anbu captains answered, He provided us with some details. He said that we have to ensure your group's safety while you are negotiating with Kusagakure. Fujin nodded and said, Yes. However, all of you will follow us in disguise. You will pretend to be diplomats, but you don't need to speak during any discussions. Fujin's words confused the diplomats and Homura once again. For the first time, Homura said, Fujin, everyone knows who our diplomats are. While having 1 or 2 more diplomats won't be suspicious, having 8 new diplomats will easily arouse suspicion. It'll be better to have them follow us in their Anbu uniform, as Kusa won't stop them. Fujin replied with a smile, I know it'll be suspicious, but that's fine. I want them to be suspicious. Fujin looked at 4 diplomats and pointed at them one by one and said, You 4 won't speak anything during the meeting as well. Just pay attention to the meeting, but don't speak unless I ask any of you to. The group were puzzled even more. None of the diplomats understood what Fujin's intentions were. Homura wondered, why does it feel like he is going there to fight instead of negotiating? Even if our negotiations don't result in anything, Kusa won't dare to attack us. What exactly is he planning? Not providing any explanation, Fujin said, We will move out in an hour. Settle your matters if you have any, and return to this room in less than an hour. Everyone nodded. Some left, some stayed there. After an hour, the group left Konoha. They traveled the night and the following day, before waiting in one of the patrol camps the entire night. Before the sun appeared in the sky, their group entered the land of grass and moved towards Kusagakure. A few hours later, the group reached Kusagakure. They had already sent a message informing Kusagakure about their arrival. As a result, the leader of Kusagakure and other prominent leaders were waiting for their arrival. When the Konoha ninjas appeared in their sight, the face of every single person fell without any exception. Their leader cursed, Damn Konoha! Where are the Hokage or other elders? And why is that cursed brat leading the group? Kusagakure wasn't informed who'd be leading the diplomatic team. On seeing that it was the guy who was rumored to have cut down several of their ninjas, everyone became very alert. Fujin appeared in front of the leader of Kusagakure and said, "Ashikaga Hiroshi-san, it's good to see you once again." Ashikaga Hiroshi was first shown in chapter 169. Ashikaga Hiroshi faked a smile and said, "It's good to see you as well, Suzuki Fujin." Fujin nodded and said, "Let's not waste any time. Considering your current situation, let's get down to business right away." Hiroshi nodded. While he would have engaged in small talk with Hiruzen or the other two elders, he didn't have anything to bond with Fujin due to their vast age gap. They quickly entered the central mansion and entered the meeting room. During that time, Hiroshi properly observed everyone from Konoha's diplomatic team. He became even more serious as he analyzed 9 new faces. They are likely hiding their real identity using transformation jutsu. Something is off. 9 ninjas hiding themselves and sending this crazy kid instead of a normal elder. We need to be careful. The others from Kusa noticed the same thing as well. Without saying anything, everyone became very tense, and the Konoha ninjas and diplomats noticed how tense they were. Homura glanced at Fujin and wondered, is this what he wanted? Making them negotiate while they are under tension. That said, it doesn't explain why they are so tense. Even when Hiruzen shows up openly with his Anbu guards, they aren't this tense. As everyone took their seats, a few servants appeared in the room carrying trays of food. However, Fujin said, "Let's leave the food for later and begin the discussion." His words caused the Kusa higher-ups to frown. Hiroshi realized, he doesn't trust us. Why did Konoha become so suspicious of us? Even though we hinted at a lot of things in the scroll, our relationship is still very good. This isn't the Hokage's style. What they didn't notice was that the diplomats from Konoha's side also glanced at Fujin with eyes full of complaints. Fujin had made them run all morning without any break. They didn't complain as they would have got delicious food in Kusagakure. However, Fujin denied them that as well. Though they understood the reason why Fujin did so, none of them were worried about the food being poisoned or drugged. Even if Kusa decided to betray Konoha and ally with Iwa, they would never do something like that, as it'll only result in their annihilation. As for the Anbu disguised among the diplomats, none of them had any complaints. After all, they were used to such situations as compared to the diplomats who had long stopped being an active ninja. Hiroshi nodded and said, "All right." He glanced at the servants who immediately left the room. Once all the doors were shut, Fujin said, "Though the scroll gave some details, we are still not exactly aware of the strength and numbers of your enemy and the scale of losses you have suffered. Fill me in on it, and also tell me any other details you have about the rebels." Hiroshi nodded. The person sitting to his left began explaining the details about the rogue faction which was attacking them. While Fujin was negotiating in Kusagakure, another interesting clash was happening on the other side of the Land of Fire. En route to the Wave Country, Kakashi and his squad were attacked by Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the mist and the current wielder of Kubikirabocho. Just like in the original story, Zabuza trapped Kakashi in the water prison jutsu, putting his team in extreme danger. Zabuza's water clone had already sent both Naruto and Sasuke flying, showing them the vast difference that existed between Genins and elite Junins. Understanding their terrible situation, Kakashi shouted, "Everyone listen, take Tazuna and retreat. It's a fight you can't win. If he wants to hold me in this water prison, he can't leave this place. He won't be able to hurt me through the water prison either." Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were very tense when they heard Kakashi's words. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on Naruto's face as Kakashi's words stuck in his mind. He quickly got up and weaved hand signs while shouting, "Sensei, are you sure he can't hurt you inside the water prison?" His sudden question surprised everyone. Kakashi thought, well, he can, but if I say that, you guys won't retreat. He quickly shouted, "Yes, he can't. Now retreat." A grin formed on Naruto's face as he said, "Good, then I don't have to worry. Multi-shadow clone jutsu." In an instant, a few dozen shadow clones formed around Naruto. Seeing that Naruto was still intending to fight, Kakashi cursed. Darn it! What? Is he planning that tactic? It could work. However, it is still very risky. Seeing Naruto and his clones put their hands in their ninja pouch to grab a kunai, memories of the graduation exam resurfaced in Kakashi's mind. Even so, he maintained a worried expression on his face. Seeing Naruto planning on attacking him, Zabuza's water clone began laughing. His laugh immediately offended Naruto, who wondered, why is he laughing like a lunatic? Zabuza's clone said, apparently you don't care whether you get any old. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Hanging around Fujin and falling prey to his sudden attacks without caring whether he was ready or not had an effect on Naruto. He didn't bother waiting for Zabuza to be done with his speech. At the same time, Naruto and each of his shadow clones launched several kunai. Each of the kunai had an explosive tag attached to them. Latest chapter on Patreon. Fuck you, Danzo. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvesh8@OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Shik, Monitor Lizard, Stefan, Desolate, Deseng, Seng, Felix, John, Godeye, Siddharth, Cypher, Isaiah, SDDXNLI for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 568, The Negotiations Start. Chapter 574 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Zabuza's clone watched as several hundred kunai with explosive tags moved towards him. He immediately weaved hand signs. Water release, water wall jutsu. Immediately, a water wall appeared in front of him. Around 20% of the kunai hit the water wall and exploded. The remaining 80% moved towards Zabuza's main body, which was watching over Kakashi. The eyes of both Junins were wide. Kakashi worriedly looked towards Zabuza and thought, I never imagined that someday I'd be hoping that my enemy keeps me protected. Luckily, he is quite strong. Otherwise, I might lose a layer of my skin. Zabuza was no longer relaxed as well. He weaved hand seals with just his left hand and created a few more water clones who immediately used water wall jutsu to stop the incoming kunai. The kunai hit the water walls and exploded. Though every water wall collapsed, the explosions were stopped. Unfortunately, Zabuza and his clones were left dumbfounded, as Naruto followed up with several more rounds of kunai while thinking, luckily, Fujin gave me a few hundred explosive tags. Otherwise, we would have no way of fighting against him. Seeing Naruto continuously throwing explosive tags, Sakura shouted, Naruto, be careful! Don't hurt Kakashi-sensei! Meanwhile, Sasuke thought, this isn't enough. Though Zabuza looks under pressure, he is able to defend against the explosions. We need something more. But what? Sasuke saw another set of the water walls collapsing under another round of explosions. His eyes widened as he saw an opportunity. Meanwhile, Zabuza's water clone wondered, how many explosive tags does this damn brat have? How freaking rich is Konoha to give such a little brat so many explosive tags? I can't let this continue. Otherwise, Kakashi will take advantage of the situation. Even though the water prison jutsu was good at trapping people, it didn't mean that it couldn't be broken from the inside. If Naruto kept Zabuza's attention on him, Kakashi could break through, even if Zabuza didn't take his hand off. After blocking the next round of explosions, the water clone moved forward at a rapid speed towards the place where Naruto's original body initially was. A few shadow clones tried to stop him, but were cut apart by his large blade. He swung Kubikira Bocho at Naruto, who quickly used his kunai and barely managed to block the blade. Unfortunately, the water clone quickly followed with a kick, knocking the kunai off his hand and sending him flying backwards for a few meters. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on top of Naruto and said, You did well. Unfortunately, your journey ends here. Seeing Zabuza's clone about to kill Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Tazuna became very worried. To everyone's surprise, Naruto grinned and said, I said that I would become a great ninja and become the Hokage. Nothing will stop me until then. That's my ninja way. Zabuza's clone felt something odd. He immediately slashed Naruto, only for him to dissipate in a cloud of smoke. At the very instant, several explosive tags exploded right behind him, dispelling the water clone along with several of Naruto's clones. Seeing that it was just a clone, Sakura and Sasuke sighed in relief. Sakura looked in surprise while wondering, since when did Naruto become so smart and strong? Sasuke merely smirked and grabbed a couple of Fuma shurikens. He waited for a few seconds before throwing them. Under the strain of the explosions, another set of water walls collapsed. Zabuza's water clones created another set of water walls. However, before they could form, Sasuke's Fuma shuriken moved through the area and flew straight at Zabuza. He had timed his shuriken perfectly to take advantage of the opening Naruto's explosions created. Seeing it, Naruto, who was hiding among his clones, thought, "Nice, Sasuke! I might not need to do the next step after all." Naruto and some of his clones were weaving hand signs, taking advantage of the chaos created by the explosions. Zabuza grabbed the Fuma shuriken in his left hand before noticing another Fuma shuriken in its shadow. He jumped to avoid it as well, making Sasuke frown. Sasuke glanced towards Naruto, hoping he'd follow up. Fortunately, Naruto and his clones acted immediately. For once, they didn't shout the name of the jutsus. Wind release, wind levitation jutsu. Wind release, projectile control jutsu. One of Naruto's clones took control of the Fuma shuriken. Zabuza had dodged. The Fuma shuriken curved in the air and moved towards Zabuza again from the back, attracting his attention. As for the other clones, they controlled the pieces of broken kunai that were floating on the water by first making them levitate and then controlling them with the projectile control jutsu. Suddenly, several sharp shards of kunai began moving towards Zabuza at a high speed. His clones, who were still focused on blocking the kunai with explosive tags, and Zabuza, who was looking towards the Fuma shuriken, were all caught off guard. Not having enough time, Zabuza let go of the water prison and flickered away. Zabuza appeared a sufficient distance away from the area overrun by explosions and shrapnels. He looked at Naruto's shadow clones in rage and began weaving hand signs while cursing. That little runt. Unfortunately for Zabuza, Kakashi had broken free. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi dispelled his water clones and directly confronted Zabuza. Just like in the original story, Zabuza would be defeated by Kakashi before being killed by Haku. Back in Kusagakure, they informed the Konoha ninjas majority of the details regarding the rogue faction targeting them. Fujin analyzed, it looks like just a normal faction. Akatsuki isn't involved. Since Iwa is supporting the rebel faction, I doubt Onoki will employ Akatsuki as they have captured Han. Even if the rebel faction employs Akatsuki, they won't directly target Kusagakure as it'll draw too much attention. Not to mention, it didn't happen in the original story either. Hiroshi looked at Fujin and asked, "So, how much aid can Konoha provide us?" Fujin smiled and replied, "Well, that will depend on what you can afford." Hiroshi wasn't surprised. He never expected Konoha to help them for free without saying a word. No one in Kusagakure did. Everyone in the room from their side was extremely well prepared to argue and convince Konoha to help them for free. Immediately, one of their leaders sighed. He put up an extremely pitiful expression and said, "As we said in our message, our finances are completely stretched thin due to the war. The rebels have killed dozens of our ninjas. Hundreds are injured. Several towns and villages have been destroyed as well. We have to relocate the people from those towns and villages and arrange for their shelter and food, along with treating them as well. So there is no way for us to pay you right now." He said it in a way to invoke maximum sympathy from the other side. Fortunately, everyone on Fujin's side was an experienced negotiator as well. None were fazed by his act. While they were sympathetic about their situation while discussing it with Fujin, there was no room for emotions during actual negotiations. One of the diplomats on Fujin's side said, "While I sympathize with your situation, we can't provide help without getting anything in return. As much as we would like to help you, do understand the situation from our side as well. We can't ask our ninjas to come and risk their lives here without getting anything in return. Every dead ninja's family has to be compensated. Similarly, everyone who gets crippled has to be paid a pension. The morale of our ninjas will be very low, and they might even refuse to join if they aren't paid." Another person from the Kusagakure camp argued back, "We understand your situation. However, Konoha is the richest village. I'm sure you can afford to bear those expenses." A second person from Fujin's side responded with a sigh. Actually, Konoha's finances are spread very thin as well. Even our forces are spread thin. We have to continuously send our ninjas to the surrounding countries to deter the other major villages from doing anything to harm you. We also had to deal with many rogue ninjas from Kiri, which strained our finances further. A third person quickly added, "In fact, we sent ninjas to the Land of Grass several times as well, even though you didn't pay us. Lord Hokage had even sent Hatake Kakashi, the son of the White Fang, a few months ago to deter Iwagakure. Lord Hokage is magnanimous enough to not ask for any payments for those missions, so we should discuss the payments you will need to make to get our help." He was immediately countered by another person from the Kusagakure camp. The discussion went on in this manner. Neither Fujin nor Hiroshi spoke and let others do the negotiating. They just looked at each other. As time passed, Hiroshi became more suspicious as he noticed that 4 of the usual diplomats in Fujin's team weren't speaking at all. All work was done by the 8 diplomats. He wondered, is someone impersonating them? Also, Konoha is awfully stubborn today. We were prepared to owe them a small amount, but they haven't even brought up the matter of loans until now. For 3 hours, the two sides negotiated. Konoha diplomats kept attempting to start discussing how much Kusagakure would have to pay to get Konoha's help. But Kusagakure's leaders never began that discussion and instead kept arguing that Konoha could afford to help them for free. Finally, Fujin said, "Hiroshi-san, it doesn't seem like you guys actually want a deal." A faint smile could be seen on Fujin's face, a smile that made Hiroshi very nervous. Next chapter. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pedal Service at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Howelzy J, Matthew, Zika, Extra Thick, Dylan, Crypto, Alisher, Chwebu, Grant, Alexander, and Tanav for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 5 and 69, 4 choices. Chapter 5 and 75 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hiroshi became slightly nervous on seeing the faint smile on Fujin's lips. While Konoha had a good negotiating team, the negotiations usually used to be very straightforward, and Konoha would rarely use the threat of using force, as that wasn't Hiruzen's style. If Hiruzen ever wanted to use force during diplomacy, he'd send Danzo to make a move in the dark. However, there were too many suspicious things during this meeting. The first was the fact that there wasn't any elder in the diplomatic team. The second was the fact that Fujin was leading the team. The third suspicious thing was the 9 new faces. And probably the most suspicious thing was that as many as 13 members of Fujin's team hadn't said a word since the meeting began. Due to these 4 factors, Hiroshi had been on edge. He thought, even though a lot of things are very suspicious, Konoha has a reputation to maintain. This should just be a pressure tactic. If they wanted to make a move, they wouldn't have sent a diplomatic team here. We can't show weakness. Hiroshi replied, "We are serious, Fujin-kun. Though I feel ashamed to say this, it is true that we can't afford to pay anything right now." His words immediately attracted the attention of Homura and the other diplomats on Fujin's team. Homura thought, "Right now, it seems like he is agreeing to owe us money. Not bad. It looks like Fujin's tactic of applying pressure is a success. However, it'll only be a success if he takes a step back and accepts this offer." The leaders on Kusagakure's side understood it as well. In truth, they had all decided to resist as much as they could. However, they were nervous due to those 4 points, just like Hiroshi. As a result, no one opposed. Everyone's eyes were on Fujin. Fujin's smile faded away as he shook his head and responded, "That is impossible. Irrespective of the fact whether we can afford to do so or not, we aren't running a charity. Nor is this situation something you guys can't handle by yourselves. I wanted to discuss the costs for various degrees of cooperation that you might require from us. Unfortunately, you guys have done everything you can to not even begin that discussion for the last 3 hours. From the way you are going, it seems that won't change even if we negotiate for an entire week." Everyone's eyes were glued to Fujin. Though no one said anything or showed it on their face, Everyone was blaming him for their current situation. After all, had he been a bit flexible, the deadlock could have been resolved. Fujin continued, "So, we will end the negotiations here. Instead, I'll present you the 4 choices that Kusagakure has for the time being. I don't care which one you choose, nor will I debate about it with you. You can choose whichever you want, as per your free will and what you think would be the best for Kusagakure." Everyone, including the Konoha ninjas, was surprised by Fujin's words. Despite having been in several negotiations, they had rarely seen something like that. At the very least, no one had seen such a development on day 1 of negotiations. Homura watched curiously to see what Fujin was up to. Hiroshi asked, "So what are the 4 choices?" Fujin pulled out a scroll and passed it to Hiroshi. As Hiroshi opened it to read, Fujin raised his right arm slightly and raised his index finger. He said, "Since you guys don't want to discuss different levels of cooperation, the help we will give you will either be complete or nothing. Your first choice is to ask for our help. We will annihilate the rebel faction entirely. However, you will have to pay the cost mentioned in the scroll to get us to help you, and the payment will have to be made before we make our move." The Kusagakure leaders subconsciously rejected this choice. No one said anything and only looked at Hiroshi, whose expression became grimmer the more he read from the scroll. He looked at Fujin and asked with a hint of anger in his voice, "Is this supposed to be a joke?" Fujin plainly replied, "I am afraid not." Hiroshi replied, "This choice is unacceptable to us." Fujin replied, "Suit yourself. However, if you ask for our help at any time in the future, this will be the cost you'll have to pay for requesting our aid. It won't decrease even if you deal with some of the rebels yourselves. Anyway." Fujin raised his second finger and added, "Your second choice is to fight the rebels by yourselves. If you don't choose the first option, then Konoha will completely stay out of this conflict. We will only interfere if Iwa makes a direct move against Kusagakure as per our current treaty." Hiroshi nodded. This was an acceptable option to them. Hiroshi asked, "What is the third choice?" A smile appeared on Fujin's face once again as he raised his third finger. He said, "Your third option is to put the disguised threat in your message to Konoha into action. You could betray us and ally with Iwa, alleviating your current situation." Fujin's words shocked everyone in the room. For the first time, everyone showed their true feelings on their face. Even Homura looked at Fujin with widened eyes, wondering, what the hell is he planning? Kusagakure camp became nervous as well. None of them expected Konoha to directly call out their threat. Before anyone could say anything, Fujin continued in a casual tone, "In which case, I'll kill all of you right here, right now." Those words were the last straw. Everyone in the room freaked out. The Kusagakure ninjas jumped out of their seats. The Konoha diplomats were shaking as well. They hadn't fought against another ninja for years. None of them were ready to fight. The Anbu became very serious as well. Their job had just become 1,000 times more difficult. The one who was the most dumbfounded was Homura. It had been decades since he retired from active duty. Even though he was still as strong as an elite Junin, he became nervous in that situation as well. He cursed, "Damn you, Hiruzen. You never said that this boy was a lunatic. In my younger days, I could have fought my way out of this village. But in my current state, that will be extremely difficult. What is Fujin doing threatening them in their own village? We have only 22 ninjas. They have over a couple of thousand ninjas." As Homura expected, most Kusa ninjas drew out their weapons. In response, Konoha ninjas except Fujin and Homura did so as well. However, none of them actually made any move. Instead, the Kusa leaders began cursing aggressively. "You dare to threaten us in our own village? Even though we are a minor village, Konoha can't look down on us. Do you think you can make it out alive if you attack us? Since when did Konoha become so arrogant?" Several more such statements were made, making the Konoha diplomats very tense. However, Homura became slightly relaxed and puzzled as he noticed 2 things. He thought, that's weird. Even though they are showing an aggressive front, not one of them has any intention of attacking. I can understand that they will refrain from attacking as it'll bring Konoha's retaliation, but it is almost like they are scared of attacking. What's even more peculiar is that none of them launched any personal insults at Fujin, despite his open threat. It was as Homura observed. Not a single person had any intention of attacking, and not a single one wanted to stand out in front of Fujin. While the spectral swordsman was only a myth and a rumor in Konoha, no one in Kusagakure had forgotten about him despite Fujin not being very active for over a year. They knew that whoever attacked first would lose their life. Even if they somehow managed to kill him eventually, none of them wanted to be a sacrifice for others. Similarly, they knew the spectral swordsman's reputation. None of them wanted to be hunted down by Fujin after the meeting ended. They had no confidence in surviving if Fujin decided to hunt them later. Sitting calmly in his chair, Fujin asked plainly, "So should I assume that you are making this choice?" Hiroshi immediately said, "Everyone, calm down and return to your seats." He looked at Fujin and replied, "Please don't joke around. Konogakure and Kusagakure have been allies since the end of the First Great Ninja War. We have no intention of changing that. There wasn't any hidden threat in the scroll either. I am afraid that you might have misinterpreted it. Can you tell us what our fourth choice is?" Fujin nodded and answered in the same casual tone while raising his fourth finger. "Sure. Your fourth option is to lie to me and ally with Iwagakure after we leave. In that case, I'll return later and assassinate every one of you and kill every single person living in your houses." Next chapter, Kusaga prepares for a war. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Jack, Reginald, Crypto, Pranav, Tanav, Chris, Bernard, Neil, Grant, and Sasha for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 5570, Kusagakure prepares for a war. Chapter 576 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The room was left speechless yet again. Even when Kusagakure leaders had taken a step back, Fujin threatened them once more. It was so strange that the Kusa leaders were confused about whether they should put up a strong face again or just sit in their chairs. In the end, no one got up. Even the Konoha side was weirded out by the situation. Finally, Hiroshi replied, "You can rest assured that we won't be betraying Konoha." Fujin nodded and said, "That's good." He smiled and added, "We would hate to see such a long-standing alliance getting broken as well." Hearing that, everyone on Kusagakure's side cursed him internally. All of Fujin's actions made them think that he wanted a fight instead of a peaceful negotiation. Yet he shamelessly claimed that he wanted to preserve their alliance. Fujin got up and said, "Let's conclude the meeting. I have already informed you what the cost would be to ask for our help, and that cost won't decrease in the future. If you change your mind in the future and decide to ask for our help, you can send a message to Lord Hokage." Seeing that Fujin was prepared to leave, Hiroshi asked, "Why not wait for some time and experience our hospitality?" As offended as he was by Fujin's attitude, he understood that he couldn't make Konoha too upset. In addition, unlike Fujin stayed in Kusagakure for a few days, it would send a message to the rebels and could make them tone down their aggression. It could even make Iwa back off. Fujin understood his thoughts. However, why would he do something like that? He smiled and replied, "Some other day for sure, Hiroshi-san. I have to return to the village quickly. The world is too tumultuous right now. I'm sure you understand it the best." Hiroshi sighed and said, "That's a shame. All right, we will show you our hospitality some other day." Fujin nodded and turned around. The Konoha ninjas got up and followed him. Within a few minutes, the group left Kusagakure. Back in the meeting room, there was a total silence. Seeing that no one was leaving the room, the ninjas, who were overlooking the security, assumed that they wanted to discuss among themselves and closed the door. As soon as the door closed, curses were heard inside the room. "That fucking bastard! Konoha crossed all limits today. That brat is too damn arrogant. I wish I could cut him down right in this room. How dare they treat us in this manner? Hiroshi-sama, we need to make Konoha pay for humiliating us in our own village." Hiroshi looked at the person who said that and asked, "What do you recommend we do?" That man went silent. However, one impatient youngster replied, "Let's carry out that threat and ally with Iwagakure." We will prepare a trap for Suzuki Fujin with their help and eliminate him when he tries to carry out his threat. Hiroshi shook his head and said, "Don't forget that the ones supporting the rebels are Iwagakure. If we try to negotiate with them now, we will be in a weaker position. They will force us to accept the existence of the rebel faction and might also use us as cannon fodder in the next Great War. It might spell our doom." An old man added, "Besides, even with Iwa's help, there is no guarantee that we will be able to kill Suzuki Fujin. His bounty was actually put up by Iwa. In addition, the rumors about him being the spectral swordsman also came from Iwa. For the Tsuchikage to put up such a large bounty, Iwa should have suffered heavily at his hands. And that something can't be his fight against Roshi, as Iwa put the bounty several months later. From my sources in the land of Waterfall, some Konoha Anbu ninjas had clashed with some Iwa ninjas in that country. My sources said that even Kitsuchi was involved. I believe that Anbu unit was led by Suzuki Fujin, and that clash should have caused heavy losses to Iwagakure despite Kitsuchi's presence. Considering that Suzuki Fujin is still alive and well, Iwa has failed to do anything to him even after placing that huge bounty. If we ally with Iwa and fail to kill him, our ninjas will suffer heavily. And that isn't even considering what will happen if he doesn't make a direct move on our village and instead begins hunting down our ninjas after they leave the village. The losses we are facing right now will be nothing compared to what we will face then. His wise words made the room calm down. Though they were still angry at Fujin, they understood that acting rashly could spell their doom. One person sighed and said, "This doesn't feel good. Despite being insulted in such a manner, all we can do is swallow our pride and endure the humiliation." Hiroshi said, "There is no choice. This is the reason why we focus on diplomacy. Even though we have experienced a peaceful decade, don't forget the difference in strength between us and the major villages." That said, not everything that happened in this meeting was bad. While we messed up a bit by threatening Konoha in this way, we now have a clear picture of their attitude. He took a pause and looked at everyone in the room before continuing. Their stance can be explained in 3 points. Firstly, they won't help us in dealing with the rebels for free. Instead, they will charge us a premium for saving us. If we fall into a difficult position in the future, we could request their help, even though it'll cost us an arm. However, that is better than losing the entire body. Secondly, they will help us if Iwa attacks us directly. In that case, it will become an all-out war between Konoha and Iwa. Things might even escalate further. In the worst case, the Fourth Great Ninja War might start. However, I don't think either Konoha or Iwa want that to happen, so things might not escalate much. Thirdly, if we ally with Iwa, then Konoha will go all out to target us. Even with Iwa's help, that isn't something we can endure. We can't consider this option unless Konoha takes heavy losses and becomes much weaker. Everyone in the room nodded. The old man, who spoke earlier, said, "Though his words were humiliating and we were refused any free or cheap help, the situation isn't bad. We can deal with the rebels ourselves, so we don't need to consider whatever Konoha wants to charge us for help. It's just that our losses will be significant." Hiroshi nodded and added, "Yes, but since we don't need to worry about Iwa's interference, we can finally stop being on the defensive and begin our counterattack. I want to see how much unity they show once their losses start mounting." He got up and looked at everyone in the room. Making eye contact with everyone, he said, "I know that none of us have deployed all our forces until today due to our worries. However, from this moment onwards, we will be focusing entirely on this war. No more holding back. It's time to eliminate those fucking traitors." Hiroshi's words had the intended effect. Everyone in the room began making plans for their counterattack. As the Konoha group left Kusagakure, Homura looked at Fujin. By that moment, he had analyzed everything that had happened in the meeting. He thought, "The spectral swordsman, I almost forgot that he was called that when he was in the Anbu. I never imagined that he would have such a deterrence effect in the minor villages." None of them had any intention of fighting him. Even though they tried to hide their emotions, fear was visible even in Hiroshi's eyes when Fujin said that he would hunt them down later. It seems that Koharu and I underestimated his reputation. However, Hiruzen should know it very well. Is this the reason why he insisted upon training him to become a negotiator? The others from Konoha had their thoughts as well. The ones from Anbu had worked with Fujin earlier. As a result, they weren't too surprised with the effect he had. However, seeing the Kusagakure leadership being so afraid of him increased their respect for him. As for the diplomats, they were still full of complaints. They suffered several panic attacks once Fujin started speaking. One of them asked, "Did we need to be so harsh?" It could hurt their ego and push them towards Iwagakure. Due to your open threat, they might even do so in the dark. Fujin replied, "If they want to do so in the dark, then there was nothing stopping them earlier either. It's better to just deter them right now instead of hoping that our goodwill moves them. Besides, and if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Arkit, Landlord, Battlemaster, Jack, Dave, Marcio, Scotty Boy, Zephyr Zapar, Yokai, Lexi, Ildar, Charlie, and Thelo for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 571, Changing Konoha's Image. Chapter 577 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin took a pause of half a minute as they continued moving forward. Even Homura became curious to know what Fujin was intending to say. His eyes widened when he finally heard Fujin's words. Fujin continued, "Besides, which village has helped out another village in such a huge matter for free? Their demand was completely unreasonable in the first place. And the tone of their letter implied that Konoha was weak. It's not surprising for other villages to think that. After all, we suffered innumerable losses post the Third Great Ninja War. The Kyuubi assault and the Uchiha massacre caused grave losses to our combat power. On the other hand, our diplomatic potential took a great hit due to the Hyuga incident. Even though we were recovering, the recent massive attack in the middle of our village, where we failed to even identify the culprit, caused another blow to Konoha's image. These losses have changed the perception that other villages had towards Konoha, and might make them think that it is easy to push us around. While we can't stop them from thinking in this manner, it is important to let them know how bad the consequences will be if they act while thinking along those lines." Fujin's words surprised the diplomats and Homura. All of them were aware that Konoha's diplomatic powers had waned drastically after Minato's death. They had to keep it in mind while negotiating. It was after a long time that someone had negotiated like Konoha was still the strongest village. Even so, not everyone agreed with his viewpoint. One of the diplomats immediately argued, "While I understand your point of view, it is the truth that we are no longer as strong as we once were. Even though Lord Hokage has done a lot, we are still far from our peak strength. If we go to war with Iwa now, we will be in a very difficult spot." Fujin chuckled and said, "True, but that is if we go to war with Iwa. Don't worry, it was the first thing I considered when Lord Hokage gave me this mission. There is no chance that Iwa would act unless we show that we are weak." Some of the diplomats agreed with Fujin's confidence, due to Onoki's reputation. Some were still doubtful, but didn't say anything as there wasn't any point in doing so. Fujin had already threatened Kusa, and there was nothing anyone could do to reverse that. If anything went wrong, Fujin would be the one to shoulder the responsibility. Only Homura was stuck in deep thought as he analyzed Fujin's words. After thinking for a while, he muttered to himself, "I now see what you were aiming for, Hiruzen. You wanted to use him to change Konoha's perception in the eyes of other countries. From a gentle and patient image that we were forced to project to a fierce one, indicating that our weak phase has already passed. As long as this matter plays out properly, Fujin will become the face of our negotiation team whenever we have to make tough decisions. He is already a rank S ninja. Once he grows older and stronger, he could even negotiate with other Kages on equal grounds." Homura glanced towards Fujin and couldn't help but wonder, "Are you planning to raise him as your next successor, Hiruzen?" Homura didn't voice out his thoughts. The group continued their journey towards Konoha. In the land of waves, Kakashi's eyes snapped open, and he immediately sat upright, scaring Naruto and Sakura, who were trying to peek under his mask. Kakashi didn't pay any attention to their antics and thought, "What's this odd feeling? I know that Zabuza is dead, but I can't shake the feeling that I've overlooked something. Something big." Kakashi's brain went into overdrive as he recalled and analyzed his clash against Zabuza. Very soon, he realized the peculiarities in the Hunter Nin's actions. He quickly speculated, Zabuza is most probably still alive. His words shocked everyone in the room. He explained to them his analysis causing Naruto, Sakura, and Tazuna to freak out. They only calmed down after Kakashi informed them that Zabuza wouldn't be able to move around for over a week. Or rather, the other two calmed down. Naruto, on the other hand, became excited at the prospect of facing Zabuza once again. Kakashi informed the group that they would prepare, which made Sakura inquire how he would do so when he couldn't even move due to having overused his Sharingan. Kakashi answered, "I can't move much, but you three can. I will conduct a special training session for you three to prepare you for the battle." Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura shivered on hearing Kakashi's words. They were still very fearful of the training Kakashi was putting them through. And now he was saying that the training session would be even more special. Sakura complained, "Sensei, we won't be able to fight if our bodies are aching and we don't have any energy." At the same time, her inner self cursed, "Do you want to kill me, old man? Why don't you know the difference between training and torture?" Naruto and Sasuke didn't say anything but silently agreed with her. Kakashi looked at the trio and said, "Don't worry, you three will like this training." The three genins doubted their sensei's words. Unfortunately, they didn't have any other option and could only hope that it was true. None of them wanted to face Zabuza when every single muscle in their body was aching. The next morning, Team 7 had assembled in the woods near Tazuna's house. Naruto asked, half in excitement and half in fear, "Sensei, what will our special training be?" Kakashi explained, "We don't have a lot of time to train. So, I can't teach you something entirely new. Hence, we will focus on increasing your chakra control. We will do so by climbing trees." Sakura wondered, "Climbing trees? How will that be training?" At the same time, Naruto's eyes widened. "Climbing trees? Does he mean the same exercise that Fujin taught me?" Kakashi observed Naruto's reaction and thought, Fujin seems to have already taught Naruto this. I have seen him walk a bit on walls while chasing that cat. However, his chakra control is still quite bad. I guess I'll teach him water walking. Kakashi said, "This won't be normal tree climbing. You'll do it without using your hands. Watch and learn." In front of the three genins, Kakashi walked up a tree, causing Sakura and Sasuke to be surprised. On the other hand, Naruto felt excited as he already knew it. Sakura asked, "But Kakashi-sensei, how will climbing trees in this way make us stronger?" Kakashi explained to the trio about chakra control and also informed them about how it could help them build their stamina. Naruto listened carefully, as well as he didn't know about it either, as Fujin didn't bother wasting his time doing something as meaningless as teaching theory to Naruto. Naruto realized, "So this is why Fujin made me learn this and water walking." Kakashi added, "The only way you can learn this is by doing it. Use the kunai blades to mark your progress." Naruto didn't bother picking a kunai and instead claimed loudly, "I already know this, Kakashi-sensei." His words surprised Sakura and Sasuke. Though Naruto had used this skill at times, he had used it for extremely short durations, as none of the Rank D missions required that skill in particular. As a result, neither of them had noticed it. Naruto immediately ran up the tree and said, "See, I told you. Big Brother Fujin already taught me this when I was in the academy. Hey!" Sasuke and Sakura were surprised once again. Neither expected Naruto to do something that would look so cool. Sakura's inner self shouted, "Since when did Naruto become this cool? Even my Sasuke-kun seems a bit upset." Meanwhile, Sasuke frowned and asked softly, "Who is this Fujin that he keeps talking about every time?" Though Naruto mentioned Fujin's name several times, neither Sakura nor Sasuke had paid much attention to him. It was only when he learnt that Fujin had taught Naruto this technique that Sasuke became interested in knowing about him. Sakura looked at Sasuke and said, "I am not sure. I never heard anyone other than Naruto speaking about him." And, a small note, none of these three are particularly well informed. They hadn't heard of Guy and didn't know how famous Kakashi was until Zabuza spoke about Kakashi. Hearing their words, Naruto, who was now standing upside down on a branch, said loudly, "Fujin is an extremely strong and cool ninja, believe it?" Both just stared at Naruto with a deadpan expression. Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle as Naruto spoke about Fujin while not giving any information. "Hey guys, I'll be taking a break for a couple of days. Chapters will resume as usual from Monday. Have a nice weekend. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvish8 at OKSBI, can 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 572, Who is Fujin? Chapter 578 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Kakashi got down from the tree while saying, "Suzuki Fujin. He is one of the few elite Junins in Konoha, the same rank as me. He isn't particularly famous as most of the missions he did were undercover missions. However, there is no doubt that he is one of the strongest ninjas in the world. Sakura, you in particular need to know about him as he is the one who represents the civilian ninjas in Konoha's council. If you face any political issues, then he is the one you need to approach." Sakura and Sasuke were surprised. Sakura's inner self screamed, "What the hell is going on?" First, we learn how impressive the old Hokage is. Then Zabuza said how cool Kakashi-sensei is. And now even the person Naruto always keeps talking about is so strong. Why is everyone so impressive? Even Naruto was surprised. He thought, man, I thought that his title was cool, but I didn't know that he was one of the strongest ninjas in the world. Kakashi chuckled on seeing their reactions and asked, "You guys know that Zabuza is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, right?" All three nodded. Kakashi continued, "While there is no question about his strength, Zabuza could become a 7 ninja swordsman of the mist only when he was given the Kubikira Bocho blade. And the only reason why he could get that blade was because Fujin killed the previous wielder of Kubikira Bocho, who was as strong as Zabuza." The 3 Janins were stunned once again. For a moment, Naruto didn't control his chakra properly and lost his footing. Luckily, he flipped in the air and landed on his feet. He looked at Kakashi and exclaimed, "No way! Big Brother Fujin killed someone who was as strong as Zabuza." Meanwhile, Sasuke clenched his fists and thought, "So Naruto has been getting the help of someone that strong? No wonder his strength has increased so rapidly. I need to get stronger faster as well." Kakashi noticed Sasuke's emotions and thought, "Good. This should motivate him to work harder." Kakashi looked at Naruto and said, "He did. But that is a secret that very few in Konoha know, so never speak about it." The 3 Genins nodded. Kakashi said, "Anyway, that's enough chit-chat. Sasuke and Sakura, try climbing the tree. Naruto, come here." Sakura and Sasuke immediately began trying while Naruto walked over to Kakashi. Kakashi said, "Since you have already learnt this, I'll teach you another trick. It's a more advanced application of chakra control. Instead of climbing on trees, you'll walk on water." Naruto immediately replied, "I know that exercise too, sensei. I can walk and run on water with ease." Kakashi wasn't very surprised. Since Fujin had taught him one exercise, it wasn't far-fetched for him to have taught the other one as well. The only reason why Kakashi was surprised at all was that Naruto's chakra control, despite knowing these 2 exercises, was lacking. Kakashi sighed internally while thinking, "Fujin, he keeps making my job more difficult. What do I teach Naruto now?" As he thought of Fujin, Kakashi couldn't help but think about his meeting with Fujin. A few weeks ago, Fujin had just gone through his morning workout and was about to return to his house when he suddenly stopped and said, "Kakashi, what a pleasant surprise." A couple of trees away from Fujin, Kakashi was reading his book with his back resting against a tree. Hearing Fujin's voice, he closed his book while saying, "Your senses are sharp as always." Fujin chuckled and said, "It's not every day that someone visits the training ground while reading porn. Anyway, what's up?" Unsurprisingly, there wasn't even a hint of embarrassment on Kakashi's face on being called out. He replied, "Nothing much. I just noticed some interesting changes in my students recently. I was wondering whether you knew anything about it." Kakashi stared directly into Fujin's eyes as he asked the question. However, Fujin didn't show any signs, and instead feigned ignorance perfectly and asked in a confused tone, "What changes?" Kakashi thought, "Looks like he has mastered the art of poker face. I shouldn't be surprised considering how he fooled those bounty hunters." Kakashi answered, "Well, they suddenly began trying to unmask me and steal my books. Since you are close to Naruto, did you notice anything strange, or did he tell the reason behind them doing so?" Kakashi gave his famous eye smile while talking with Fujin. Even so, his eyes were scrutinizing every muscle movement that Fujin made. Thankfully, having to deal with the likes of Hiruzen and Shikaku on a regular basis had made Fujin just enough shameless to not show anything. Instead, he just chuckled and said, "They do that? That's cute. It looks like they really like their sensei. I suppose they wanted to impress you? Was that the only weird thing?" Even though Fujin didn't give away anything, Kakashi cursed internally. It was him for sure. There is no doubt about it. All my instincts say that he is enjoying the situation. The one spying on us might be him as well, though I can't be too certain about it. However, he is undoubtedly the one behind their irregular behavior. Even though Fujin's act was good, he couldn't do anything about the instincts of an experienced ninja. That said, he didn't particularly care about it either. After all, even if Kakashi got irrefutable proof to blame Fujin, what could he do? Complain to Hiruzen? Knowing Fujin's tendencies, Hiruzen might not even raise this matter with Fujin. The only thing he could do was make the lives of his students hell. However, why would Fujin care about that? If Kakashi's sense of smell wasn't as good as it was, his clones would have grabbed some popcorn to enjoy their training sessions. Kakashi understood it as well. He just wanted to confirm a few things. Since he wouldn't get anything else from Fujin in this matter, he said, "Yeah, that's probably it. I was definitely impressed. Anyway, Naruto speaks quite often about you." Fujin thought, he'd better. Apart from Phantom Haven, I have spent the highest amount of my money and time on him. He smirked and said, "That's good to hear. He speaks quite highly of you and your special taijutsu as well." Kakashi immediately understood what Fujin implied. He smiled once again and said, "I didn't know he thought so highly of my taijutsu. Anyway, I saw that you have taught him quite a few wind jutsus. Does he have an affinity to wind nature manipulation?" Fujin shrugged again and said, "No idea. I never checked his affinity." Kakashi looked at Fujin with a deadpan expression and asked, "Why did you teach him wind jutsus then?" Fujin replied, "Those are just rank ijutsus. Anyone can learn them. Besides, these jutsus went perfectly with his prankful nature. I felt that it might be a good way to motivate him to train. Considering how well he has progressed, I wasn't wrong." Kakashi kept staring at Fujin while thinking, why do I feel like he only did that to cause chaos through his pranks? He said, "All right, can you tell me what you taught him regarding wind release? I'll have to plan his training accordingly." Fujin nodded and informed Kakashi about the same. Kakashi had already figured out most of it. The only thing that surprised him was the fact that he had made Naruto complete the leaf-cutting exercise. Kakashi replied, "I see, so he already has the basics down. That should make my work easier. Anyway, I'll see you around. I have to continue the training of my cute students." Fujin chuckled and said, "Enjoy." Kakashi's figure disappeared from the training ground. A smirk appeared on Fujin's face as he thought, I didn't expect him to connect the dots so quickly. His instincts are quite good. Oh well, Naruto should get used to that training routine in a month or two. I'll manipulate him to create more trouble for Kakashi then. For now, he can continue teaching those 5 how to prank. Kakashi, who was moving towards his team, sighed and thought, such a troublesome fellow. Even though he didn't show any peculiarities, I got a feeling that he wanted to see me in trouble. Did the third put him up to this? Or is he still fond of causing trouble like he was when he asked the third for chakra metal swords? Even though it had been some time since Kakashi met Fujin, he still wasn't sure of the answer, nor could he find Fujin's motives. Well, sensei, can you teach me some cool jutsus like Sasuke's fireball? Naruto grew impatient as Kakashi didn't say anything for a few seconds. Kakashi was about to answer when they heard, "This is easier than I thought." The voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke all saw Sakura sitting on the branch of a tree. Sasuke frowned as it meant that he was the only one who couldn't do so. Meanwhile, Naruto thought, so quickly. I needed more than a week to do it properly. Even so, Naruto cheered for her while Kakashi praised her chakra control while teasing, "It looks like there is just one of you who can't do this exercise then." Sasuke's frown intensified, but he didn't say anything and continued training. Kakashi asked Sakura to keep training as well and said, "Naruto, follow me. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh8 at OK, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Lotus. Kian, Darkhead Driller, Shaimal, T5P6, Connor, Moritz, Alexander, Joseph, Nathan, Andres, Aldur, Kevin, Denpa, Saptup, Michael, Samuel, Thomas, X Aaron, and Mathrudi for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 573, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Chapter 579 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Kakashi and Naruto moved around 100 meters deeper into the woods before Kakashi stopped moving. Naruto asked curiously, "What are we doing here, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi said, "I'll be teaching you a special jutsu." Naruto immediately became excited and exclaimed while jumping in joy, "Really? Yahoo! Which special jutsu will you teach me, sensei?" Kakashi sighed at Naruto's antics and said, "Calm down, Naruto. Before I teach you, run your chakra through this piece of paper." Kakashi handed Naruto a chakra paper. Naruto was confused but followed his instructions. As soon as his chakra flowed through the paper split into two, surprising Naruto. Kakashi thought, it looks like Fujin's decision wasn't entirely random. Naruto asked in surprise, "How did that happen?" Kakashi explained, "This is the chakra paper. It is used to find out your nature affinity." Naruto asked in a confused tone, "Nature affinity? What's that?" Kakashi slowly explained to Naruto the basics of nature manipulation and how chakra paper reacts to each affinity. It took a few tries and a huge portion of Kakashi's patience, but Naruto finally understood. He said, "So my affinity is wind manipulation. That's why the paper split. Does that mean the paper will begin burning if Sasuke tries it?" Kakashi answered, "Not necessarily." Naruto became confused once again and asked, "What do you mean? Doesn't he have an affinity for fire manipulation?" Kakashi said, "You don't need to have an affinity to be able to perform the jutsus of that particular nature. Even though you have an affinity for wind manipulation, you can learn jutsus of other natures as well. It's just that you'll have a harder time doing so. The chakra paper only shows your strongest affinity. For you, it is wind. For Sasuke, it might not be fire." Kakashi thought, "From his chakra, I have a feeling that Sasuke is the same type as me. Even though he didn't say so, I guess Fujin had the same feeling with Naruto, which is probably why he decided to teach Naruto wind jutsus." Naruto spoke with a confused expression. "I don't understand. But whatever. Can you teach me the jutsu now, sensei?" Kakashi nodded and said, "Sure. The jutsu I'll be teaching you is called the Great Breakthrough Jutsu. It is a very strong wind release jutsu. Listen carefully." Since Fujin had already built up Naruto's basics, Kakashi decided to teach Naruto a jutsu that he could use more effectively in battle. While he could have decided against teaching Naruto and just let him protect Tazuna, like he would soon do with Sakura, he decided against it, knowing that Naruto would annoy him constantly the entire time. He carefully explained everything to Naruto and even demonstrated it once, despite the state of his body. Naruto immediately began practicing it. Kakashi looked at him and wondered, will he manage to learn this jutsu in a week's time? While Team 7 trained while awaiting their rematch with Zabuza, Fujin's group returned to the village in the evening. Fujin said, "I and Elder Homura will report the mission to Lord Hokage. The rest of you can return to your homes." The group nodded and dispersed. Fujin and Homura continued forward and entered Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen was pleasantly surprised to see them. He said, "You two are back early. Did the negotiations go well?" Fujin smiled and answered, "It went as I had expected. I don't think they will be asking for help considering that their opponent is considerably weaker. On the off chance that they can't defeat them, then we can earn a fortune. As for allying with Iwa, I don't think they will do anything that foolish." Fujin's reply intrigued Hiruzen. He wondered, what exactly happened there? Maybe I should have disguised myself and gone with them as well. From Homura's reaction, whatever happened there sure seems interesting. Hiruzen said, that sounds good. What exactly happened during the negotiations? Fujin nodded and gave a rundown. Initially, Hiruzen was pleased with how the interaction had gone. Fujin's insistence on not doing anything for free and not taking the initiative to allow them to owe him was something he had anticipated even before he assigned Fujin that mission. Apart from his reputation as the spectral swordsman, it was the main reason he chose Fujin to lead the negotiations. However, when Fujin informed him about the 4 choices he presented to Kusagakure, sweat appeared on his face. He was left speechless. He cursed. What the hell? Why does it feel like he was actually wanting a fight instead of negotiating? Even Sensei was never this overbearing. If he had an issue, he would just assassinate everyone he had an issue with, leaving no survivors or witnesses. Heck, even Danzo has never threatened an ally so openly. While threatening during negotiations wasn't anything new, and Hiruzen himself had employed that option several times, he had never threatened an ally directly. Hiruzen would generally utilize the danger that other major villages posed, along with the long list of rank S ninjas from Konoha, to disguise his threats as compassion and reminders. Hiruzen's eyes wandered towards his old friend, whose face was full of complaints. He immediately understood why Homura was angry at him. In Hiruzen's defense, he hadn't anticipated Fujin escalating the issue to such an extent. Fortunately or unfortunately, Fujin's threat had achieved the results he desired. So Hiruzen couldn't even educate him and ask him to tone down his aggression slightly. He could only say, I am glad that the negotiations went well. Prepare the mission report and hand it to me. Fujin replied, I could, but considering that Elder Homura traveled such a long distance to ensure that I didn't mess up at the negotiations and also observed everyone properly, I believe that it is only fair for Elder Homura to have this honor. As Fujin was speaking, he turned his eyes from Hiruzen to Homura. Homura, who was still thinking about how to eat Hiruzen's head for sending someone so reckless to lead such a mission, was caught off guard. For a moment, he didn't know how to react on hearing the sudden praise. Before he could gather his thoughts, Fujin bowed slightly and said, Thank you for your guidance, Elder Homura. I'll leave the mission report to you. See you later, Grandpa. Not waiting for anyone's response, Fujin disappeared from the room, leaving the 2 old men alone. With a few flickers, Fujin arrived at his house and muttered to himself, Creating a mission report for a negotiation mission is a pain in the ass. It takes several days to complete, even with the help of the diplomats. Though I can have my clones work on it, why should I waste them on such a pointless task when there is someone more experienced to take care of it? Back in the office, both Hiruzen and Homura were left speechless. Given their experience, both could see the lack of sincerity in Fujin's gratitude. He had just dumped the work on Homura and escaped. As someone who had gotten used to dumping his work on others, Homura felt that he had returned half a century into the past. Hiruzen was the one to gather his thoughts first. He said with a smile on his face, In that case, I'll be waiting for your report, old friend. Homura immediately cursed. Old friend, my ass. Why didn't you tell me that this boy is such a lunatic? He is even worse than Danzo. Danzo would have ensured that Kusagakure was surrounded by 1,000 root ninjas before even thinking about making such a threat. Instead, I nearly suffered a heart attack due to this boy. What would have happened if they didn't stay calm and attacked us instead? Do you think these old bones could have endured such an attack? Hiruzen knew that there was no point in debating with Homura, as there wasn't any way he'd win. He instead chuckled and said, But everything worked out well, didn't it? I have to admit that even I underestimated how much he is feared, though. When he was active in the Anbu, all the minor villages were terrified of him. I didn't imagine that that terror would still exist to such a degree. Hearing Hiruzen's words made Homura think about the reactions of the Kusagakure leaders. He said, I didn't know that his reputation was so fearsome back when he was active either. You should have seen their reaction when Fujin mentioned their 3rd choice. Even Hiroshi's eyes showed fear. It was as if he was certain that he would die if a battle broke out. Which missions was Fujin exactly a part of when he was in the Anbu, and how many of the rumors regarding him are true? Hiruzen replied, most of his missions were assassination and elimination missions. With how efficient he was, he gained a reputation very quickly. That said, there is no record of his mission reports. We burned it a long time ago. It'll create a lot of diplomatic issues if they ever come out. As for the rumors, there is not much point in paying attention to them. They are exaggerated, as always. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Marco, Carlos, David, Jacob, Zachary, Author, Alan, Talhan Sosa for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 5574, The Compassionate Elders. Chapter 580 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. As for the rumors, there is not much point in paying attention to them. They are exaggerated as always. Homura was annoyed by Hiruzen's response. Even though it seemed like Hiruzen answered his queries, in truth, Hiruzen didn't give him any details. Understanding that Hiruzen didn't intend to leak details about Fujin's past and abilities, Homura didn't push and instead said, by the way, when we were returning, Fujin said something that was very intriguing. I didn't expect someone as young as him to have such thoughts. Hiruzen was surprised. Fujin hadn't mentioned anything that had happened after the meeting was over. He asked, what did he say? Homura informed Hiruzen about Fujin's words to the diplomats when they questioned his methods. It caused Hiruzen to fall into a deep thought. Homura asked, what are you thinking? Hiruzen sighed and said, it looks like the next generation isn't fond of my conservative methods. Though I guess I shouldn't be surprised considering that they grew up on stories of how strong Konoha once was and the mighty warriors we produced, but only got to experience a weak Konoha. Homura nodded and said, in terms of approach, he is more similar to a young Danzo than you. Hiruzen agreed and said, that said, a bit of aggression isn't bad. Konoha has been passive ever since Minato's death. Though I and Danzo schemed quite a bit, all our work was done in the dark. With youngsters like Fujin and Kakashi stepping up, there is no harm in loosening up a bit and flexing our muscles. It might just be a good deterrent. Homura shook his head and replied, a bit of aggression will be good. However, being overbearing will have the opposite effect. Even though Konoha's strength has recovered to a great extent, we are no longer as strong as we were during the Second and the Third Great Ninja Wars when we could take on all 4 great illages at the same time. Both Iwa and Kumo are as strong as us and have an advantage in terms of numbers. They only lack in terms of rank S ninjas. When the next Great War takes place, we can't take on both of them at the same time. If Suna or Kiri were to help them, we would collapse for sure and might be forced to give up the majority of our lands or even the village. Fortunately, the current situation is favorable for us. Suna is very weak. All their old rank S ninjas have retired or died. Apart from the Kazekage, they don't have any rank S ninja. And Kiri is in ruins due to their civil war. Considering their weak strength, both will be wary of Iwa and Kumo's strength, worrying that they will be the next if we fall. We can use that fear to ally with these 2 countries. As long as we do that, we won't be at risk of confronting Iwa and Kumo by ourselves. However, if Fujin deals with the 2 of them just as aggressively, then there's no chance of making a lasting alliance. Homura's expression became serious as he continued. Hiruzen, I can see that you are planning on grooming him to become a Hokage candidate. However, you should wait for him to become more mature. Otherwise, Konoha's future will be in danger. Becoming a Kage requires not only strength, but also wit and willingness to scheme in the shadows. Homura's concerns weren't unfounded. Even though Konoha had an advantage in rank S ninjas, in a large war, a single ninja had limited ability. Of course, that was unless someone like Hashirama or Madara, who could solo even the great villages, appeared. It was the reason why Minato was so feared and became the Hokage so easily despite the village having so many ambitious ninjas. Though not at the same level as those 2 monsters, Killing 1,000 ninjas by himself had a great psychological impact on every single village. A few rounds and Minato alone could destroy half of their armies. No village could afford such losses. Had Homura known that Fujin had mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu or knew about the degree to which Fujin could control winds, Homura might not have said what he did. Hiruzen replied, "You are forgetting that he is still only 16. We were very hot-headed and reckless back then as well. As for scheming in the darkness, Fujin isn't a slouch either. I guess he just felt that a direct approach was more convenient in this particular case." Hiruzen still remembered the stunt Fujin had pulled off in Suna. It was something that he never anticipated. As far as scheming in the dark went, it was one of the most brilliant ploys Hiruzen had seen. Even Danzo would have considered it as one of his best achievements had he been the one to do it. And Fujin had done so when he was just 13. So Hiruzen didn't doubt Fujin's scheming ability at all. He continued, "As for his wit, I am sure I don't need to say anything about it to you." A smile appeared on Hiruzen's face as Homura understood what he was implying. He became slightly embarrassed on recalling that Fujin had dumped a rather time-consuming task on him and escaped before allowing him a response just a few minutes ago. He would be stuck with that work for more than a week. Homura replied, "I am not saying that he is a bad choice, just that he'll need to show a lot more maturity for us to consider him over Kakashi." Hiruzen nodded and said, "That's true. However, we can worry about them later. Unless Jiraiya or Tsunade returns to accept the responsibility, I'll hang on until either of them is ready." Homura nodded. That was all he wanted to hear. The two discussed some more stuff before Homura left. The next day, Fujin completed his morning routine and freshened up while thinking, "My clones didn't find Naruto or the others inside the village. I guess they finally went to the Land of Wave. I wonder if there will be any changes." Fujin didn't particularly care about Zabuza or the sword. Neither was very useful for him. The only one he thought of was Haku. He sighed and thought, "A shame that he is very loyal to Zabuza. Otherwise, he would have been a great subordinate to look after Phantom Haven. Oh well, nothing I could do. Zabuza probably recruited him even before I graduated. The same as Kimimaro, another great option if not for his disease. Anyway, the next council meeting will be in 3 days. It's time to make my move." Since Fujin had decided to increase his influence in the village and make his position in the council unmovable, he had made up his mind to do something very impactful. He created a shadow clone and sent him to the office. Just when the clone left the house, an Anbu captain, wearing the monkey mask, approached him and called out, "Fujin, I have something to discuss." The clone stopped and looked at him. Ever since Fujin took over the training of the 5 kids with KK Genkai, the Anbu captain had become free. As a result, he was put in charge of handling the things inside Fujin's compound, other than his house. The clone asked, "What's the issue?" Monkey answered, "We are facing some shortage in training equipment. In addition, I feel that a particular facility should be added to our training building. It will help the trainees a lot. There is also some damaged equipment that needs to be replaced." Monkey listed a few more things that were needed. One thing Fujin had learnt over the last couple of months was that managing a compound with over 100 people was no joke. If trained Anbu ninjas weren't assisting him, that would have been a full-time job. Even with Hiruzen's arrangements, there was still a lot he needed to do. It had increased his respect for the clan leaders. Thankfully, he had a way out. After listening to Monkey, Fujin's clone replied, "These will assist the kids a lot. I agree, we should make these changes. I said Elder Koharu and inform her about the situation. Ask her to get these done as soon as she can. It'll be best if everything is done within 3 days." Despite wearing a mask, Fujin's clone could observe that Monkey was feeling awkward. He said, "With all due respect, I don't think we should trouble the elders for such small issues. The last time I went to Elder Koharu, she was looking extremely annoyed." In the last couple of months, Monkey had visited Koharu 5 times. The first couple of times, she didn't mind. The next couple of times, he could sense that she was annoyed. The last time, she directly scolded him for coming to her with such small issues. Fujin's clone became extremely serious and replied, don't view our respected elders through the same lens as other officials. Unlike them, who only have those jobs because they are afraid of risking their lives, Elder Koharu and Elder Homura do it because of their compassion and love for the younger generation. Nothing makes them happier than seeing the young kids grow. Even though they might act like they are annoyed, in truth, they are happy that they get to guide the youngsters. It's just that they don't show it on their face. However, having worked closely with them on the council, I can guarantee this. So you don't need to be concerned. Just ask her. If she acts unwilling, just tell her that I requested it so that the kids can train in the best possible environment. Despite Fujin's seriousness, Monkey was very skeptical. He thought, I'm afraid he has the wrong impression of the elders. It didn't look like she was acting at all. But despite what he thought, there was nothing he could do. He could only follow Fujin's instructions and went to see Koharu. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKS Buy can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Slade, Yaye, Bridge, Nate, Khalil, Mail, and Sharon for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, Space Dandy, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 575, Best Pals. Chapter 581 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Seeing the Anbu captain leave, Fujin's clone smirked and thought, Homura will be busy with the mission report for some time. I guess I'll just continue annoying Koharu. Thanks to the image she created, she can't even say no without taking a significant hit to her reputation. He flickered a few times and reached his office. Yasushi and Haruma were slightly surprised to see Fujin arrive so early. Fujin's clone took his seat and said, Bring all the files that appeared in the last couple of weeks. Also, send a messenger to call Katsuhiro. Ask him to see me immediately and bring the proposal with him. Yasushi was surprised but nodded and got to work immediately. While he did so, Monkey reached Koharu and informed her about what he needed. He even mentioned that all that needed to be done in 3 days. With an annoyed expression, Koharu scolded, Boy, how many times do I have to tell you to not bother me for such small matters? I already told you to approach the other officials. Do you think I am free to attend every small matter? Monkey got a bit nervous. However, he recalled Fujin's words and thought, she acted just like he anticipated. Now, is this just an act, or is she really annoyed? Sigh. I don't get paid enough for such a risky job. He bowed slightly and replied, I apologize, Elder Koharu. However, Suzuki Fujin instructed me to make this request to you. He said that only if you take care of this will the kids get the best possible environment to train and become stronger. Hearing his name, Koharu was annoyed even more. She cursed. That brat! He is purposefully annoying me. From what I know, he didn't approach Homura even once. It must be because I was the one to speak against him. Unfortunately, declining his requests isn't easy. If the issue blows up, I could lose my hard-earned reputation over a small matter, just like Danzo. Both Koharu and Homura were informed by Danzo about the injustice he had suffered. Both were shocked by how such a small matter had blown up. It had made the two of them look at Fujin in a different light. It was also one of the factors why Homura tried to dig up on his past and didn't argue when Hiruzen said that Fujin could scheme in the dark as well. In the end, Koharu said in an unpleasant tone, I'll look into it. However, ask him to not bother me again for such small tasks. Monkey was surprised. He exclaimed internally, She accepted? I was sure that she would decline. Could Fujin be right? Could it be that this was really an act? He immediately gathered his thoughts and said, Thank you, Elder. He was still confused, but decided to get the job done first. Katsuhiro entered the Hokage building and walked towards Fujin's office. En route, several eyes noticed him. He ignored them and reached Fujin's office. Even before he could knock, he heard, Come in. He entered the office and saw Fujin's clone going through several files. To his surprise, the clone closed the files and set them aside. Generally, the clone would make him wait until he was done reading the files he was going through. It was the first time Fujin's clone had given him any priority. Fujin's clone looked at Katsuhiro and asked, "Have you made the corrections to the proposal?" Katsuhiro answered, "I made the changes you suggested and made some changes of my own." He handed Fujin's clone the file. Without saying anything, the clone began going through the proposal. Several times, disappointment appeared on the clone's face. It was visible to everyone in the room, including Katsuhiro. Katsuhiro gritted his teeth in rage while trying to control his anger. He cursed internally. "This demonic brat! How much will he humiliate me?" This is the 8th time I have visited him, and the 6th time I made changes to the proposal. Don't tell me he will tell me to make changes again. The council meeting is in a few days. If we miss it, then I won't be able to put forth this proposal for several months again. Why doesn't he just admit that he doesn't want to pass this proposal and let me take this credit? The past couple of months had been extremely irritating and humiliating for Katsuhiro. It was so bad that he began suffering from high blood pressure. Initially, Fujin had planned on using bureaucracy to keep pushing the proposal for a couple of years by using the tactic of denying Katsuhiro opportunities to meet with him and making him redo the proposal whenever he couldn't avoid a meeting. However, after he had a change of heart and decided to increase his political weight while Hiruzen was still in charge, he decided to make Katsuhiro go through the years-long process in a couple of months. As a result, the old elite Junin was in mental agony. He often regretted listening to Danzo and picking up a fight with Fujin. Fujin's clone sighed and muttered, "I'm disappointed in you, Katsuhiro-san. This is your 7th attempt. Why is the proposal still so full of mistakes?" The way he spoke, everyone could easily feel the vast disappointment in his voice. Katsuhiro gritted his teeth hard and did his best to not lose his composure. He didn't want to show to everyone that Fujin had gotten under his skin. At the same time, Yasushi and Haruma were also doing their best. They had an even harder time controlling their laughter. Luckily for Katsuhiro, they somehow managed to do so. Katsuhiro asked as calmly as he could, "What are the mistakes? I'll fix them again." Fujin's clone shook his head and replied, "The council meeting is in a few days. If I let you continue making the proposal, who knows when it'll be good enough to be put forth. I'll take care of it. You can leave." Katsuhiro was surprised by his sudden statement. He expected Fujin to continue using his delaying tactics. He never imagined that Fujin's clone would do the opposite. He should have been pleased by this development. Unfortunately, the joy was all sucked out since Fujin's clone hadn't given up the opportunity to insult him once again. Katsuhiro controlled his anger while thinking, "I was afraid that he'd keep pushing the proposal ahead. Looks like I was wrong. If he puts forth the proposal in the next council meeting, I can have a chance to lay a claim to his seat. I'll endure for now. He'll quickly realize what a grave mistake he has made." He said, "All right, I'll leave it to you then." Fujin's clone nodded without even looking at him. He didn't need to think much to know what Katsuhiro was thinking. However, Fujin didn't really see him as a threat. Any annoyance would come from the other council members. At best, Katsuhiro would be used as a tool like how Danzo tried. Even if Fujin eliminated him, they could just use someone else instead. So, he wasn't interested in spending any more time on Katsuhiro. Giving him sleepless nights and high blood pressure was enough punishment for aiming at Fujin's seat. As Katsuhiro exited Fujin's office, he heard some soft voices. "Look, it's Katsuhiro-sama. He visited Counselor Suzuki Fujin's office again." "Yeah, he has been visiting here a lot. In the last 2 months, this is his 6th visit. I wonder why he visits him so often." "I wonder about it as well. It's almost like they are best pals." "No way, he is like 30 years older than the counselor, haha." A few similar comments were passed by others. Fujin had become famous inside the building for showing up so rarely. Hence, whenever he appeared to work, it would gain everyone's attention. Some out of genuine interest, others out of jealousy. After all, who wouldn't like to work just once every 1 or 2 weeks? And every time Fujin visited his office, Katsuhiro would show up. Quite a few eyes had noticed it and had become interested. Several speculations flew as to why Katsuhiro visited him every single time. Katsuhiro gritted his teeth and continued moving while ignoring the small talk of others. He cursed. "Best pals? I'd fucking kill him if I could do it and get away with it." Thankfully, no one knows what exactly happened inside the office. I'll just need to ensure that his two assistants stay quiet. Back in the office, Fujin's clone finished reading the proposal Katsuhiro had sent. He chuckled while thinking, "Not a bad proposal. It is pretty much perfect. I just need to make slight changes to it so that I can include the clans as well. This way, even if they aren't happy with this, they still won't be offended as their ninjas will benefit as well. While they won't benefit as much as civilian ninjas, the clans can't complain as everyone gets the same benefits. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link of www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, paddlesarvesh8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Shoku, Evernight, Obomaz, Liberio, Lazy Taoist, Angel, Gorama, and Samuel for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio, subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 576, A Shortcut. Chapter 582 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Sitting in his basement, Fujin was looking at the proposal in front of him. He had figured out what changes he should be making to the proposal. However, he faced an issue when he started incorporating the changes into the proposal. Fujin let out a sigh and muttered to himself, "I now see why Tsunade hated paperwork so much. The changes I plan to make aren't a lot, but putting it on paper will take more than a day to complete. No wonder Katsuhiro was that angry. I thought it was just due to the passive, humiliating comments I kept passing. But now, I guess that a good part of that anger was due to working on this proposal 7 times. I don't even want to imagine how torturous that would be for someone who never worked in the Hokage building before." Fujin shook his head and got up. He created a few shadow clones and left the work to them. While he would still need to endure the headaches, at least he wouldn't be wasting his time. The new shadow clones began working on the proposal, while the remaining shadow clones kept working on the seal. While they worked, Fujin left his house and looked towards the building to his right. Wind suddenly picked up pace and began moving towards the building at a high speed. Takeshi was relaxing in his room, going through one of the books he had taken from the library. Suddenly, he felt something and got on his feet with his alertness raised to the max as he muttered, "This chakra and the breeze." In Takeshi's closed room, Wind suddenly took the form of a person. He watched with a surprised look as the winds transformed into a clone of Fujin and wondered, "Holy hell! How can winds do something like this? Why is Sensei's wind release cooler than my scorch release?" He asked, "Sensei, is that you?" Fujin's wind clone looked at Takeshi and said, "Meet me in the training ground immediately." The clone quickly dispersed into the wind. In a few seconds, the air in his room calmed down. Takeshi muttered, "That was cool and freaky at the same time." He quickly left his room and ran to the training ground opposite the compounds, where he saw Fujin sitting on a stump. He stopped right in front of Fujin and asked, "Sensei, are we beginning our training?" Fujin replied, "Sort of. I'm a bit busy with council duties. We will begin the regular training in a few days after the council meeting is over. I called you here because I mastered an interesting jutsu recently. I wanted to see if I could use it to teach you more efficiently. If it works, then it might be very helpful for you and a bit helpful to your teammates." Takeshi became confused. He asked, "Why will it be only a bit helpful to the others and very helpful to me?" Fujin answered, "It's because Scorch Release is a fusion of Fire and Wind Release, which are my strongest affinities as well. I don't have much expertise in Water and Lightning Release, so they will have limited help. Anyways, you'll understand once we try." Takeshi nodded. Fujin said, "Sit down and calm your mind. For what I am planning, you need to be as calm as you can be. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to implement." Takeshi became even more curious. He sat down on the ground and began meditating. Fujin thought, "Luckily, he is the most calm one from his group. Now let's see if this will work. Even though this jutsu has a lot of other uses and benefits, it was this ability that pushed me to ask for it from Hiruzen. I'll later try it with Ranmaru as well, though I'll have to do something about the seals I placed on him." While he was thinking, several shadow clones appeared next to Fujin. A couple stayed next to Fujin, while the rest flickered in different directions and hid themselves. They would ensure that no one disturbs Fujin. The seals Fujin had placed in the training ground were activated as well. Even Hiruzen wouldn't be able to spy on the training ground until he deactivated the seals. After a few minutes, Takeshi opened his eyes and said, "I'm calm, sensei." Fujin nodded and said, "Good. Now don't resist." Fujin weaved a few hand signs. Takeshi's eyes widened as he noticed something leave Fujin's body. He wondered, is that sensei's soul? Did sensei master Kadodan's speciality? Isn't that a forbidden jutsu? Fujin's soul looked at him and said, "Calm yourself, Takeshi. And yes, this is spirit transformation jutsu, the jutsu Kadodan created. Now don't resist." After saying so, Fujin's soul entered Takeshi's body. Takeshi felt slight unease and became uncomfortable, but didn't feel anything else. Suddenly, he heard a voice directly inside his head. "With the spirit transformation jutsu, I can freely enter the bodies of other ninjas. I can take control of their bodies and even suppress or destroy their souls. In this training, I'll be utilizing the first aspect. By taking control of your body, I'll use a jutsu that I have mastered, but you haven't. You will pay full attention to your body and the way your chakra gets manipulated, and have your body memorize it so that you can do so instinctively. If it works like how I envisioned it, then you'll be able to master those techniques to a great extent within a few minutes. If not, then that'll be unfortunate. Your training will continue as usual. Did you understand? No need to speak. Just think of the answer and I'll know." To say Takeshi was shocked was an understatement. He could only think, "Yes, sensei, I understand. I never imagined that the spirit transformation jutsu could be used in such a manner." Fujin's soul chuckled and said, "There are several ways to use every jutsu. It just depends on how creative you can get and how good your control over the jutsu is. Always remember this when you train in the future, especially for your scorch release. Scorch release is as flexible as wind release while being more destructive than fire release. How you can use it will only be limited by your imagination. You already know how Pakura from Sunagakure could use it. However, don't restrict yourself to her fighting style or my fighting style. Create your own style. If you succeed in doing so, then you will most likely become a rank S ninja in the future. Otherwise, an elite Junin will be the max you could reach even with my guidance." Takeshi noted down Fujin's words in his heart. He would never forget such advice and thought, "I understand, sensei. I will create my own fighting style with Scorch Release." Fujin's soul said, "Good. First, display me your current jutsus so that I can get a hang of how you mold chakra inside your body. Then I could replicate it while using my jutsus." Takeshi replied, "All right, sensei." He got up. While the two of them conversed, Fujin's clones had moved his main body away. Without a soul, Fujin's main body couldn't move. It needed to be protected by his clones. It was why he had increased the security in the training ground. If someone actually attacked the training ground, the clones could buy enough time for his soul to return to his main body. Even if that couldn't be done, the clones could just teleport with the main body into his house. Fujin wasn't worried about anyone breaking into his house. Takeshi asked, "Which jutsus should I use, sensei?" Fujin replied, "Use Great Breakthrough, Great Fireball, and Extremely Steaming Murder jutsus." Takeshi nodded and began weaving his hand signs. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough jutsu. Fire Release, Great Fireball jutsu. Scorch Release, Extremely Steaming Murder jutsu. One by one, Takeshi displayed all the three jutsus. Fujin didn't care about the first two jutsu. It was the third one where all his attention was focused on. With his soul inside Takeshi's body, Fujin could feel how Takeshi's chakra was being molded as if it was his own. Fujin thought, so that's how fire and wind chakra fuse to form Scorch Kekkei Genkai. As I calculated, the fusion has to happen inside my body. Otherwise, it can't be considered a Kekkei Genkai and will only be a combination jutsu. Still, even though I can feel it clearly, replicating this will still be difficult. The only good thing is that I now have a reference point. I might succeed in copying Scorch Kekkei Genkai with some practice. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Patil Sarvesh 8 OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Reaper, Reese, Hidan, Michael, Oquendo, and Kenny for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 577, Rasa's Troubles. Chapter 583 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Everything Fujin had said until that point, though true, was completely bullshit. The real reason why Fujin used this technique was to get a better hang of Takeshi's Scorch release. Apart from being able to study his soul, this was the main reason why Fujin wanted this jutsu and willingly traded top-quality human puppets with Hiruzen to get it. Of course, Fujin wasn't completely sure of its effectiveness. After all, if learning Kekkei Genkai was that easy, then Dan would have unlocked several Kekkei Genkai and would have likely been far stronger than the Sanins. However, that wasn't the case. On the contrary, he hadn't mastered any Kekkei Genkai. Nor had Orochimaru, who could use a more advanced jutsu. What should I do now? Since Fujin didn't reply, Takeshi became doubtful. Fujin's soul answered, "It looks like I underestimated the difficulty of influencing your chakra and molding it properly. I will need to observe your chakra network for far longer. Continue using extremely steaming murder jutsu." All right. Takeshi replied and continued creating more flaming orbs. Fujin just carefully observed. While he had seen the process and got some clues by observing the first time, he was still quite far away from understanding how to fuse it properly. As he had expected, even though experiencing it in this manner was extremely helpful, he couldn't learn it in an instant. Fujin thought, oh well, even though it isn't instantaneous, I have a feeling that I'll master Scorch Kekkei Genkai sooner or later. After all, I can always refer to him if I ever face any issues or have doubts. After using the jutsu 5 times, Takeshi's breathing became heavy. He said, "My chakra is running low. I can't use this jutsu again." Fujin's soul replied, "Don't worry. Continue doing it." Fujin's soul placed his palm on Takeshi's soul and transferred some of his chakra to him. In the blink of an eye, Takeshi's chakra reserves became full once again. Takeshi's eyes widened. He asked, "Spirit transformation jutsu can do this as well?" Fujin's soul chuckled and said, "Yep. Don't tell others, though. Depending too much on others at this age isn't a good thing." Takeshi nodded. Fujin thought, well, it's not like I'd ever transfer chakra even if someone asks. A shame that this jutsu doesn't allow me to absorb chakra. If I could, I'd have definitely made some chakra batteries. I could even issue missions for that purpose. Perhaps the lazy ninjas would have accepted for making some easy money. Takeshi ran out of chakra once again and was again refilled by Fujin. Fujin's soul thought, that said, I'm not at my full chakra level either. 70% of my chakra is with my clones. Fortunately, his chakra reserves are much lower than mine. I can refill it a few times. Then I'll give him the reward. I'll only give him one jutsu at a time. That way, I will have reasons to keep doing this. Fujin refilled his chakra reserves 4 times when he felt that he wouldn't learn anything more from just observing him. He immediately had another idea. He said, "All right, I've got to have it now. Relax, I'll take over your body. Don't resist." Takeshi replied, "All right." He mentally prepared himself. A second later, Fujin took full control of Takeshi's body and said, "Feel how the chakra moves in your body. This will be an important jutsu for you." He began weaving hand signs and softly said, "Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Jutsu." He took a deep breath and shot a fire dragon from his mouth. The dragon, instead of moving forward, began revolving around Takeshi. Fujin's soul instructed, "While Fire Dragon Flame Bullet is generally an attacking jutsu, for you, it'll be an amazing defensive jutsu." Takeshi thought for a bit and asked, "How?" Fujin's soul answered, "It's simple. After learning the Fire Dragon Jutsu, you have to create a Scorch Dragon Jutsu by using Fire Dragon as a base, and you need to have amazing control over it. Once you succeed in creating it, improve your control over it, and manipulate it in such a way that it can coil around you. When you succeed, very few ninjas will be able to fight you at close range. Most would be long dead before they make it through the dragon." Takeshi's eyes sparkled as he imagined how strong the defense would be. While it won't protect him against long and medium-range jutsus, it would be extremely effective against the ones who didn't have such options. As for the ones that stay at a distance, he could just run into them. Fujin's soul exited his body and said, "Now that I have shown you how to do it, try to replicate the process and master the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Jutsu." You can approach me if you face any issues. I have refilled your chakra reserves again, so you can practice it right away. When you master it and begin attempting to create the Scorched Dragon Jutsu, find me. I'll guide you to ensure that you don't make any mistakes or do something hazardous for yourself or others. Takeshi immediately replied, I will. Thank you, Sensei. Takeshi was indeed very grateful. He never imagined that someone would go to such lengths to help him become stronger. Needless to say, Fujin's kind act had created quite an impression on his young mind. Fujin's soul nodded and said, I'll be waiting. He immediately disappeared and flew into his own body. Takeshi turned his gaze towards him. Fujin smiled before he and his clones disappeared. The seals in the training ground that blocked Hiruzen's crystal ball were deactivated as well. Takeshi continued practicing while Fujin returned to his house. En route, he tried to replicate how the fusion happened inside Takeshi's body. He tried a few times, but ultimately didn't succeed. Fujin analyzed, It looks like it won't be that easy. That said, it was very helpful. I can feel that I have progressed quite a bit within a few minutes. If I were to try it by myself, I'd have needed several months or even years to reach this step. I'll experiment with it again later. The next time I will try to use Scorch Release while I am in control of his body. Experiencing how to do it through him will be much better than just observing. Regardless, if I learn it, what should I do? Should I use it with Fujin identity? Though Scorch Release won't make me much stronger normally, it might give a huge boost to my Wind domain. On the other hand, it might help me raise Shedden Identity's combat power to rank S's. He thought for a bit, before deciding, oh well, no need to think too much. I'll just use it with the identity that is forced to use it first. After all, Shippuden is supposed to stay hidden and not fight. While Fujin was working on growing both his strength and influence, a particular individual was very annoyed due to Fujin's actions despite being over 1,000 kilometers away from him. In truth, he wasn't aware that Fujin was the one behind the incident that troubled him. In Sunagakure, Baki was in Rasa's office. Only the two of them were present in the office. Rasa asked, Is there any update? Baki shook his head and answered, No, we have exhausted all means of trying to find them or create contact with them. Unfortunately, nothing has succeeded. Our spies in Tanigakure got hands on a lot of their secret information as well. However, there is no mention of them. It's as if they have vanished entirely. Baki paused for a few seconds before continuing. It has been nearly 3 months since Yamakawa town was attacked. Since that day, we have completely lost contact with the ninjas stationed there. We can only assume that they were killed along with the Yamakawa family. The killers probably took their bodies with them. A frown appeared on Rasa's face. He cursed. Those ninjas included an elite Junin and a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster. Unless we recover their bodies, we can't assume their deaths. It's too costly for the village to face such losses just before our plan is put into action. Not to mention, reports claim that the town was attacked by puppets. It has worsened our relationship with Tanigakure. Since I didn't send anyone, it can only mean that it was someone else. I had my spies collect information in the other hidden village to see if someone suddenly began training a large number of puppeteers. However, no village has done so. It could only mean that it was Sasori. Rasa's words were full of hatred. Yamakawa was the perfect town to station his ninjas in. However, that town was completely ruined due to Sasori's actions. Not only were his losses grave, but the town had also become a hub for Konoha ninjas, increasing the difficulty in moving secretly for Suna. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Ibra, Benjamin, Justin, Hellspawn, Elias, and Harmon for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 578, 6 Ninjas to Watch Out For. Chapter 584 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Baki pointed out, but Lord Kazekage, there are still some inconsistencies, due to which I'm not sure if it was Sasori. The reports say that nearly 100 puppets were involved in the attack. A single puppeteer can't control so many puppets, It was why we suspected involvement of other villages. Rasa replied, "It doesn't have to be him alone. It has been 13 years since he went rogue. He could have accepted some students and taught them our secret technique. I have confirmed with Orochimaru that Sasori is an Akatsuki. He has also trained a lot of spies, so it isn't far-fetched for him to have trained some underlings." Baki's mood became heavy on hearing Rasa's speculations. He asked, "What do we do now, Lord?" Rasa thought for a long time to decide what his next step should be. Baki waited patiently while thinking as well. Finally, Rasa said, "Sasori has to be eliminated. He is too big of a danger to be left alive. However, now is not the time. We can't divide our forces to find and fight him. For now, we will focus on crushing Konoha. That is more important for our village. Since Yamakawa town has been destroyed and Tanigakure is hostile towards us, we can't use their towns to hide our forces. If we do so, Konoha might become suspicious as well and make better preparations. We will only move small squads to the Land of Rivers a few days before the war begins. They will sneak into the Land of Fire and stealthily travel to Konoha a few days before I reach Konoha. When the signal is given, they will use reverse summoning to summon our elites for a quick and deadly attack on Konoha." Baki thought for a bit and nodded. That was the only option they had left. Rasa looked at him and said, "You should begin preparing as well. As planned, you will be leading Gaara's squad for the Chunin exams. Your squad will be our Angward and also our secret weapon. Only with Shikaku can we buy enough time and avoid being swamped by Konoha ninjas. It's time to inform and prepare the kids. Call them here." Baki nodded and left. A few minutes later, he returned with Rasa's children. Temari and Kankuro became a bit nervous upon seeing Rasa's serious expression. As for Gaara, he didn't care. Rasa said, "Listen to what I say very carefully." Rasa informed his children that Suna would soon be attacking Konoha. He informed them about the plans that they needed to know. Temari and Kankuro were shocked when they heard Rasa order Gaara to let Shikaku lose when the signal was given. They wanted to protest, but one look from Rasa made them eat their words. Rasa said, "That's all you need to know. I will emphasize this once again. Nothing that we discussed in this room should get out. Remember your roles properly. The future of the village will depend on whether you can do your job properly. If you fail, we will be surrounded by thousands of Konoha ninjas without any reinforcements to help us." Temari and Kankuro were terrified upon imagining that scene. Both gulped nervously. On the other hand, Gaara was excited to kill more people and let Mother drink more blood. He didn't care how many enemies he'd be facing. Rasa handed his kids a book and said, "This book has a list of Konoha's elite Junins. Memorize all of them, especially the first 6 ones. Every single one of them is extremely dangerous and will pose a great threat to our plan. If you meet them in Konoha, act naturally. Once the war begins, be careful of them. They might be able to even stop Shukaku's rampage." This time, even Gaara was shocked. In Suna, there was just one person who could stop Shukaku. It was their father, the Kazekage. However, Konoha had as many as 6. Temari opened the book while her brothers peeked into the book. The person on the first page was none other than Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage. While they read his details, Baki said, "At his peak, the 3rd Hokage was nearly unstoppable. It had caused others to call him the god of shinobi. Fortunately, he is much older now and has grown weaker." The trio read his information before turning the page. The one on the second page was Shimura Danzo. Baki gave a short introduction of him as well and mentioned his injuries and the fact that he needed a walking stick to walk around. He did the same for Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were on the 3rd and 4th pages respectively, while mentioning that neither of those two stayed in the village. Temari and Kankuro wondered, what the hell is up with this village? Their Kage is an old man who should have long retired. There is another old man who is handicapped, but still is said to have a lot of power in the village. But the 2 Sanins, who are at their prime, don't stay in the village. The 2 couldn't make any sense of the information, and even doubted whether it was true. However, considering that it was their father who had given them the information, the 2 didn't have any choice but to believe it. On the 5th page was the image of a silver-haired ninja who covered his left eye with his headband. While they read his information, Baki said, "He is Hatake Kakashi. also known as the Copy Ninja. With his Sharingan, he has copied over 1,000 jutsus, which earned him his title. He was also the student of the fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash. With his Sharingan, there is a chance that he could influence Shukaku, which makes him very dangerous for our plan. During the assault, I and others will ensure that he stays away from Gaara. The three kids nodded before turning the page once again. Their eyes landed on a picture. The person in the picture didn't look unique like the 5 that preceded him. On first look, he looked like any other young man. However, there was one distinct feature that caught the eye of the trio. It was his eyes. They were as dark as the very abyss itself. Their eyes moved from his eyes to his face. At first glance, his face, though handsome, was unremarkable. It was a face that would easily blend into the crowd. However, on closer inspection, they noticed subtle symmetries. His jawline was very well defined, and his complexion was fair but held a hint of tan, which was a result of spending long hours training outside. His hair was spiky black and seemed to be waving in the winds, while his expression was that of indifference. Everything combined together very well to give him quite a unique charm. As for his body, it was a testament to discipline and training. His arms showed how toned his body was, showcasing the countless hours spent training. They weren't bulky by any means, but the muscles were clearly visible to the Kazakage's children. He wore Konoha's headband on his forehead and was wearing the standard Junin vest. The shirt underneath, as well as his pants, were black in color. On his forearms were bracers, and his hands were covered in fingerless gloves with metal plates covering the back of his hands. After seeing his appearance properly, the three of them began reading his details. Baki spoke once again. He is Suzuki Fujin. He is just a bit older than you guys and gained fame a year ago when the third Tsuchikage announced that he was the Spectral Swordsman. Even though he is very young, he is still extremely strong. He specializes in wind jutsus and can even use the wind Acume technique that Lord Second created. He is well known for his blinding speed and assassination skills. In addition, he is also a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster, which could give him some means to deal with Shukaku. The trio was surprised. Kankuro said, "Seriously? He's just a couple of years older than me." Rasa ignored his elder son and looked at Gaara while saying, "We also suspect that he was the one to injure you and kill Susumu. If he attacks you for some reason, always ensure that your sand is defending you." Gaara's eyes widened. The memory of him bleeding resurfaced in his brain. At the same time, Tamari exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Uncle Susumu died 2.5 years ago. Do you mean to say that he killed Uncle Susumu and injured Gaara when he was just 13 years old?" AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddlesarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Carlos, the Reaper Shadow, Bluebird, Harmon, Lucas, Neapolitan Soso, and Nicholas for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 579, Delusion. Chapter 585 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Shock could be heard in Tamari's voice. Kankuro was shocked as well. A minute ago, he was wondering whether he'd be as strong as Fujin when he turned 16. However, he soon discovered that he was far inferior to a younger Fujin. Tamari had similar thoughts as well, considering that Fujin was just a year older than her. To their surprise, Rasa didn't say anything and just nodded. Baki said, "Well, we only suspect it as him. We aren't entirely sure as he never used any Acume jutsus during the fights. However, if what the Tsuchikage said is true, then it was most likely him." Baki's words weren't reassuring. While they had relaxed after learning that 2 of Konoha's strongest ninjas weren't in the village, and 2 more were old and past their prime, hearing about Kakashi and Fujin made Tamari and Kankuro nervous. Rasa could see it and said, "You don't need to worry about these ninjas. I'll be making arrangements to deal with them. I'm just informing you so that you 3 don't engage with them. There are still other names in the book. Though they aren't as strong as these 6, they have the elite Junin rank as well. Go through them as well." Tamari and Kankuro nodded. The three of them looked through the remaining names. There were over a dozen ninjas, which included the likes of Guy, Asuma, Renjiro, Katsuhiro, the clan leaders, and others. Once they were done reading, Rasa said, "The success of this plan is critical for the prosperity of Suna. Keep that in mind and train seriously for the next few months. All three of you should qualify for the last round of the Chunin exam." Tamari and Kankuro nodded, while Gaara went back to being indifferent. The three of them left Rasa's office. Once the door closed, Kankuro said, "Man, Konoha is scary. Their 13-year-olds can attack Gaara and kill Uncle Susumu." Tamari corrected him. It was just one ninja. Others should be ordinary. Otherwise, Konoha would have conquered the entire world by now. Kankuro replied, "Yes, you are right, but still, that's scary." "Gaara, how did he injure?" "Shut up!" Gaara, whose memories of that day had resurfaced, unleashed his bloodlust, scaring both Tamari and Kankuro. With a crazy expression on his face, Gaara exclaimed, "Next time, I'll kill him." The bloodlust Gaara was oozing quietened his siblings. Not wanting to provoke him, they silently went away from him. Back in the office, Baki asked with uncertainty, "Do we really have plans to deal with all of them? Even though the Hokage is old, he should still be extremely strong. If one of the Sanins appeared, then we would lose our advantage. If both appeared, we would be at a disadvantage. Stopping Kakashi and Fujin will be a challenge as well. I can stop one of them, but the other will likely cut through our ninjas and stop Shikaku." Rasa replied, "I'm aware. Don't worry. Though he didn't tell me why, Orochimaru is certain that Tsunade won't return. He is also certain that Danzo won't participate in the defense unless we attack his root headquarters. Jiraiya will most likely return, but we can handle him and Hiruzen as I'll have Orochimaru assisting me." For Fujin, Orochimaru said that he has a capable subordinate from the Kaguya clan. He'll be responsible for stopping the boy. I'll be inspecting that Kaguya clan ninja before we start our plan. Orochimaru said that he'll be having one of his subordinates face Kakashi as well. Only if he fails, you'll have to ensure that Kakashi doesn't use his Sharingan on Shukaku. Even though we will be outnumbered, we'll gain the upper hand by taking advantage of Shukaku's rampage. In addition, we will force them to disperse their forces by attacking with Orochimaru's snake summons from all directions. Baki calmed slightly after hearing Rasa's preparations. Unfortunately, neither of the two was aware of the fact that they hadn't considered a ninja who was on par with both Fujin and Kakashi. Not to mention, they were completely in the dark regarding Orochimaru's real intentions, or the fact that Konoha had got wind of their intentions. A couple of days later in Konoha, the leaders had assembled in the council room. Most leaders were slightly confused. Under normal circumstances, the council meeting should have been conducted around 3 months later, because it had been just 3 months since their previous meeting. While council meetings could be called impromptu in emergency situations, like when the root headquarters was blown up, or when Fujin was inducted into the council, nothing of that sort had happened in recent times. Even though the village was tense post the explosion, nothing happened after Danzo's political power was stripped away. The village was very peaceful. As such, everyone was curious. Only Fujin had an idea, while Shikaku was aware of the real reason why this meeting was being conducted. Hiruzen was the last one to enter the room. He took his seat and said, "Let's begin the meeting." Since Hiruzen didn't say anything, the meeting began normally. Everyone informed Hiruzen about their status. Reports about border patrol were shared. Any incidents that stood out were reported. The trading and agriculture statistics, as well as the number of bandit attacks, were discussed. When the discussion on the routine things was finished, Aburame Shibi asked, "Is there any follow-up on the attack that took place inside our village a few months ago?" Since the civilian council members were present as well, Shibi didn't take Root's name. The civilian council members became curious as they had been kept out of the loop. Hiruzen shook his head and answered, "After taking the precautions and increasing surveillance, no attack has taken place inside the village. I have kept an eye on the other villages as well. However, the ones who we were suspecting haven't made any suspicious moves. There is just one village that is acting suspiciously, a village none of us suspected." Hiruzen's words intrigued the room. Inoichi asked, "Which village is acting suspiciously?" Hiruzen replied, "Sunagakure, It is also the reason why I called for an early council meeting. Hiruzen's words surprised most of the people in the room. Senju Hiromasa sighed. Of all the people, the suspect has to be the one major village allied with us. Others had grim expressions as well. The alliance between Suna and Konoha was an important deterrent against Kumo and Iwa. Without it, Konoha could be attacked by 2 or 3 villages and would be stretched extremely thin. The losses they would suffer in such a situation would be horrendous. Except for Fujin, everyone in the room was worried. Hiruzen continued, "This is related to the incident in Yamakawa town we just discussed. We discovered a part of the deep scheme that they are plotting." Tsume said, "The town that Tsunagakure attacked? What was the reason behind their attack?" Hiruzen replied, "That attack wasn't conducted by Tsunagakure." The eyes of the people in the room widened. Every piece of evidence in the town pointed towards Tsunagakure. In fact, Konoha had officially reported to Tanigakure that Tsunagakure was the one to attack the town and slaughter the Yamakawa family. Yet, Hiruzen said the opposite. Koharu looked at Hiruzen and asked, "Did we set them up, or was it someone else?" Hiruzen answered, "It is deeper than that. Even though Tsunagakure wasn't behind the attack, it was a ninja from Tsunagakure. The attack was conducted by Sasori of the Red Sand. I'm not aware why he attacked the town or why he eliminated the Yamakawa family, but we discovered something interesting from their mansion. Underneath the mansion, a secret hideout was constructed. The hideout contained the dead bodies of more than 20 Tsunagakure ninjas. Those bodies also included an elite Junin and a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster. Their deaths happened at the same time as the attack. We read the memories of the head of the Yamakawa family to understand what exactly happened. We discovered that he had entered into an agreement with Tsunagakure to allow their ninjas to hide under his mansion. We read the memories of the Tsunagakure ninjas as well. Unfortunately, they didn't know much. The only important thing we discovered was that they were planning to hide several hundred ninjas inside the town." The entire room became silent. Everyone who wasn't already aware was shocked. There were 2 main reasons for the shock. The first was that a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster had died. Every village treasured them. The death of a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster was even more rare than the death of a rank S ninja. The second reason for the shock was the location of Yamakawa town. It was located right at the border of the Land of Fire. Having several hundred ninjas so close would mean that Suna could launch a surprise attack while giving Konoha very little time to react. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay /H at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Dmalf, Senmori, Killbot, Peter, Rue, Matthew, and Ali for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 580, Shikaku's Brilliance. Chapter 586 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. "Damn Tsunagakure, their intentions are nefarious," Tsume cursed. If not for the incident, Konoha would be completely oblivious to Tsunagakure's schemes. It could have resulted in a catastrophe for Konoha if they failed to act appropriately. Of course, not everyone thought so. The remaining clan leaders and elders looked at Hiruzen, trying to gauge his reaction. There were some inconsistencies in his story. Homura thought, there is more to this story. It seems like Hiruzen was already aware of Tsunagakure building a hideout there. The ninjas we sent after Tanigakure's request only reached a couple of days after the incident. By then, most of the memories would have dissipated. Not to mention, Tanigakure sent ninjas before us. They would have discovered Tsunagakure ninjas' bodies before our ninjas reached there. The only way for things to develop this way would be if some Konoha ninjas sneaked into the town right after the attack had taken place. However, that would only happen if Hiruzen was suspicious and sent someone there beforehand. The squads he sent should have witnessed the attack and likely took advantage of the situation. Since Fujin had asked Hiruzen not to expose the fact that he was the one in the Yamakawa town who confronted Sasori, Hiruzen changed the story slightly. However, the experienced ninjas quickly understood how the events had happened. Only the civilians were clueless. Shikaku added, "To make matters worse, Sunagakure seems to be preparing for something. Their village has been closed off for a few months, making contacting the spies very difficult. Even though we aren't sure, we need to be prepared to deal with any stunts they might try to pull. We have to deal with whatever they throw at us swiftly and with minimal losses. Otherwise, things can become ugly very quickly. Hiruzen said. Thankfully, the civil war in Kiri is still at a very high intensity. Kumo won't do anything until that civil war ends. As for Onoki, he won't start a war by himself. Regardless, what Shikaku said is correct. We will need to deal with their schemes quickly. If possible, we will still need to find a way to maintain our alliance after dealing with their scheme or come to a new agreement after defeating them. We will need to do that before the civil war in Kiri ends. For the first time, Fujin was surprised. He thought, seeing his attitude, it's no wonder Konoha let Suna off so lightly after the war. While I can understand that Kumo and Iwa are as strong as us, it's not like they don't have any enmity between themselves. Is there a need to be so passive? Fujin wasn't on board with staying so passive. After all, what if Sunagakure didn't follow the agreement once a war broke out? If Rasa hadn't died and continued being the Kazekage, he'd definitely take advantage of such a moment. That said, Fujin didn't speak up despite not agreeing with Hiruzen's methods. After all, it didn't have much to do with him. He already knew the future. He knew that there wouldn't be any war between Konoha and Kumo or Iwa. And he knew that Konoha and Suna would be very strong allies once Gaara took over. Of course, that was assuming Gaara still becomes the Kazekage. Inoichi asked, "Do you have any speculations about what their scheme might be?" Shikaku answered, "We have very little information as of now, so it is hard to say anything for sure. I did calculate several actions I could have taken if I were the Kazekage, but I failed to come up with any plans where they would confront us and not end up suffering. The only instance where they would benefit is if they ally with another major village. However, Kiri is embroiled in civil war while Kumo and Iwa haven't made any movements. Our spies haven't informed us of anything happening in those villages either, so it is difficult to say. With that option out of the way, there are only two other strategies through which they could benefit. However, both are extremely risky and not something I would have done. The first is making a sudden attack on the Land of Fire. Using the element of surprise, they can eliminate our patrol units and capture some of our land. If they succeeded in catching us by surprise, then we would need some time to respond. They could use that time to entice Kumo into making a move against us, forcing us to fight on two fronts. However, this plan hinges on whether Kumo would respond in time or not. If they don't, then Suna will suffer heavily. The second strategy is to do something during the Chunin exams. It could be a sudden attack with elite troops, or it could also be an attempt on Lord Hokage's life. The only problem is that they would be surrounded by Konoha's ninjas and would have to endure our assault, making it extremely risky unless they were planning on sacrificing their lives. Regardless, we need to be careful when they visit during the Chunin exams. Everyone thought for a bit and nodded. No one could think of any other possibility. Even Fujin was impressed as Shikaku had guessed Rasa's strategy despite having so little information. He thought, apart from guessing Orochimaru's involvement, he has guessed everything. I wonder what Rasa would think if he knew, eh? Choza said, since they were creating a hideout in Yamakawa town, they could have also tried to do so in other towns that are along our border. We need to check the Land of River properly. Hiruzen replied, They haven't. I suspected the same thing and sent Jiraiya to investigate. He didn't find any such hideout in other towns. I have even dispatched several Anbu squads to check whether they created any other hideouts along the border. We didn't discover anything. I believe that Yamakawa town was their first attempt, and since it resulted in such losses, they haven't tried it again. Even so, I'll continue investigating. Since Jiraiya was involved, no one suspected the information. Only Fujin thought, ugh, I hope Hiruzen doesn't send them to investigate deeper into the Land of Rain. Though the Anbu ninjas won't be able to detect it due to my seals, Jiraiya will immediately feel something off if he gets close enough. Though, even if he does find it, I doubt he'd attack them. However, he'll report it to Hiruzen, which would make it difficult for me to move. Seeing that no one had anything else to say, Hiruzen said, "We will maintain our high alertness. Since we have been maintaining it since the attack, it won't raise any suspicions and won't show Suna that we are aware of their schemes. We will keep it that way and catch them off guard. Start increasing the preparedness of your respective clans. Everyone will need to act immediately if Suna dares to make a move. Our counterattack has to be swift and deadly. The losses we inflict on them have to deter anyone else from having similar thoughts. If they dare to invade our territories, then we will dispatch an army within hours, and will attack them within 24 hours. Even before any other village thinks of moving, we will force Suna to retreat not only from the land of fire, but also from the land of rivers. If they make a move during the Chunin exams, I'll kill Rasa myself. You guys will ensure that no Suna ninja inside Konoha is able to leave in one piece." Despite being veterans of several wars and quite old, Hiruzen's words raised the morale of everyone in the room. Even Fujin was slightly impressed and thought, "Now that's more like it. Almost makes me wish that they invade the land of fire. It's been a while since I have fought unrestrained." Hiruzen looked around the room and asked, "Does anyone have anything else to discuss?" He wasn't expecting anyone to reply, as the village had been peaceful. To his surprise, Fujin took the initiative to speak for once. Even Shikaku was surprised, as Fujin said, "I have a proposal that will be helpful for our village. Considering what you said, it might probably be the best time to implement this." Fujin activated the storage seal on his bracer and withdrew a few files. Looking at more than a dozen files in front of Fujin, Shikaku wondered, since when did this troublemaker start working? If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, paddlesarf8 at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, N and Serafch, for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, Mahesh, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 581, Guidance Hall. Chapter 587 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. The Wind Calamity, rated by Fabelverse Audio. Everyone looked at the files Fujin had placed on the desk with curiosity. Fujin said, "Some time ago, Katsuhiro had come to me with a proposal. Even though his proposal had a lot of flaws, it pointed out an important flaw in our current system, and also gave quite an ingenious solution." Shikaku squinted his eyes and thought, "Katsuhiro? That elite Junin who has been frequently visiting his office?" Others in the council knew about his visits to Fujin's office as well. It wasn't something that could be hidden. Besides, Fujin didn't particularly care about it. One of the civilian members thought, Katsuhiro was working with him on a proposal? Why did he keep dropping hints that he wanted Fujin's seat if that's what he was doing? Fujin continued, "The issue he pointed out was that ninjas who belong to ninja clans get guided by their seniors. Considering the varying specialities of everyone, they can get help in any area they want to. However, civilian ninjas don't have the same opportunity. Even though the jutsus are available in the library, without a proper teacher, learning the jutsus isn't easy. When one tries by himself, then mistakes can occur and injuries can happen. Even though everyone is assigned a sensei while graduating from the academy, a majority of the senseis are just ordinary chunins who aren't that knowledgeable. Even if a junin is assigned as the sensei, he or she won't know everything. Not to mention, once their sensei dies in battle, they no longer have anyone they could ask for guidance." Everyone in the room subconsciously nodded. What Fujin said was true. Even so, most of the clan leaders raised their guards slightly. They still remembered the changes Fujin had recommended for the academy. Hiruzen had started implementing some of Fujin's recommendations. And now Fujin was proposing something that would reduce the difference between clan ninjas and civilian ninjas even further. Though Fujin noticed it, he ignored it and continued. Katsuhiro came up with an ingenious solution to solve this issue. He suggested that we make a guidance hall in the center of the village. The basic idea is that civilian ninjas can put up requests in the guidance hall for the jutsus or techniques for which they need guidance. For instance, if someone wants to practice Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Jutsu, he or she can put up the request in the guidance hall. If a veteran civilian ninja who has mastered that jutsu wants to teach it to that ninja, then he can do so. Of course, doing it on a one-by-one basis will not be feasible. So, the guidance hall will be responsible for gathering all the requests and collating them. That way, a veteran can guide multiple youngsters at the same time. If it is implemented properly, then we could help a large number of chunins become junins. Hiruzen was surprised. He immediately thought, not a bad idea. I had been thinking about this issue for some time as well. Unfortunately, I couldn't come up with anything. That said, there are some major flaws. As Hiruzen expected, Hiyashi said, "While it sounds good on paper, creating a guidance hall in the center of the village is unfeasible. The cost that will be required to move the shops and other buildings currently there would be enormous." Inoichi added, "That's right. It might be worth several years of our budget. While the idea is good, such costs aren't something we can afford." The civilian council members immediately began calculating how they could argue against them. However, to everyone's surprise, Fujin nodded and said, "That's true. In fact, it's not just about the cost. Creating the guidance hall there will also cause Konoha to lose an excellent opportunity. It is one of the major flaws that were in Katsuhiro's proposal. Actually..." Fujin suddenly stopped talking and let out a sigh of exhaustion. Hiruzen's eyes immediately twitched as everyone in the room glanced at him. He cursed. "This brat. Why is he sighing exactly like I do? I worked hard for decades and my hair turned gray before I began using it. You think you can use it after working on just one proposal?" Katsuhiro's proposal had too many flaws. It was too idealistic as well for it to work properly. I had to work hard for weeks to fix all the flaws. I almost gave up a few times, but continued remembering how much it would benefit the village. Every single word Fujin spoke showed how exhausted he was. While speaking, his elbows were resting on the table and his shoulders and head drooped to further emphasize his exhaustion. Thankfully, Katsuhiro wasn't in the council room. If he was, he wouldn't have been able to restrain himself from lashing out. Needless to say, no one bought Fujin's little act. However, no one could speak it out loud either. A few almost wanted to chuckle on seeing how Hiruzen was staring at him but managed to hold themselves back. Shikaku asked, "What opportunity would we have lost?" Fujin replied, "I'll come back to it later." One of the major issues in his proposal was that there was no incentive for veteran ninjas to help the young ninjas out. While we can easily say that they should do it out of compassion, what was stopping them from doing that until now? Even though the guidance hall will provide a platform, it will still result in very limited involvement from them. In order to overcome this flaw, I decided to change the nature of the guidance hall. Now, while youngsters can go and put in requests for the jutsus they want to learn, we will also allow Eidaren ninjas to make an offer about the jutsus they are willing to teach. In order to incentivize them, they'll be allowed to put a price for which they will guide the youngsters. Another way of looking at this can be that veteran ninjas can treat these like missions, while the youngsters will be their clients. Since the main method of earning money is completing missions, it can create a virtuous cycle. The youngsters will be more motivated to take and complete missions as they can use the money they earn to take their guidance, master new jutsus, and strengthen themselves. On the other hand, veteran ninjas who have semi-retired can contribute to the village in a risk-free manner. Guiding youngsters will also help them stay in shape and could reignite the fire in some of them. Of course, certain checks have to be put in place to ensure that no one misuses the system. Every veteran trainer who wants to teach has to first prove that they can perform the jutsus he or she wants to teach properly and have adequate knowledge of the same. This task can be left to the Anbu to ensure that there is no monkey business. We will also need to maintain a feedback system where we can ask the youngsters how effective the guidance was. We could go a step further and inspect how well they can perform the jutsu. That could allow us to rate the ninjas who guide the youngsters, allowing them to choose the appropriate guide, and will also motivate the veteran ninjas to give their best. The techniques that they teach will have to be monitored as well. I'm sure we can all agree that secret techniques and forbidden jutsus shouldn't be taught through the guidance hall. In addition, we will also have to put limits on the amount of money they charge and the number of youngsters they can teach at the same time. This will ensure that no one gets too greedy. After all, the guidance hall is for guiding the youngsters and not to make a fortune. Fujin's words made all the ninjas in the room fall into thought. Some were trying to find any flaws in his idea. After a couple of minutes, everyone in the room was left impressed. There was nothing they could pick out. Unlike Katsuhiro, Fujin's idea was flawless. Of course, that didn't mean that he would have everyone's support. Hiruzen said, "That is very well thought. I agree with these methods. Continue." Fujin nodded and said, "The second major flaw is restricting the guidance hall to just civilian ninjas. While it is true that currently civilian ninjas don't get much guidance, that's no reason to keep the clan ninjas out. While the clans represented by the people in this room are relatively well off, there are several clans that are too small due to the losses they took in previous wars. They will benefit from the guidance hall as well. Even the larger clans can benefit. For example." Fujin gazed towards Hiyashi and continued, "I have never met any Hyuga clan ninja who knows any taijutsu other than Gentle Fist. So if any Hyuga clan youngster wanted to pursue any other form of taijutsu, then the guidance hall would be a great help." Since Hiyashi was the first one to speak, Fujin decided to target him. He continued, "Besides, there could be other things that ninjas in your respective clans don't know. Or even if they know, they might not know it as well as someone who has devoted a long time to mastering that particular technique. So even the ninjas from your clans can benefit. That's why I changed the proposal to make the guidance hall open to every Konoha ninja, irrespective of their background. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Marco, One Sword, Jiruth, Tobias, and Seraph for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 582, A New Economic Center. Chapter 588 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin's words caused the clan leaders to lower their guards slightly. Just like the changes he recommended to the academy, Fujin hadn't excluded the clans from his proposal. Even so, there was no doubt that his proposal would benefit the civilian ninjas a lot more. It would contribute a lot to decreasing the gap between clan and civilian ninjas. It would decrease the political power the clans held with time. Shikaku thought, "Not bad. He has included us as well." Due to this, rejecting this proposal would cause resentment to form among our ninjas against us. After all, this proposal would help them as well, not to mention the thousands of civilian ninjas who will resent us for blocking this proposal. Unless there is a major flaw, Fujin's proposal can't be stopped. Seeing that no one was saying anything, Fujin continued, "As for the opportunity, it is rather simple. If the guidance hall is successful, it'll result in several ninjas visiting there on a daily basis. It might become the second most busy building in the village after the Hokage's building. Though creating such a building in the center of the village might be the first idea for everyone's convenience, it will cause us to lose a good opportunity. Right now, the village is very crowded. More and more houses are being constructed on the outskirts on a daily basis. However, every major economic activity happens near the center of the village, forcing everyone to try to get a home closer to the center of the village. We can use the guidance hall to create a new economic center in the village. Instead of the center, the guidance hall will be constructed on the outskirts of the village, at a place where there is nothing around. Since a lot of people will visit it daily, it'll provide the village with an opportunity to create another economic center around the guidance hall. New shops and businesses can open up around it. Once these activities reach a certain level, residential places can also be constructed close to the guidance hall, so that people can stay there. It'll relieve the pressure on the village, as the people who work there will choose to live around there. I'm sure all of you have got the idea. All of you should know more about economics than me. It was as Fujin had said. Everyone in the room had already begun imagining ways to increase the income of their respective clans and families by expanding their businesses to the guidance hall. Combined with the fact that their ninjas would benefit as well, and that stopping this proposal would be very difficult, everyone began thinking about the maximum amount of benefits they could gain instead of thinking about ways to stop the proposal. Fujin sighed internally while thinking, "It's all about the benefits. Oh well, I can't complain either, as that'd be rather hypocritical of me." Homura asked, "Did you choose the location of the guidance hall?" Fujin nodded and opened one of the files to a page that had the map of the village and pointed towards a marking he had made. As soon as he did so, a strange expression appeared on everyone's face. That included Hiruzen as well. He looked towards Fujin and wondered, since when did this kid become so selfless? Is he scheming something? Did he do something in the dark that'll benefit him somehow? The other clan leaders looked at him as well. Inoichi thought, I was sure that he would put the guidance hall close to his new compounds. That way, the prices of his compound would have skyrocketed. It would also increase his influence tremendously, as everyone would be reminded that it was he who started the guidance hall whenever they saw his compound. It would also allow the civilian ninjas to approach him more easily. However, why did he choose a location that is almost at the other end of the village? That doesn't make any sense. Hiyashi wondered. There haven't been any major transactions in the village recently. Has he bought lands close to that area through proxies? That could help him earn a lot, Shibi decided. We need to properly inspect the land around the site first. It'll be a good opportunity to get a lot of profits. It wouldn't do good if only one person or force gains from it. Every single person in the room had similar thoughts. As someone who proposed it, it was a no-brainer that Fujin should have taken advantage of it. However, there was nothing to see in the open. As a result, they began wondering whether Fujin had played any hands in the dark. Seeing their expressions, Fujin could easily anticipate their thoughts. He thought, even though making it close to my house can increase the value of my land, what use is that to me? If anything, it'll make future expansion more difficult, as everyone will rush to buy all available land. It'll also attract a lot of crowds close to my place, allowing perfect cover for others to spy on my compound. It'll be troublesome. As for earning money, I could have used this opportunity to earn a few 100 million, or perhaps even over 1 billion Rio. However, I don't really need any money. There are so many nice gentlemen in this world who are extremely willing to aid me whenever I need help. They can easily donate a few billion Rio to my just cause and willingly work hard if I need more. So why should I even bother competing with the clans? That said, since they weren't on board with my noble idea until I shared benefits, you guys shouldn't dream about earning money through my idea either. Fujin's eyes moved towards Hiruzen, who immediately noticed it. Hiruzen immediately got on guard while thinking, my suspicions were right. That's the look he gives me whenever he wants to ask for something unreasonable. What is he going to ask this time? Having dealt with Fujin for years, Hiruzen was very sensitive towards any changes in his mood and expression. Thankfully for him, this time his instincts were wrong. Instead, Fujin had a rather great gift for him. In the council room, everyone was left thoroughly confused by Fujin's choice. Each one had their own speculations based on their personalities and their impression of Fujin, and were calculating how their respective forces could get an advantage. Seeing everyone in deep thought, Fujin said, well, that's all I have to say. Read the proposals and let me know if there are any errors or if something can be improved. He pushed the files in front of him towards the other council members. A file appeared in front of each council member. Everyone opened the files and began going through it. Needless to say, there weren't any flaws in the proposal. Katsuhiro had modified the proposal 7 times. All errors had been removed by him. Fujin had several of his clones inspect the proposal as well to ensure that he hadn't missed anything after he made the changes. In a few minutes, everyone had roughly read through the proposal and noted the important points. Koharu said, you have done a great job, Fujin. We will inspect the proposal and put it to vote in a week. Everyone subconsciously agreed with her. However, before anyone could do so in words, Fujin asked, "Why wait a week?" Koharu answered, "This is something that will have a great impact on the village. We can't afford to make any mistakes here. A week will be needed for everyone to go through the proposal and ensure that everything is right. It will also provide an opportunity for newer ideas that could be incorporated into the proposal." Fujin replied, There is no reason why everyone can't read through the proposal properly right now. If there are any changes that are recommended, we could conduct another meeting to make the changes. However, we should vote on finalizing this proposal before this meeting ends." Fujin's insistence on getting the voting done right then surprised the room again. Seeing his behavior, everyone in the room, including Hiruzen and Shikaku, thought, "Looks like he has made arrangements to earn a fortune." Senju Hiramasa shook his head while thinking, "While it is good to get gains for yourself, you should learn to share the pie with everyone. Otherwise, everyone will oppose you. In the end, you might not get anything." Not wanting everyone to gang up on Fujin, Hiruzen said, "Fujin, there is no need to rush through such things. A proposal like this has to be properly analyzed." Fujin replied, "While I understand that, the reason I'm pushing for it to be done now is due to the nature of this proposal, or rather, the economic and financial aspect of it. Once the site of the guidance hall is made public, the prices of land around that site will skyrocket. Most of the landowners will refuse to sell and will wait for it to inflate due to the demand. It might increase the cost of this proposal significantly, and it will definitely slow down the economic development that should happen around the guidance hall." Once again, the entire room was surprised. What had been just on their minds had been spoken by none other than Fujin. Even Hiruzen was lost for words, and wondered what exactly Fujin was thinking. Fujin activated another seal on his bracer, and another file appeared in front of him. Everyone curiously looked towards it and wondered what it contained. "AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI. Patil Sarvesh88OKE can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you KD4S, Yas8, Munir, and Zachary for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 583, Hiruzen's Joy. Chapter 589 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. As everyone was looking at the new file, Fujin said, "This file consists of the land deeds to all the open lands at the chosen location and around it. I represented the village and made deals with every landowner in and around that area in the last couple of days. The prices agreed upon are as per current land rates, and only Lord Hokage's signature is left to complete these dealings. If this proposal is voted on and agreed upon in this meeting, then we could complete these deals today as well before the details are leaked to the public. It'll help us save a lot of money. It can even help us raise money by selling the land in the future at the right time, striking a proper balance between profits for the village and development around the guidance hall. If we don't, and these guys come to know of my proposal, then they will want to renege on my terms, as the deals won't be finalized until the council approves of the proposal for obvious reasons." Silence engulfed the council room once again. This time it was absolute silence. Every single one was staring at Fujin with a stunned expression. Fujin had done something that not a single one of them had thought of. Except for one person, everyone looked at Fujin as if he had just snatched the food from their hands, just as they were about to eat it. The fact that Fujin was the one to put the food in their hand didn't make it any easier to digest. As for the only person who wasn't thinking that he was looking at Fujin with his eyes full of disbelief, Hiruzen still couldn't believe it. He thought, is that real? Did he just do that? Did Fujin do something that would actually benefit me? Having always been on the losing end due to Fujin's antics, Hiruzen couldn't believe that it was real. Even when he had some gains, he'd be forced to compensate in some other manner. For instance, when he won 120 million ryo by betting on Fujin in the Chunin exam, Fujin immediately made him get the swords he wanted and also made him spend several weeks teaching the wind acume technique to Fujin. However, just now, Fujin had given him something that could allow the village to gain hundreds of millions of ryo with little effort. Seeing that Fujin didn't suddenly say something that would cost him a kidney, Hiruzen almost wanted to cry tears of joy. He thought, finally! My years of investment and hard work have paid off. First the puppets, and now this. I don't remember the last time I was so happy. Even though Fujin noticed that Hiruzen was pleased, he didn't know how pleased Hiruzen was. If he could read Hiruzen's thoughts, he would have definitely tried his luck and asked for the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Hiruzen's blissful state was broken when one of the civilian council members said, "I think it'll be better if we wait unt." He was mercilessly cut off by Hiruzen, who said, "You are right, Fujin. You have done a great job. We will analyze the proposal right now. The meeting will end only after we have voted. If any corrections are needed, we will make them later." The civilian council member who was speaking just looked awkwardly at Hiruzen. He wanted to speak before Hiruzen did, but never expected to be cut off so harshly and be completely ignored. Everyone else who planned on taking advantage of the situation just sighed and gave up. Trying to take away benefits from Fujin and trying to do the same against Hiruzen were two completely different things. Since Fujin had handed everything to Hiruzen on a silver platter, there was no way Hiruzen would share it with anyone else. Of course, it was the village that would be gaining, and not the Sarutobi clan. Hence, no one tried to argue any further and just began reading the proposal thoroughly while lost in their own thoughts. The civilian council member who had opened his mouth cursed. This dumb kid. Why did he give everything to the village? Couldn't he have just claimed some benefits and left the rest for us? Wouldn't everyone be happy then? At the same time, Senju Hiromasa wondered, did he do so due to his naivety? Or did he do this intentionally? But why would he refuse to curry favor with everyone in the council? Everyone would have been grateful to him for the opportunity. Then again, we already owe him a favor for taking down Danzo. Shikaku, who was the one who knew Fujin most clearly out of anyone in the room, other than Hiruzen, analyzed. No, Fujin isn't naive. Currying favor with everyone else would have been more beneficial for him than just giving all benefits to the Hokage. After all, the Sarutobi clan would have benefited as well. Seeing Hokage's eyes, I'd say he didn't expect it either, so he didn't influence Fujin to do this. I guess that just leaves two possibilities. I know that Hokage has been helping him with his training. The wind acume technique, which he is known for, comes from him as well. It might be his way of thanking him. Or... Shikaku glanced at Fujin and thought, or he felt that the council members who he gave such a chance wouldn't be thankful. Instead, several could have acted together to get as many benefits as they could, leaving him with very little. It could have also resulted in others seeing him as a soft target when political plays were concerned. After all, he has no experience in these matters. From that perspective, his move is near perfect. After all, he has made a major contribution to the village, be it economically or militarily. Once the news spreads, almost every ninja in the village will be grateful to him. Though I guess Katsuhiro deserves some credit as well. Now that I think about it, his involvement is quite surprising. I didn't ever see him as the type of guy who would come up with something like this. Hiruzen had a similar thought. Even though he was joyous due to Fujin's gift, what had given him joy wasn't the money Konoha would earn, but rather the fact that it was Fujin doing something beneficial for him. While thinking about that, he inevitably thought about Katsuhiro and soon felt the same as Shikaku. Hiruzen wondered, that's right, I almost overlooked this. Since when did Katsuhiro begin coming up with such good ideas? In the 40 years he has been a ninja, he has never given any such suggestions. Hiruzen immediately became suspicious. Soon his eyes widened before going back to normal size. He thought, I nearly forgot. The Anbu ninjas I had placed to keep an eye on Root reported Katsuhiro visiting Root a couple of times after Danzo was removed from the council. If he is involved with Danzo, then it might be possible that this idea came from Danzo and not Katsuhiro. That is far more plausible. However, why would Danzo make Katsuhiro help Fujin after what happened? Knowing his old friend, Hiruzen immediately smelled a scheme. Thoughts ran through his mind. In just a couple of minutes, and while he was going through the proposal, he figured out most of Danzo's plan. he glanced towards Fujin and thought, this was a trap for Fujin. Danzo likely expected him to steal credit. Even if he didn't, the proposal would have made the clan leaders see Fujin as a threat. However, Fujin didn't steal the credit. Seeing his nature, that wasn't surprising. There are a lot of things that he can take credit for, but he instead prefers to keep them a secret. And thanks to the changes he made to Katsuhiro's proposal, the clan leaders don't see it as much of a threat as they would have otherwise. Fujin avoided one trap due to his nature, and nullified another due to his diligence. That's a relief. However, he is oblivious to these schemes. For Danzo to do something like this, it'll only mean one thing. He wants to replace Fujin with Katsuhiro on the council. If my guess is right, he will now try to give the credit for the proposal to Katsuhiro, making the ninjas grateful to him instead of Fujin. That might give him just enough capital to threaten Fujin's seat. I'll strike first. Let me see what you'll try then, Danzo. Even though Hiruzen's guesses were accurate, he didn't know that Danzo had stopped supporting Katsuhiro after the incident, as he wouldn't be able to use the council to make a comeback. Katsuhiro was planning on progressing the plan by himself. As a result, Katsuhiro would soon find himself competing against a Hiruzen who thought that he was facing Danzo. Not to mention, Fujin was unaware of the fact that Hiruzen had connected the dots, nor was he aware of whether Danzo was still helping Katsuhiro or not. Hence, he had his own plans which he would be putting into motion very soon after the meeting ended. Katsuhiro, who had just spent 2 miserable months being forced to correct the proposal again and again, was unaware of the misery that still awaited him. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com, devilhex, no space, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Ron, Daniel, James, Frederick, and Primail for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 584. Reward Fujin. Chapter 590 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The council went through the proposal carefully, inspecting every single point and seeing whether they could find any flaws or any scope for improvements that might help them delay the proposal a bit. Unfortunately for them, there were no flaws, and making any improvements would require a lot of time to ponder. It wasn't something they could come up with on the spot. In around an hour, everyone had gone through the proposal a couple of times. Seeing that everyone was done reading, Hiruzen asked, "Does anyone have anything to add to it?" No one said anything. Hiruzen looked around once before saying, "In that case, let's put it to vote. All those in favor, raise your hands." After Danzo was removed from the council, the number of people in the council had gone back to 616, as it was before Fujin became a part of the council. It meant that if there was a tie, Hiruzen would get an additional vote for the tiebreaker. In addition, the clan leaders only had 7 out of the 16 seats, meaning that they were in the minority. 9 votes would be needed to fail the proposal. As the one who put forth the proposal, Fujin raised his hand. Hiruzen raised his hand, as well as the idea was extremely beneficial for the village, no matter how he looked at it. Koharu and Homura supported it for the same reason and raised their hands. Apart from these 4, there were 5 civilian council members. Each of them was bitter that Fujin had taken away a chance to earn millions from them. However, the proposal was for the benefit of the civilian population, as even the ones who weren't ninjas wanted their children to become one. If they dared to vote against it, they would be booted out of the council within days. None of them dared to risk that, and all 5 raised their hands. Among the clan leaders, Senju Hiromasa was the first one to raise his hand. In fact, he was even quicker than the elders and raised it alongside Fujin and Hiruzen. He was the only clan leader who didn't have any reservations about Fujin's proposal, and would have wholeheartedly lobbied for it if Fujin didn't have enough support. Shikaku and Choza didn't particularly care much about the proposal, and raised their hands as well. The remaining 4 clan leaders had reservations, but seeing that voting against them would be pointless, they raised their hands as well. As a result, Fujin's first official proposal was unanimously passed. Hiruzen smiled and said, "A unanimous vote after a long time. I suppose that shows how important the guidance hall will be for our village. Great work, Fujin. I'm glad that we decided to induct you into the council. Fujin nodded while commenting, Of course you are, you old fox. What's the use of words? Just ask me what reward I would like. Since joining the council, Fujin had gotten rid of Danzo's influence and gave 2 ways to strengthen our village. He also gave a nice little boost to the village's finances and economy. Any leader would be pleased. Unfortunately for Fujin, Hiruzen had become too smart to say anything in regards to that. He turned his eyes back to the council and said, I have checked the land deeds as well. They are properly documented and priced. I will sign them now. The construction of the guidance hall will begin immediately. The funds will be assigned within a couple of days, and this project will be given the highest priority. Everyone agreed. Hiruzen signed the land deeds. Since no one had any other proposal, the meeting finally ended and everyone dispersed. Hiruzen returned to his office. Even though he had signed the papers, he still had some work to do, such as actually paying the ones who were selling the land. He quickly got to work and dispatched his subordinates to bring them to the office while he ran the numbers. After analyzing everything, a smile appeared on Hiruzen's face. He thought, the village will need to spend around 60 million ryo to purchase the land. Building the hall and some surrounding infrastructure will require another 40 to 50 million ryo. However, the village will earn at least 300 million ryo by reselling the lands at the appropriate time. If I want to be aggressive and time them appropriately, then it could even exceed 1.2 billion ryo. That said, there is no need to do so. It's more beneficial for the village to focus on economic activity. In time, the returns would be much higher due to that. Not to mention, the people will be more happy. Hiruzen let out a sigh of satisfaction while thinking, I didn't think that greedy brat would give me such a nice gift. I was almost tempted to let him choose a reward. Thankfully, I managed to resist the urge after remembering what happened every time I said those words. Considering his current level, he'll likely directly ask for the scroll of the Forbidden Seals. However, it is better if he doesn't come into contact with unethical jutsus just yet. I don't want to repeat the same mistake I made with Orochimaru. I'll wait till Fujin matures sufficiently before allowing him access to jutsus like Edo Tensei. It'll ensure that he doesn't get influenced by them at a young age. While Hiruzen had been quite liberal in teaching Fujin jutsus so far, he was adamant against teaching Fujin any jutsus that could lead him down the dark path. He decided to wait until a few wars took place and see how the wars would impact his personality before deciding whether to allow him access to such jutsus. Hiruzen thought, even though I can't reward him directly, it doesn't mean that I can't do anything for him. A clone appeared next to Hiruzen and immediately disappeared from the office. He entered the Anbu headquarters under the office and entered Eagle's office. Eagle was surprised to see his father so suddenly and asked, Did something happen? Hiruzen's clone answered, Well, nothing very serious. Anyway, listen carefully. Hiruzen's clone informed him about the guidance hall proposal that Fujin had proposed and explained to them all its features and advantages. Eagle was surprised to hear everything. He said, I never have heard of anything like this. This will be very helpful to the village. Even beyond increasing the strength of the youngsters, it'll also improve the relationship between the younger and the older generation. The benefits will be endless. Hiruzen's clone nodded and said, I know. That is why the proposal was accepted unanimously. However, there is a hidden play. I need you to take care of it. Eagle's expression became peculiar upon hearing that Hiruzen wanted to suppress Katsuhiro, from whom the idea had originated. He became serious after hearing a possible link between him and Danzo, and what Hiruzen speculated was Danzo's plan to replace Fujin with Katsuhiro. He sighed and said, Elder Danzo never gives up, does he? I understand. I'll ensure that the village knows the truth. Hiruzen's clone smiled and said, Good, I'll leave it to you. He dispelled himself. Eagle immediately got to work. He summoned some of his most trusted subordinates and informed them about the situation. A few minutes later, a couple of dozen Anbu ninjas exited the base and mixed into the common people under disguise. As Hiruzen had expected, Katsuhiro was doing the same. Right after the meeting ended, he met up with one of the civilian council members and asked him about the details of the meeting. The council member looked at him peculiarly while wondering why he was so enthusiastic about the meeting and the proposal. Even though Fujin had given him the credit for the idea, he had also said a lot of other things. Even so, he informed Katsuhiro about everything that had happened. His expression became ugly after hearing how Fujin described his proposal. He almost vomited blood when he heard that Fujin worked hard for a couple of weeks to correct his proposal. His rage increased his blood pressure once again. Even so, he was surprised when he heard about the changes Fujin had made to the proposal. Especially the financial aspect. It was something he had completely overlooked. He thought, I underestimated this boy. Even though the basic idea of guidance hall came from Danzo, the number of changes he has made almost makes this look like a new proposal. Even though he mentioned my name, he will get the main credit. How did he even do all this in just 2 days? Was he just messing with me? He shook his head and decided, it doesn't matter. I will make him pay. Even if the council gives you credit, what matters is what the people think. Even though opening the guidance hall to the clans increased its chances of being accepted, it also gives me a weapon against you. I'll completely ruin your reputation. That would put enough pressure on the Hokage and the council to appoint me to the council. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pedilsarvesh8 at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 585, The Power of Words. Chapter 591 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Katsuhiro left the council member's house and got to work. He created 8 shadow clones who used transformation jutsu and mixed with the public to improve his reputation while ruining Fujin's reputation. His clones got into action a few minutes before Eagle dispatched the Anbu ninjas. What neither Katsuhiro nor Hiruzen knew was that Fujin was the very first one to act. Not even 5 minutes had passed since the meeting ended when Fujin created and dispatched 20 shadow clones. They had begun spreading the rumors long before Hiruzen or Katsuhiro made their moves. A few Anbu entered the marketplace while disguised as old men. They began buying some groceries before a couple of them accidentally ran into each other. They enthusiastically greeted each other before one of them said, "Did you hear what happened in today's council meeting?" Though the Anbu wasn't too loud, his words were clearly heard by everyone nearby. They became curious as the council meeting included the most influential people in the village and generally made all the big decisions. The other Anbu asked curiously, "I didn't. What happened? And why are you so happy?" The first Anbu said, "You won't believe it. Suzuki Fujin, the youngest member of our council, put forth a proposal to create a guidance hall inside the village. In the guidance hall, youngsters will be able to get guidance from experienced ninjas when they try to learn a new jutsu. It'll be a great help for the ninjas who are from a civilian background. My grandson became a ninja a few years ago. He used to complain about how kids from the clans are stronger than him as their seniors help them while he is weaker because we can't help him. Now he will get the same help as them. You should tell it to your granddaughter as well. It'll be very helpful for her as well." The other Anbu exclaimed happily, "Wow, she'll be jumping for joy on hearing this." She was complaining about the same as well. "I had some reservations when someone so young was selected to represent the civilian ninjas. But I now see why Lord Hokage chose him. To think that a 16-year-old youngster would come up with something like this." The people around them heard their words and were surprised. Some of them had children or relatives who were ninjas or aspired to be one. A couple of them were ninjas themselves. The first Anbu said, "Well, from what I heard, the basic idea had come from Katsuhiro. He is an elite Junin. However, his idea was very crude and unrealistic. It also excluded the clan ninjas. The council wouldn't have accepted such a proposal. Fujin worked day and night for a couple of months to make the proposal good enough." I heard that he hadn't slept for days and looked very tired with giant bags under his eyes during the council meeting. However, he improved it so much that his proposal was accepted unanimously by the council. That hasn't happened in years. The second Anbu replied, "That's even more impressive. Anyone can come up with ideas, but only a true leader can realize their potential and put them into action." The first Anbu agreed. "I know, right? I heard that he even argued against the elders and the clan leaders to get the proposal accepted immediately so that the civilian ninjas wouldn't have to wait. We are lucky that the one selected to represent us can fight against such formidable people for us." A third old man joined the conversation and exclaimed in surprise, "He confronted the clan leaders and elders for us? Damn! I wish I could hear that conversation. We are blessed to have such a leader." Similar conversations were happening all throughout the village. All the details of the proposal were leaked to the village. They even mentioned how even the clan ninjas would benefit, causing them to feel thankful towards Fujin as well. At the same time, they minimized Katsuhiro's contribution to the proposal, almost making him look like Fujin's subordinate. Of course, Fujin's clones weren't that polite. They openly demeaned Katsuhiro and his unrealistic proposal. Hiruzen didn't do so because that would mean that others with good ideas wouldn't come forward. However, Fujin had no such qualms. Why would he increase his workload? As such, Katsuhiro's reputation took a major dive wherever his clones passed through. Katsuhiro's clones did the opposite and tried to improve his reputation while being brutal on Fujin. They used the fact that Fujin had also included clan ninjas to say that Fujin wasn't acting solely towards the benefit of the civilian ninjas and ruined Katsuhiro's original proposal. Hence, he should be removed from the seat, and his seat should be given to someone like Katsuhiro, who thought only of the civilian ninjas. Even though he managed to influence a few people, they were in the minority, as there were 5 times more people campaigning against him. When the people debated among themselves in their respective circles, they were quickly explained how the proposal wouldn't have passed otherwise, as clan leaders would have opposed them. Even if it had passed, the clan ninjas wouldn't guide anyone in the guidance hall, which would be a lost opportunity. As such, even without Fujin and Hiruzen's interference, the ones who were influenced by Katsuhiro's clones changed their stance and gave credit to Fujin. When Katsuhiro heard about what the common people in Konoha were talking about, veins bulged and pulsed on his forehead, throbbing with every surge of anger. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, causing them to bleed. Hearing something like that after spending months on the proposal was just too torturous for him. He barely managed to control his rage and continued walking forward. He had barely taken a few steps ahead when 2 young ninjas passing by him talked among themselves. "Man, Fujin-san is so cool. He can even force the clan leaders and elders to support his proposal. By comparison, Katsuhiro is kind of lame. I don't know why some people think that Fujin-san should have kept the clan ninjas out of the proposal. After all, they fight with us as well. Katsuhiro was stupid to suggest that." The 2 of them were just normal Chunins. Neither of them intended to rile up Katsuhiro. In fact, they hadn't even seen him and didn't even know what he looked like. Even so, their words caused Katsuhiro's blood pressure to rise so much that he vomited blood and fell unconscious in the middle of the road. Hearing a thud, several people looked towards him. They immediately rushed to help him out. Luckily, the crowd had a medical ninja who immediately stepped forward. She identified and inspected him. The medical ninja was first worried as an elite Junin had fallen unconscious in the middle of the road. She was afraid that a formidable enemy had infiltrated into the village once again. However, a peculiar expression appeared on her face after she inspected Katsuhiro. She thought, "This is so weird. There isn't a single wound on his body. It doesn't seem like he was poisoned either. However, his blood pressure is abnormally high. Did he fall unconscious due to high blood pressure? Can elite Junins even suffer from blood pressure?" She suppressed her curiosity and immediately took Katsuhiro to the hospital. While Katsuhiro was being treated in the hospital, Yamanaka-fu entered Danzo's office and said, "We received a scroll from Tiger." He handed Danzo the scroll. Danzo opened it and a peculiar expression appeared on his face. He thought, So they finally put forth the proposal. However, the proposal has been modified almost entirely. It won't offend the clans much, something my proposal was intended to do. Even though Fujin didn't steal the credit for the idea from Katsuhiro, he ended up stealing all the credit without putting himself at risk. Danzo analyzed for a few seconds before concluding, "This looks like Hiruzen's work. Even though the boy is smart and suspicious, he shouldn't be able to make the proposal this good. Especially the financial aspect. It was something I intended to exploit while using Katsuhiro. If he did, he wouldn't have foolishly given all the benefits to the village. That is something only Hiruzen would do. Fujin must have approached Hiruzen at some point and talked about this proposal. Hiruzen saw through my scheme as Katsuhiro kept visiting me, even when Hiruzen had increased the surveillance around my labs. The modifications should be a result of that. Sigh. Katsuhiro turned out to be a complete disappointment." Danzo burned the scroll and stopped thinking about it. Without being in the council, there wasn't much he could do. Not to mention, Hiruzen had been watching him like a hawk. He was worried that Hiruzen might actually carry out his threat if he tried to interfere. More than half of his base was still missing due to the ridiculous lightning attack. He didn't want to see what was left being burned down by an unstoppable fire. With Katsuhiro hospitalized and Danzo staying out of the matter, Fujin's clones and the Anbu spread the rumors unrestricted for a couple of days until the rumors began spreading by themselves. Hiruzen allotted the budget for the guidance hall and its construction officially began. After hearing about Katsuhiro, he also made an official announcement, giving Katsuhiro some credit but giving Fujin most of the credit for the proposal. Fujin continued with his training while guiding his students. A couple more days passed. In the land of Wave, Team 7 readied themselves to face Zabuza once again. Meanwhile, Fujin had an unexpected visitor. He opened the door and said, "It's been a while, Hoka. Come in. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.rion.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Mike, Lazy Ash, and Abdullahi for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 586, Hoka's Worry. Chapter 592 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Terrence Smith. You can thank him for the double release. Hoka entered Fujin's house while saying, "Yeah, it really has been a while. It's been over 6 months since our last get-together. Our get-togethers have been getting less frequent lately." Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, though it's not exactly a surprise. All of us get missions constantly from the village. Sensei was sent to the southern base on the border of the Land of Tea a couple of months ago. Who knows when he'll return?" Hoka looked at Fujin and asked, "You didn't hear. Sensei was recalled a few days ago. He's back in the village." Fujin showed slight surprise and said, "Eh? Really?" Hoka nodded and answered, "Yes. A lot of the Junins who were deployed along the borders were recalled. Sensei was one of them." Fujin thought for a bit before realizing, I see. Hiruzen and Shikaku must be worried about a possible Suna surprise attack on our borders. They probably recalled the Junins and above to ensure that higher-level combat capabilities wouldn't be impacted. It'll also allow us to mount a swifter and more powerful counterattack. In addition, they'll also be able to help out if Suna attacks during the Chunin exams. I guess Shikaku made this move. Hoka entered the circular room where they used to hang around whenever they visited Fujin's house and asked with a chuckle, "Do you still keep snacks?" Fujin asked in a deadpan tone, "You still eat snacks like a kid?" Hoka awkwardly complained, "Hey, we are still just 16. Don't treat us like old men." Fujin chuckled and replied, "Well, if you behave that way, it makes it hard to think of you as anything but a kid. Ha ha ha!" Fujin broke into laughter. Hoka sighed and sat down on the sofa while muttering, "It looks like your sense of humor hasn't improved much." Fujin replied with a grin, "You can't improve something that is already perfect. Anyway, snacks are still in their usual place. Treat yourself." Hoka raised an eyebrow and said sarcastically, "I thought you said that only kids eat them." Fujin nodded and replied, "Yup, my students eat them. They are still kids." "Didn't think you'd still be into it, but I suppose there isn't a reason for me to say no. Hoka was surprised. He grabbed a packet of chips while asking, "You have students?" Fujin nodded and grabbed a packet as well, showing that he was just messing with Hoka. He informed him about the 5 orphans he was guiding. Of course, he left out the part of them having Kekkei Genkai or them being from Kiri. He also mentioned Naruto. Hoka said, "That's interesting. I didn't think Lord Hokage would give you so much responsibility. Still, that sounds cool. I came across a genius in my clan as well. His name is Neji." Fujin was surprised to hear Hoka mention him. He replied, "Ah, Guy's student. I have seen him a few times as well." Guy was praising his talent as well. The two chatted for a while, catching up on each other's progress. After around half an hour, both sat silently. Fujin could see that Hoka wanted to talk about something, but was hesitating for some reason. He decided to give him time to gather his thoughts. After some time of indecision, Hoka sighed and said, "Actually, I have a reason for visiting you. I need your help. However, it is a very complicated and sensitive matter. I'm not sure if I should involve you." Fujin replied, "I can see that. Anyway, what's the matter? As long as it is a secret that can't be said, there is no reason to hesitate. If the request is too much, I'll just say no." Fujin shrugged as he finished speaking. Hoka replied, "Well, it isn't exactly a secret. That said, I'll want you to keep what I say next between us two only. Even Sensei shouldn't know about it." Fujin nodded and replied, "Sure, what's the issue?" Hoka sighed and removed his Konoha headband, displaying his caged bird seal to Fujin. Fujin immediately realized, "So he's come for that?" Sigh, this is a troublesome matter. As Fujin expected, Hoka said, "I haven't displayed my full power for some time. If I did, I'm sure I would be considered an elite Junin for sure. Even Lord Hokage might promote me. However, I'm worried that the main family will see a 16-year-old elite Junin as a threat. If they do, then they might kill me, without even allowing me an opportunity to defend myself. This danger will amplify even more if I become a rank S ninja. I came to you since you are a Grand Master in Jutsu. Can you remove this curse seal?" Fujin went silent. His expression became very serious. He had only casually mentioned that he would say no if the request was too much. He didn't expect Hoka to put forth such a request. After analyzing for a couple of minutes, Fujin asked, "Is that really such a danger?" "From what I know, the Hyuga main family has never used the caged bird seal to kill anyone ever since the Konoha ninja was established. They only used it to kill the Hyuga ninjas who were captured alive by the enemy." What Fujin said was true. Even though the caged bird seal existed and was a constant reminder to the branch family that they couldn't disobey the main family had never used to kill anyone casually. The most extreme cases would be the way Hiyashi restricted Hisashi. Most Hyuga didn't actually view it as a threat as much as Neji did. Neji had seen his father getting tortured by the seal at a very young age, which had created a significant impact on his young mind. It was amplified further after his father's death. Hoka never had any such issues, which is why Fujin hadn't expected such a request. Hoka nodded and said, "That is true. However, I can't be sure if they eliminated someone in the dark. After all, many geniuses from my clan died during the previous Great Wars. Though it is possible that all were genuine casualties of the war, I just can't help but think, what if things aren't as they look on the surface? That is why I am having thoughts of removing the seal." This time, Fujin didn't try to convince Hoka against doing so. After all, Hoka's concerns were valid. Had Fujin transmigrated into a Hyuga clan member, he would have surely done everything he could to remove that seal. Even if the person who controlled the seal was kind, who would feel comfortable with someone else being able to control their life and death? At least, Fujin wasn't. If he couldn't find a way to remove the seal, Fujin would have even thought of finding a way to eliminate everyone who could control the seal, making it useless. Even though Hoka had become concerned, his thoughts weren't as radical and extreme as Fujin's. Fujin replied, "I understand." He looked into Hoka's eyes and said, "That said, I hope you know that it might cause you to confront the Hyuga clan. If Hiyashi tries to use that caged bird seal in the future, and it doesn't work, he'll know that you have tampered with it. I'm not sure what would happen then, as there is no precedent for this, but there will be a political fallout for sure. Not to mention, he can still target your parents to keep you in check. Hoka nodded and said, I have thought of it. It worries me as well. It will have severe political consequences. That is why I approached you. If he is going to use it at some point in the future, even if I don't give him a reason to, then that's all the more reason for me to get rid of the seal. Even if he wants to target my parents, he won't dare to do so as long as I'm alive and stronger than him. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he realized the hidden meaning behind Hoka's words. He chuckled and said, I see. You want me to help you handle the political fallout that will happen if he discovers it. No wonder you approached me now. Looks like I was wrong in calling you a kid. Since when did you become so good at scheming? A smile appeared on Hoka's face as well. He said, I didn't expect that you'll see through it at a glance. As expected of someone who was inducted into the council by Lord Hokage, you should leave your house sometime and go and hear what everyone is saying about you. The entire village is discussing you and the way you stood up to the elders and the clan leaders. The reason why Hoka approached Fujin now and not earlier was because of how much reputation Fujin had gained in the past few days. The stories of his bravery and the rumors of the spectral swordsman were flowing all through the village. Hence, even if Hiyashi wanted to act against Hoka, he would have to consider Fujin's reaction, as the two were teammates. Hoka could use that as leverage to come to an understanding. Fujin looked at Hoka and thought, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. As a ninja, having this level of deceit and cunning is to be expected. That said, I wonder what he would think if he knew that I was the one to spread those stories in the first place. Hoka asked again, So, can you remove the seal? AN. You can sponsor chapters through PE Etreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more, support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 57, Suspicion. Chapter 593 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. So, can you remove the seal? Hearing Hoka's question, Fujin became quiet once again. Hoka didn't disturb him as he could see that Fujin was in deep thought. After a couple of minutes, disappointment appeared on Hoka's face as Fujin shook his head. Fujin answered, Don't get me wrong. I'll help you, but don't get your hopes too high. Even though I'm a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu, I have become one very recently. I lack both experience and skill when compared to the older grandmasters. The Byakugan is something every village covets. There is no doubt that other villages would have done everything they could to get their hands on it. Yet, there hasn't been any instance where enemy grandmasters lifted the caged bird seal and stole the Byakugan. So, you are asking me to do something that the grandmasters in Kumo, Kiri, Suna, and Iwa haven't been able to do for decades. In addition, there isn't any record of the seal being cracked before the formation of the hidden villages either. It is a seal that hasn't been cracked for centuries. More importantly, my priority will be ensuring that I don't make a mistake that could cripple or kill you while removing the seal, as it'll be pointless if either of that happens. This makes the task even more difficult. So I can't guarantee that I'll succeed in removing the seal. Hoka sighed in relief on hearing Fujin's words. He, of course, knew of the difficulty in doing so. So, he wasn't worried whether Fujin would succeed or not. He just hoped that Fujin would give it a try, as that was the only way he could have some hope. He had already tried learning Fuinjutsu, but had found it extremely difficult to comprehend. Considering the sensitive nature of the task, he couldn't risk approaching any other grandmaster. So Fujin was his only choice. He smiled and said, Thank you, Fujin. I appreciate it. I know how difficult it is, and I won't pester you to keep working on it. Fujin nodded. That was what he wanted to hear. Hoka continued, That said, I have one piece of information for you. There was someone who successfully undid the seal and stole a Byakugan. It happened in Kiri. Their elite Juninao has one Byakugan. Fujin replied, I know of him and even met him during a mission. However, his example isn't something I can follow for you. After all, the Hyuga from whom they extracted the Byakugan is dead, and that's not exactly an option for me, is it? Hoka immediately had an awkward expression. He replied, You are right. Fujin added, Besides, there are too many things that aren't clear in Ao's case. Whatever method they used shouldn't be foolproof. For starters, why did they take only a single eye? Were they unable to save the other, or did something else happen? The anomaly that sticks out the most is why they haven't tried it again. After all, they don't care whether the Hyuga ninjas live or not. Why didn't they harvest one eye from every Hyuga they captured? They could have implanted it into other ninjas like Ao and raised a strong unit. However, there isn't a second case like Ao in Kiri. Is there an issue? A weird expression appeared on Hoka's face as Fujin was talking. Hoka shook his head and answered, "Nothing. I just found it strange how casually you mentioned that. It's as if Byakugan was a commodity." Fujin shrugged and replied, "That's all that the other villages think of it. You might find it offensive, but unfortunately there is nothing we can do about it. Anyway, let me observe the caged bird seal. Stay still." Hoka followed his instructions as Fujin's eyes began glowing. As Fujin continued observing the caged bird seal, a frown appeared on his face. He analyzed, "I was expecting the seal to be somewhat like Danzo's seal in my Phantom. That way, no one will be able to remove the seal without having access to the right imprint. However, this is something else." Fujin raised his arm, placed his right palm on Hoka's forehead, and said, "If you feel any pain at all, inform me immediately. Don't delay for even 1 second." Hoka replied, "All right." Fujin gently inserted some chakra into Hoka's head, like one would while using the mystical palm. It was an application of medical ninjutsu to inspect internal injuries. As he inspected the seal, Fujin got a headache. He stopped inspecting and muttered, "This seal is crazy. I haven't seen anything like this before." Hoka asked, "What do you mean?" Fujin replied, "The seal is connected with too many nerves in your head. If anyone messes with it, it'll activate immediately, killing you and destroying your eyes in the blink of an eye. Don't allow anyone else to inspect and work on your seal. If even a slight mistake happens, it can be deadly." Sweat appeared on Hoka's face as he realized how deadly the seal was. His expression became grim. Fujin thought, even though Mai and Danzo's seals have a similar feature, our seals are connected to just a couple of important nerves, allowing us to do the job. However, the caged bird seal is at an entirely different level. Which lunatic created a seal that could connect with so many nerves? The more nerves the seal affects, the more complicated the seal is. A minute mistake could result in death. I wonder how many died while they were experimenting to create the seal. No wonder no one could remove this seal without destroying the eyes. The one who got Ao the Byakugan might have been extremely lucky. Still, whoever was the lunatic who created the seal, he should be a genius. This seal might be of the same level as the ones used by Jashin's. Suddenly, Fujin's eyes widened temporarily as he wondered, wait a minute. Lunatics, high level of Fuinjutsu. Sacrifices. Don't tell me the Hyuga who created this seal was a follower of Jashin. With the help of a bishop, creating such a seal isn't an impossibility. After all, if Hyuga had such high expertise in Fuinjutsu, it doesn't make sense for them to not be known for Fuinjutsu like the Uzumaki clan. Why did all their advancements stop with the caged bird seal? Hoka noticed Fujin's eyes widening momentarily, and his expression becoming even more serious. He nervously asked, "Did you discover a problem?" Fujin answered, "Yeah, but it isn't something that'll help you. I was just wondering how the Hyuga clan came up with such a seal. This seal is too advanced and is probably the most complicated seal in Konoha, and we are currently the most advanced village in terms of Fuinjutsu. If the Hyuga clan could create a seal like the caged bird seal centuries ago, you guys should have been well known for your Fuinjutsu prowess as well. However, I don't think I've ever heard anyone talking about Hyuga's Fuinjutsu prowess even once. Don't you find that odd?" Hoka thought for a bit and nodded. He said, "Now that I think about it, Hiyashi-sama isn't a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu. We do have one grandmaster in Fuinjutsu, but he is from the branch family. And he still has the caged bird seal on him. Do you think something fishy had happened?" Fujin nodded and replied, "Yeah. Unfortunately, it happened way too far in history. Any records related to it would have long been destroyed by the main family. In fact, I doubt Hiyashi even knows anything about the seal, apart from how to apply it and how to trigger it. If he was creating it from scratch, or could remove it, he'd be a grandmaster as well." Hoka agreed with Fujin's analysis. As much as he wanted to go back to the past and kill the one who created the seal, he knew it was impossible. Besides, the seal was very useful during the Warring Era. Without it, there was a chance that the Hyuga clan would have been wiped out. He asked, So what are the chances of removing this seal? AAN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI till Sarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Antonio, Primel, Pervisage, Kibig Scales, Information, Jess, Cami, Mukut, Austin, and Timberwolf for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 588, Medical Ninjutsu, Chapter 594 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin answered, I won't lie to you. It is very difficult. Most grandmasters will be stumped on how to handle the seal, and that's just the first problem. See this. Fujin grabbed a scroll and a pen and placed it on the table. He began drawing the caged bird seal. Hoka was surprised when Fujin began drawing how the seal connected to the nerves in his head. Fujin said, It is just a rough drawing. I'm not that good at biology yet, but you should get the basic idea. In order to remove the seal, the person attempting it should be both a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu and a top-tier medical ninja to ensure that there isn't a single mess-up. I suppose that should give you an idea. Hoka replied dejectedly, That's almost impossible. Does that mean only someone like Lady Tsunade can have a chance? Fujin nodded, while thinking, And Orochimaru, though he isn't an option either. Hoka continued, But she hasn't been in the village for over a decade. Not to mention, she might report me to Hiyashi-sama instead of helping me. I can't risk asking her. Fujin chuckled and said, Pretty much. Fortunately, you are in luck. Hoka asked in confusion, What do you mean? Fujin replied, I was planning to pursue medical ninjutsu more seriously. If you had arrived a couple of days later, you might not have been able to find me here at this time of the day. Hoka was surprised. This time, it was a pleasant surprise. He was about to express his joy when he suddenly stopped and became serious once again. He said, Fujin, are you telling the truth, or are you planning to pursue it just to help me? If it's the latter, then you don't need to do it. You are already busy with the council duties along with missions, and your skills are already too varied with you focusing on ninjutsu, taijutsu, and fuinjutsu. Focusing on something as complicated as medical ninjutsu while trying to work on my seal will eat into too much of your time. It'll burden you too much. Fujin raised his eyebrow and asked, Since when did you become so thoughtful? That said, you don't need to worry. I won't exactly be wasting time while working on your seal. In Fuinjutsu, becoming a grandmaster is the highest you can achieve. However, no grandmaster is satisfied by it. We want to reach the level beyond irrespective of whether it exists or not. Researching that seal might help me take a few steps forward. As for medical ninjutsu, as I said, I intended to learn it either way. It is related to one of the jutsus I learnt recently. It was actually my first thought when you asked for my help. However, seeing how complex the seal is, it wouldn't work. Hoka became curious. He asked, Which jutsu could have been helpful? Fujin replied, Spirit Transformation Jutsu. Unlike the Flying Thunder God, Fujin didn't intend to keep this technique a secret. In fact, he had already used it in the T&I department and in front of Takeshi, so it was only a matter of time before others knew of it as well. Hoka asked, What jutsu is that? With a deadpan expression, Fujin asked, Seriously? Even my 9-year-old student knew about it. Hoka blushed in embarrassment and asked, Well, what does it do? Fujin sighed and answered, It allows you to control your soul and fly around as a spirit. I can use it to remove your soul from your body, which would keep your soul safe even if the seal is activated. Unfortunately, the seal is very thorough. If your soul leaves your body, the seal will trigger and destroy your eyes and your brain, so even though your soul will be safe, your body will be dead. Without a body, you'll die pretty soon as well. Hoka was surprised to hear that such a magical ninjutsu existed, and that Fujin knew it. However, understanding that it won't be of much use to him decreased his interest in it. He said, That sounds like a great jutsu. A shame that it won't help me. He sighed before a determined expression appeared on his face. He said, Thank you, Fujin. I'm not sure what I would have done without your help. Fujin waved his hand dismissively and said, It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just don't do anything stupid until I am able to remove the seal. On second thought, don't do anything stupid even if I succeed in removing the seal. A smile appeared on Hoka's face. He asked, Is there anything I can do to help? Fujin shook his head and said, It'd be helpful if you were a grandmaster as well, or an expert in medical ninjutsu. However, that will need years or even decades, assuming you have some talent in it. Just keep doing what you are. Keep your strength hidden and become stronger without letting anyone know about it. If possible, show interest in the history of your clan, but make it seem natural and don't attract any suspicion. If you can find out anything about how the seal was created, then it could be helpful for me. However, ensure that you don't fall into any trap. Take several months to establish that you have a newfound interest in it, and only then slowly approach any centuries-old records. Hoka nodded and said, Don't worry, I'll be careful. The two chatted for some more time about lighter things before Hoka got up to leave. Fujin said, If you are forced to reveal your strength and notice some strangeness in Hiyashi's behavior, start hanging more around me. Though my reputation is quite high, it isn't high enough to interfere in the Hyuga clan's internal matters yet. However, he'll have some reservations to act against you if he feels that I will investigate your death. Hoka nodded and said, I will. Good luck with medical ninjutsu. He left. Fujin saw him leaving and thought, well, if he does, I can dump the kid's taijutsu training on him. Though they are weak right now, training taijutsu with a clone will become difficult as their strength increases. It'll also teach them how to fight while hiding their Kekkei Genkai. Fujin stopped thinking about it and left his house as well. He flickered a few times and reached the Konoha hospital. Ameki, who was working at the reception desk as usual, was startled as Fujin suddenly appeared in front of her and asked, Is Yamanaka Yoshi or Isamu in the hospital? She immediately recognized Fujin and replied, Yes, they must be in their office. They don't have any serious cases assigned. Fujin thanked her and disappeared once again. She sighed and muttered to herself, That's cool. I didn't think he'd become a council member when he came here to study mystical palm jutsu. Yoshi was enjoying his tea when he suddenly felt a presence behind him. He immediately became alert and turned around. His eyes immediately landed on Fujin. He complained, Stop startling me every time you show up. I almost spilled my tea. Fujin asked in a deadpan tone, I arrived as quietly as I could. Why are you getting startled? Yoshi said in annoyance, That's what startles everyone. Stop flickering in the hospital. Anyway, why are you here? Fujin sighed and said, I was here to accept your offer. I expected you to be a bit more excited. I guess I'll ask Lord Hokage to arrange for someone else to guide me. Yoshi's eyes widened. He cursed. You brat! After making me beg for years, you think I'll allow you to just run to someone else? Humph, as if I'll let you. Fujin's left eyebrow twitched as he asked, Are you angry or happy? Make up your mind. Even though it seemed like Yoshi was scolding Fujin, a smile could be seen on his face. He replied, Who said humans can't feel both emotions at the same time? Ever since he had taught mystical palm jutsu to Fujin, Yoshi had always pestered him to pursue medical ninjutsu. Even though Hiruzen had said that Fujin wasn't as talented as he thought and explained that Fujin could master the mystical palm jutsu so quickly because he was good at yin and yang release, it didn't change Yoshi's mind as that was equally good. However, Fujin never agreed to his pestering as he had an extremely busy schedule and couldn't divide his time any further. As a result, all of Yoshi's attempts were futile. He had almost given up when Fujin suddenly showed up today. He couldn't help but ask, By the way, why did you suddenly change your mind? Fujin tilted his head and asked, When did I change my mind? I told you that I was too busy with other stuff. My schedule opened up just a few days ago. Yoshi looked at Fujin with an unconvinced expression and wondered, was he really telling the truth? Oh well, it doesn't matter. He's still 16. That's not too old to start learning medical ninjutsu. I just hope that he doesn't get discouraged by the amount of books he'll have to memorize. Young ninjas don't like to do boring things like that. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pedal Sarvesh 8 OKSBI can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Jeff, Ethan, Yoel, Knuckled, and Tamash for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 5 of 89, Chakra Pathways. Chapter 595 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Yoshi finished his cup of tea and got up. He said, I hope you know that you'll have to memorize a lot of books in order to learn medical ninjutsu. Fujin sighed and answered, yes. That was a big reason why I didn't try to do it when I was busy. Yoshi nodded and said, all right, come with me. He led Fujin to the library inside the hospital while saying, I'll personally guide you to ensure that you get the best guidance and become a very capable medical ninja. In addition, I'll ask Isamu and a few other experienced medical nins to guide you as well in some aspects. Fujin nodded. He had expected as much, considering how much Yoshi had pestered him. They reached the library. Yoshi immediately grabbed half a dozen thick books, placed them on the table in front of Fujin, and said, these books have the basics of the human body. Even though we taught you a bit while teaching you the mystical palm jutsu, you'll be learning everything in far more depth. Fujin looked at the books and asked, it's cool if I take them and any other books in the library with me, right? Yoshi nodded and said, you should. I'll discuss with Isamu to come up with a schedule for you. Fujin nodded while thinking, good luck trying to stick to any schedule. He said, all right, I'll see you later then. Yoshi nodded and said, just come find me in my office. If I'm not here, you can visit my home as well. Fujin smiled and said, I will. Yoshi felt that Fujin's smile was slightly strange, but he didn't think much of it. The pitiful old man was completely unaware of how crazy the next couple of months would be for him. Unfortunately, he didn't have the same experience as Hiruzen, or he would have raised his guard several times. He left the library to share the good news with Isamu. Meanwhile, Fujin stayed in the library and grabbed 6 more sets of those books and stored them in a storage scroll before returning to his home. In his basement, 72 shadow clones were working on a new seal. He immediately said, other than the ones who are close to a breakthrough, dispel yourselves. 70 shadow clones dispersed themselves. Fujin planned, I can't stop working on the seal. It is far more important than medical ninjutsu. However, there is no need to have too many clones working on the seal, as that is rather redundant. I'll have 30 clones work on the seal, and have 42 go through the medical books. That won't leave me with much chakra, but I guess I can still continue experimenting with fusing the fire and wind elements. If I run low on chakra, then I will focus on physical training. Having made his decision, Fujin created shadow clones and assigned them the work. The clones working on the seal continued as usual. As for the ones reading the medical books, they had additional tasks. The first was obviously to get the knowledge. The second was to recreate the books through his own understanding. Fujin planned to place the books he wrote in the library of the Phantom Haven Society. The main reason why Fujin created that organization was information. Now, his second goal was to make the organization extremely advanced in medical ninjutsu. Unlike what every member of the Phantom Haven Society thought, Fujin had no interest in their individual strengths for the time being. Of course, creating a team that was excellent at medical ninjutsu and good at research was easier said than done, and would take a long time. Luckily, Fujin wasn't bothered by the time required, as he knew that he had no hopes of creating a good medic unit before the 4th Great Ninja War. Fujin got busy with his new schedule. In the Land of Wave, Team 7 faced Zabuza and Haku. Even though Naruto had learnt the Great Breakthrough Jutsu and other wind jutsus, and was quite creative with them, they weren't at a high enough level to make much of an impact against Haku's Ice Keke Genkai. In the end, Sasuke got heavily injured, resulting in Naruto releasing Kurama's first chakra and defeating Haku. He still was unable to kill Haku, who sacrificed his life to save Zabuza and give him a chance. Unfortunately, even with that opening, Zabuza wasn't a match for Kakashi and was defeated almost immediately following Haku's death. Like in the original story, he killed Gato for disrespecting Haku's dead body before joining Haku in the afterlife. Team 7 waited for another week for the bridge to be completed before starting their return journey. During this time, Fujin's clones were done with the 6 books. Not only that, they had written 6 books of their own, based on their understanding of the knowledge in the books. Fujin stored the books from the library back in the scroll, while storing the books he had written in a different scroll. As he did so, he thought with a sigh, "Biology is as tedious to learn as I remember. This won't be fun like Fuinjutsu." That said, it isn't something I should skip. I was reluctant to study this due to how difficult it would be. But just these 6 books taught me so much about human biology. Even though the basic human body in this world is quite similar, the existence of the chakra network brings about a qualitative change. Of course, it also makes biology even more complicated. There is an entirely different branch of biology that focuses just on chakra pathways. Just like the blood vessels in our body, the chakra network is enmeshed within the body, connecting to each and every cell. Apart from the ones who have weird biologies, the chakra in every ninja's body travels through these chakra pathways. It's eerily similar to the meridians in the cultivation novels I read in my previous world. Almost makes me wonder if the chakra pathways can be strengthened or widened to increase the quantity of chakra in my body, or to allow me to use it more freely. Fujin stored the scrolls while thinking. After a couple of minutes, he chuckled. I shouldn't count on something like that. There isn't any known record of someone doing something like this. Even though Tsunade could store her chakra, she did it with the help of Fuinjutsu, and not with just her medical knowledge. So, I'll be starting entirely new research. Who knows how many decades of work will be needed to complete it? Besides, even though there are similarities, they end with the chakra pathways. Unlike the power system in cultivation novels, there is no such thing as a Dantian in this world. And even though everyone speaks about chakra reserves, there aren't any chakra storanks or reservoirs in our body, as chakra isn't exactly stored in the body in the form of chakra. Instead, it is continuously produced by the body depending on the person's needs. And this is done with the help of the chakra network as well. Since the chakra network is connected with each and every cell in the body, it is able to draw out the physical energy in each cell. It transfers this physical energy and spiritual energy to the organs inside our body. These organs, along with doing their normal functions, are also responsible for combining physical and spiritual energy into chakra. Under normal circumstances, the amount of physical energy that gets drawn out is very negligible. When a ninja tries to use chakra for something, only then does it extract more physical and spiritual energy. This is also the reason why exhausting all chakra results in coma or death. It is because all the physical energy in the ninja's body is consumed. In addition, if the chakra is created, but the ninja decides against using it, which happens quite frequently with the shadow clones, the chakra just gets converted back into physical and spiritual energy with negligible losses for creating and deconstructing the chakra. This nature of chakra is also why the amount of chakra in a ninja's body is directly related to his physical energy and spiritual energy. Even if one is lacking, then the amount of chakra they can create will be severely restricted. Of course, that is unless one is born with a special physique, like the Uzumakis, or have their physiques tempered by the tailed beasts sealed inside them, or other methods. In those cases, the physical and spiritual energy of the ninjas improves at a rapid rate. So even if I manage to widen or strengthen my chakra pathways, it won't help me to increase my chakra reserves. Instead, the only advantage might be that they will be able to extract physical energy fractions of seconds quicker and supercharge my jutsus more quickly. On second thought, that's not a bad buff at all, especially while dealing with ninjas who move too quickly. Perhaps I'll ask Phantom Haven's future research team to work on this after all. Fujin stretched his body and muttered to himself, regardless, learning medical ninjutsu will likely bring me some surprises. Though it might not be very useful before the Fourth Great Ninja War, it might be the most important thing for me once I become old. There is no harm in working on it for a few months and building a good base right now. It'll also help me create a bond with Tsunade rather easily. Even if that doesn't happen, I can just bribe her to teach me the stuff that is beyond Yoshi. Now then, I hope Yoshi has created a good training plan for me and got a lot of good help. With a smirk on his face, Fujin disappeared from his house. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Lazy Dragon. Nah, just lazy, Wemstar. Actually upset Cordy, Michael, and Snowfairy Asuna for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 590, Headaches. Chapter 596 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Sitting in his office inside Konoha's hospital, Yoshi grumbled, "Where is that insensitive kid? He came to me to ask for guidance but hasn't shown up for a week." Izamu sighed and said, "I told you that you shouldn't have started by giving the books. That bores anyone who wants to learn medical ninjutsu, and they become reluctant to continue learning." However, Yoshi argued back, "And I already said that if someone can't read 6 books, then they have no business in being a medical ninja. They'll need to read dozens of books and thousands of papers to be an acceptable medical ninja." Izamu sighed again and said, "It's about generating interest, Yoshi-sensei. Once we generate enough interest, they can read even 100 books to satisfy their curiosity. If not." "What curiosity?" Izamu was stunned and immediately turned around. He hadn't sensed anyone approaching him from the back. Fortunately for Yoshi, he was looking at Isamu, and hence noticed Fujin suddenly appearing behind Isamu. Isamu relaxed slightly, seeing that Fujin was the one behind him. Yet, he couldn't help but curse. This brat! How the hell does he keep sneaking on me? It was important to remember that even though they were medical ninjas, both Yoshi and Izamu were Junins. They weren't special Junins like many other medical ninjas who could get that rank due to their expertise in medical ninjutsu, but proper Junins who could compete equally against Junins who fight on the front lines. In addition, both had lived through 2 wars. So, they weren't lacking in experience or survival instincts. Yet, Fujin kept sneaking behind them successfully. Fujin smiled and said, "It's good to see you here, Isamu-sensei. Yoshi-sensei, shall we move to the next step?" Isamu grumbled, "Fujin, one of these days you are going to give me a heart attack." Fujin chuckled and replied, "Don't worry, you're still very young and healthy. If something does happen, I'll quickly bring you to Yoshi-sensei." Isamu was left speechless. Yoshi ignored their interaction and asked in annoyance, "What next step? You didn't show up for over a week after I gave you the books." Fujin tilted his head and asked, "Didn't you ask me to read and understand those books? It took me some time. Is a week too slow to understand them?" Yoshi and Isamu's eyes widened. Yoshi said, "You were just supposed to read them. I would have taught the contents inside it to you. Also, did you go through the 6 books and understand them in a week?" Neither Isamu nor Yoshi believed Fujin's words. Each of the 6 books he was given had over 2,000 pages. It wasn't something that could be read in a week, let alone understood. Yoshi had planned to teach everything inside those books to Fujin in 4 to 5 months. To their shock, Fujin nodded and said, "Yup, I just kept the books back in the library. What's next?" Yoshi and Izamu were left speechless by his reply. Needless to say, they still didn't believe it. Yoshi quickly asked Fujin a few questions, which Fujin answered promptly. The more he asked, the more he was stunned. Izamu joined in and asked a couple of questions as well, but Fujin answered those as well. Yoshi and Isamu glanced at each other, shock visible in their eyes. Fujin chuckled internally at their expressions while thinking, "Shadow Clone rocks as usual. With 42 Shadow Clones, I have effectively spent 42 weeks reading those books. Of course, it won't be as effective as one person spending 42 weeks reading the books as 7 clones had to read the same books, causing an overlap. However, it is still probably equivalent to one person studying the books for around 15 to 20 weeks. No wonder they are so shocked. Oh well, they will learn about it very soon. Luckily for me, both are Junins with a decent amount of chakra." With no option but to believe Fujin, Yoshi said, "All right, let's move to the next step. The 6 books you have gone through have given you a basic understanding of human physiology. Your next topic will be learning human anatomy. We will dissect a dead body and study what you have read practically. Fujin nodded. In his previous life, he would have been extremely reluctant and nauseated to try something like this. However, in this life, Fujin had already done a few experiments on dead bodies. He had even studied the heads of root ninjas to learn Danzo's seals. Not to mention, the number of bodies he cut open during his missions had long exceeded 1,000. The two of them led Fujin to the anatomy lab, where they generally taught other trainees. However, since it was an odd hour, there weren't any trainees in the lab. The trio entered the room and just saw a middle-aged medical ninja who was responsible for supervising the lab. Yoshi looked at him and said, "Hideaki, meet Fujin. He is the one I was talking about." Hideaki looked at Fujin and thought, "So he is the genius Yoshi-sensei kept bragging about." Sigh, I thought he was kidding when he said that he was bringing a council member to teach. Then again, he did pass a brilliant proposal. "I'm looking forward to the guidance hall's construction." Hideaki approached them and chuckled. "I was sure you were joking. Good to meet you, Council Member Fujin." Fujin smiled and said, "I'm just a student here. No need for any formalities." Hideaki nodded and thought, "Not bad. I always thought that he'd be far more arrogant." He looked at Yoshi and asked, "Are you planning to give him an introduction to human anatomy?" Yoshi shook his head and answered, "No, we are beginning anatomy studies." A weird expression appeared on Hideaki's face as he wondered, didn't he start teaching him just a week ago? It's too early to start with anatomy. Despite his reservations, he didn't say anything as Yoshi was far more experienced than him. He thought that Yoshi would have his reasons for doing so. The anatomy lab had 30 tables. Each table had a dead body on it, along with a few tools to study the body. Yoshi led Fujin towards one and began explaining. After an hour-long explanation, he displayed how to dissect the body and said, "Now you try." Suddenly, Fujin asked, "You can use the multi-shadow clone jutsu, right?" Yoshi and the other two were confused. Yoshi nodded and said, "Yes. Why are you asking?" Fujin smiled and said, "Learning just by myself will take a lot of time." He looked at Hideaki and asked, "The lab doesn't lack dead bodies, right?" Hideaki nodded, still confused about Fujin's intentions. Regardless, they didn't lack any dead bodies. After all, too many missions involved killing. Several missions involved bringing back the dead bodies, which would be donated to the hospital. In addition, storing dead bodies was extremely easy in this world. As a result, the hospital had several hundred dead bodies stored in scrolls. Fujin continued, "That's great. In that case, let's work on all 30 bodies at the same time. It'll help speed up the learning process considerably." In the blink of an eye, smoke covered the entire room. As it faded away, 30 Fujins could be seen in the lab, one standing at each desk. In an instant, Yoshi and Isamu understood how Fujin managed to go through the books within 7 days. Isamu muttered in disbelief, "Did you use shadow clones to study the physiology books within 7 days?" Hideaki, who was hearing it for the first time, looked at Fujin with a shocked expression and thought, "What the hell? He completed the introductory books in a week? Even with shadow clones, that should be extremely difficult. Not to mention..." Fujin nonchalantly replied, "More or less. Anyway, let's continue." Yoshi ignored his words and said with a solemn expression, "Fujin, using shadow clones for training is a bad idea. The memories that are transferred back to you create a strain on your brain. You must have felt the headaches. Even if you want to use shadow clones to help you, you should have all clones work on the same thing. Otherwise, it can cause trauma." Fujin nodded. Having been using the shadow clone technique since the academy, he had long gotten used to the headaches. Even though he was worried about any side effects it might cause initially, the worries disappeared when no medical ninja said that there was anything wrong with him. He just needed to have adequate rest and sleep for the headaches to go away. With time, Fujin stopped making his clones work on just one thing and allowed different clones to work on different tasks. While getting several kinds of memories would cause even more headaches, Fujin's brain had become used to handling such chaotic memories as well. That said, he still dispelled the clones working on the same tasks at a time to reduce the headaches. So Fujin wasn't as concerned as Yoshi regarding this drawback of multi-shadow clone jutsu. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI. Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Isaiah and Running, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 5 and 91, What the Hell Happened? Chapter 5 and 97 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by 01895. You can thank him for the double release. To the surprise of the experienced medical ninjas, Fujin said, I'm aware of the drawbacks. Don't worry, I do take proper precautions. For some reason, all three medical ninjas doubted Fujin's words. However, they understood that it wasn't their role to instruct Fujin. After all, even though he was a junior, he was ranked higher than them as an elite Junin. Not to mention, he was a council member as well. Yoshi said, as long as you are aware, it's fine. However, do take care of yourself. This jutsu is forbidden for a reason. If you take it lightly, the jutsu will burn you in more than one way. Fujin nodded and replied, I will. Yoshi said, good. You can dispel 2/3 of your clones. Unlike you, I'm not young enough to maintain 30 shadow clones for a long time. Fujin immediately looked at Izumu and Hideaki and asked, you two can maintain 9 clones each, right? The three of them were left speechless once again. There was no hesitation or doubt in Fujin's voice. He didn't even take a second to think after Yoshi asked him to dispel 20 shadow clones. Instead, he acted as if it was the most natural thing. Both Isamu and Hideaki nodded involuntarily. Fujin smiled and said, that's great, let's start. Lost for words, the three of them created shadow clones and began guiding Fujin and his clones after discussing among themselves what each one of them would teach Fujin. Despite having been teaching medical ninjutsu to young trainees for decades, it was their first time doing something like this. For the next 8 hours, they continued teaching Fujin without a break, before finally calling it a day. Fujin thanked the three of them and left the lab after confirming that they would meet again the next morning. As soon as Fujin left, the three of them collapsed into chairs and their breathing became rough. Hideaki asked, what the hell happened today? Izamu echoed his question and asked, why exactly did we create shadow clones to teach Fujin? I don't think I've ever created 9 shadow clones at the same time, let alone maintain them for 8 hours. Yoshi scoffed, you two are still a decade younger than me. What would you know about how many headaches I'm getting? He paused for a minute, thinking about what exactly happened in the last 8 hours. Finally, he grumbled, I was too enthusiastic to teach him. We got sucked into that kid's pace. We didn't even realize what he was asking from us. Not to mention, we already promised to keep teaching him in this manner. The 3 senior medical ninjas looked at each other helplessly. While they had been hot-blooded and enthusiastic during their younger years, they had long passed that phase. In the peaceful time, they had gotten used to playing with the trainees to have fun. Hideaki, in particular, enjoyed seeing the reactions of the young trainees when they had to dissect dead bodies. He would actively try to put the trainees out of their comfort zone. Meanwhile, Yoshi and Isamu partook in pranks like making young trainees think of happy thoughts while learning mystical palm jutsu along with other things. However, there was never an instance where the trainees turned the tables around and made them feel helpless, apart from Fujin reverse pranking Yoshi. Isamu sighed and said, we underestimated him. Hideaki sighed as well and said, I'll have to keep this lab off limits for the trainees for the next few days as we'll be guiding Fujin all the time. Still, he is quite ridiculous. Didn't you two notice something strange? Yoshi and Isamu were too tired to think of anything. Yoshi asked, what are you talking about? We taught everything as we had planned. In fact, we taught more than we had initially discussed. What was strange? Hideaki answered with a serious expression, the fact that we could teach everything as planned and more is extremely strange. When did we ever manage to teach everything we wanted to with the trainees learning everything properly? Yoshi and Izamu's eyes widened. Everything else that had happened made them overlook that aspect. Hideaki continued, Not to mention, Fujin and his 29 shadow clones all never lost their focus. Even when he dispelled them, he didn't seem to be under any strain despite having more than thrice the number of shadow clones as us. It means... Yoshi completed his sentence. It means that he has used this tactic so many times that he has long gotten used to its side effects. Shock and disbelief appeared on their faces. Izamu muttered, "No wonder he has achieved so much at such a young age. No wonder Lord Hokage looks at him so favorably and gave him a seat on the council. With such a hard-working nature and ability to stay focused for hours, there is no telling how much stronger he'll become." The three of them exchanged eye glances. This time, along with shock, there was some excitement in their eyes. Yoshi said with excitement in his voice, "Lord Third Hokage. He is still as excellent as always. He has kept such a talent hidden from everyone. With the two Sanins refusing to take center stage, everyone believes that Hatake Kakashi will be the one to lead Konoha in the future. As the son of White Fang, the student of the fourth Hokage and with excellent strength and leadership qualities, he ticks all the boxes. However, no one knows that Suzuki Fujin might be his equal in strength. Even if he isn't yet, it is only a matter of time with such dedication. After all, he is 10 years younger than Kakashi. With 2 rank S ninjas from this generation, Konoha will continue being strong." Having realized it, the three of them forgot their tiredness and headaches and became very excited. It was thrilling news. Isamu said, "It looks like the rumors about the spectral swordsman are true. His combat strength must be phenomenal. Not to mention, his clones could inspect the entire village, so his chakra reserves must be very high as well. In addition, he is also a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster. Even though I knew his talent, I was a bit suspicious and thought that Lord Hokage wanted to increase his reputation. It looks like we were wrong." Hideaki nodded. Seeing their expressions, Yoshi immediately said, "While this is great news, don't tell it to anyone. Lord Third must have his reasons for not making this information public. We shouldn't spoil his plans." Izamu and Hideaki nodded in agreement. What the three of them didn't know was that Hiruzen had long wanted to increase Fujin's reputation and had taken every opportunity he could to increase Fujin's reputation. Unfortunately for him, most of Fujin's achievements couldn't be made public. As a result, he was far more famous in the enemy villages and organizations than in Konoha. If not for the fact that Onoki placed a bounty on him, Hiruzen put him on the council and tasked him to inspect the entire village. The majority of the Konoha would probably not even know that someone called Fujin existed. If Hiruzen knew that the three of them had realized Fujin's potential, he would have encouraged them to spread the information instead of keeping it a secret among them. Yoshi smiled, seeing that the two of them agreed. He thought, even though we shouldn't spread the information, I need to inform Inoichi. The Yamanaka clan should have good relations with him. At the very least, we shouldn't be at odds with him. Suddenly, a few knocks were heard on the door of the lab. Yoshi looked at it and said, "Come in." 2 girls entered the room. They were his assistants, Hyuga Emi and Kurama Asuka. They approached Yoshi and said, "You are finally free, Sensei." Yoshi asked, "Did something happen?" Emi nodded and said, "Yes, you are supposed to teach the next batch the mystical palm jutsu tomorrow. They want to confirm your availability." Yoshi replied, "I'll be busy tomorrow. Ask the management to arrange someone else tomorrow." Having realized Fujin's potential, he didn't want to focus on anything else for the time being. Asuka showed a difficult expression and explained, "Sensei, all the senior medical ninjas are busy. They can't arrange anyone else so quickly." Yoshi waved his hand dismissively and said, "It doesn't matter. I'll be busy for a few days or weeks. So will be Isamu, Hideaki, and the anatomy lab. Ask the management to handle things accordingly. They can arrange another teacher temporarily or push back the training session." The 2 girls were helpless against Yoshi's stubbornness. Having worked under him for years, the 2 understood that they wouldn't be able to change his mind and took their leave. Even though the management of Konoha Hospital wouldn't be pleased, they knew that there wasn't anything they could do against someone like Yoshi. If anything, they were afraid that he might retire due to his old age. The management decided to ignore their antics and delayed the new batch by a few days. However, when the situation didn't change for over a couple of weeks, they had to inform Hiruzen about their behavior. Hiruzen was about to leave when he got their report. He read it with a confused expression while thinking, "That's weird. Since when did Yoshi start saying no to teaching youngsters? Isn't he usually very enthusiastic about teaching them? I can't have someone as dedicated as him slack off or retire." From the report, Hiruzen understood that the three of them had been occupying the anatomy lab, denying others access to it. He activated his chakra field to sense whether the three of them were still there. On sensing them, Hiruzen disappeared from his office. In a couple of seconds, he appeared outside the anatomy lab. Without knocking, he opened the door and entered. The sudden intrusion attracted the attention of the three senior medical ninjas. They were surprised to see Hiruzen. However, Hiruzen was even more surprised at seeing their appearances. He couldn't help but wonder, what the hell happened? And you can sponsor chapters through Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 592, Avoiding the Plague. Chapter 598 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The three senior medical ninjas looked in terrible shape. Large bags could be seen under their eyes. It looked like they hadn't slept for years. Tiredness could be seen all over their body. It was as if they had just been to war and healed 1,000 ninjas. Hiruzen couldn't help but be stunned by their state. Before he could ask anything, the three of them stood up through a lot of effort and respectfully asked, "Lord Hokage, why are you here?" Hiruzen replied, "Forget about me. What happened to you guys? Why do you look so tired?" Hearing his questions, the three of them sighed. After realizing Fujin's potential, the three ignored their tiredness and began teaching him wholeheartedly. Their enthusiasm lasted exactly 2 days before they realized that they couldn't keep up with Fujin. Unfortunately, it was too late to back away by then. They were ashamed to tell Fujin to slow down and take it easy. Hence, they resorted to dropping subtle hints about the same. Unfortunately for them, Fujin seemed to be completely oblivious to any hints they dropped. Instead, he pushed them even more. Yoshi grumbled, "Kids these days. They have no respect for the elders." Hiruzen raised an eyebrow in confusion. Izamu added, "I feel like he is doing this intentionally as revenge for all the time we pestered him to become a medical ninja." Hideaki looked at him and asked, "I didn't do that. So why is he making me suffer? Besides, no one can be so oblivious. He is definitely doing it intentionally." A few question marks in Hiruzen's head. He didn't understand what they were talking about. However, he felt something very familiar with the situation. He asked, "Could you stop beating around the bush and explain why you three are so tired?" Yoshi sighed again and explained, "We had been pestering Fujin to take medical ninjutsu seriously since the day we approached you. He finally accepted our offer 3 weeks ago. We began teaching him about human anatomy a couple of weeks ago. He requested us to use shadow clones to teach him so that he can learn it more quickly. Since then, we have been teaching him for more than 12 hours daily, with each of us creating 9 shadow clones. We thought that he'd slow down eventually. However, he has been pushing us to teach him even faster, and we have been unable to convince him to take it slow." A shiver passed through Hiruzen's spine as he realized, no wonder I was getting a familiar sensation. The three senior medical ninjas looked at Hiruzen with hope in their eyes. They hoped that their mighty and wise Hokage would be able to provide them with a method to get off the back of the tiger they had unknowingly climbed. Unfortunately for them, all they got was a look full of pity as Hiruzen turned around and said, "I see. It's good to see you make such efforts to train our next generation and pass the will of fire to them. Good luck. I'll ensure that the hospital management won't bother you." The three of them watched Hiruzen's back with wide eyes. Isamu tried calling out, "Lord Hokage." However, even before a word exited his mouth, Hiruzen had disappeared from the room. He had no interest in poking his nose in Fujin's business. If anything, Hiruzen was glad and thanked the gods that Fujin wasn't present in the lab when he visited. Otherwise, Fujin might have asked him to send a few clones too. He returned to the office and thought, even with shadow clones, learning medical ninjutsu will take several months. Fujin shouldn't have the energy to do anything else during this time. Besides, that boy becomes incredibly focused when he is learning new skills. A smile appeared on Hiruzen's face as he realized, it looks like I'll be safe from any ludicrous requests for a few months. If Yoshi, Isamu, and Hideaki were to hear Hiruzen's thoughts, his godlike image in their hearts would crumble. In fact, it was already very shaky after he escaped instead of helping them. Isamu exclaimed, "How could Lord Hokage abandon us in this difficult situation? And how could he not understand our real thoughts? Has everyone become oblivious all of a sudden?" Hideaki replied, "Oblivious? I swear I could see a hint of pity in his eyes. He didn't leave because he was oblivious. He left because he is aware of that troublesome kid." Yoshi agreed. Yeah, though it was momentarily, his expression showed that he probably guided Fujin the same way and regretted it. Izamu looked at the two of them and asked helplessly, "What do we do then?" Hideaki wasn't sure what to say. Yoshi helplessly answered, "What can we do? If even Lord Hokage couldn't stop him, how can we make him take it easy? Not to mention, Lord Hokage asked us to keep teaching him. We just need to be careful next time." The three looked at each other before letting out another long sigh in unison. The number of times they sighed in the last 2 weeks exceeded the times they sighed in a year before Fujin visited them. During these 2 weeks, another interesting development which involved Fujin had happened in Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto, the sole Jinchuriki in Konoha, had moved into Fujin's compounds. Even though the elders and clan leaders had agreed earlier, they paid close attention to this development, as Fujin's reputation had increased a lot since the time they had given their agreement due to the proposal of the guidance hall. They took note of Fujin's increasing political influence, but didn't do anything else. However, there was one person who was fuming at this development. It was Danzo, who wanted to get his hands on Naruto for a long time. Hiruzen and the other clan leaders always opposed it, and yet they hadn't objected to Fujin taking Naruto under his wings. Unfortunately, there wasn't anyone he could complain to, as Hiruzen refused to entertain him on this topic. As a matter of fact, Hiruzen hadn't even asked for his opinion since he was no longer a part of the council. Danzo could only ignore this matter and build his strength for the time silently, while waiting for the time when he could make a move again. Yoshi, Isamu, and Hideaki continued teaching Fujin the human anatomy for another week, until he had grasped all the basics. All three breathed a sigh of relief when they were finally done. Isamu thought, "Finally! The torture is over. The next step is pathology and toxicology. He'll need to go through the books first. We will finally have a couple of weeks of rest. I'm going to go home and sleep for an entire week. I don't care what my wife and children think." At the same time, Hideaki was crying rivers of joy mentally while thinking, "It's finally over. I only teach anatomy. I don't care what else Izamu and Yoshi-sensei promised to teach him. It has nothing to do with me." Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why are you all sighing? Let's move on to the next topic." The three looked begrudgingly at Fujin, who continued maintaining an innocent smile. The smile had become a nightmare for the three of them. They dreamt about it every night for the past few nights. Yoshi said, "Fujin, you are done with basic human physiology and human anatomy. The next part is pathology and toxicology. For these topics, you need to know the theory first. I will give you the books. You can come back and visit me once you are done reading and understanding them." Once Fujin became busy reading the books, the three of them could rest. It was the reason why they were relieved. However, a frown appeared on Fujin's face. He said, "Sensei, I could learn physiology books by myself, as they were only the basics, and you two had already taught me a lot of that stuff while teaching me the mystical palm jutsu. I won't be able to learn pathology and toxicology so easily, and I'll have several doubts as well." The trio were stunned by Fujin's reply. They couldn't help but think, "Will you only be happy when we die due to overworking?" However, after thinking for a bit longer, they understood that Fujin was right. Those topics were far more complicated. Needing help was natural. Yoshi's mind quickly thought of a plan and said, "You are right, Fujin. I was planning to conduct daily classes for you. We'll clear all your doubts and guide you with the difficult topics. However, I overlooked an important point. You have just learned anatomy and physiology. Not to mention you used shadow clones to learn them very quickly. If you start learning something else so quickly, you'll jumble everything and become confused. Hence, you shouldn't study anything new for at least a week. Revise what you have learnt so far for a week. Come visit me when you think you have revised enough any time after a week has passed. I'll hand you the books then. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddlesarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Mark, Yoo, Jonas, and Godai for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 593, Guidance Hall. Chapter 599 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin looked at Yoshi suspiciously. The three senior medical ninjas immediately became tense. They quickly began thinking of all possible reasons they could give to convince Fujin to take the break in case he insisted on continuing the training. Unlike his expression, Fujin was laughing in his mind. He thought, "It looks like not everyone is as shameless as Hiruzen. He would have long escaped after telling me not to approach him for a week. Then again, these guys aren't as fast as him, so who can say for sure?" To the relief of the three senior medical ninjas, Fujin replied, "All right. I'll revise what I have learnt so far for a week. I'll see you later. Thank you for teaching me about human anatomy." Fujin disappeared from the room. The three of them let out a long sigh of relief and collapsed on the floor. Izumu said, "Finally, I can take a break. I haven't even been able to sleep for 3 weeks. Every time I close my eyes, I see his smile and hear his voice pushing me to teach him more." Yoshi and Hideaki agreed. They went through the same. Hideaki caught his breath and stood up. He looked at Yoshi and said respectfully, "I only promised you that I'd guide Fujin in anatomy. I have completed my promise. Please don't find me again in the future, and ask other experienced ninjas to teach that demon. I won't be telling them anything related to him." As soon as he was done speaking, he turned around and ran out of the room. Yoshi cursed under his breath. This brat. Despite having guided Hideaki when he was young, Yoshi knew he couldn't share his misery with him anymore. Instead, he said, "He is right. I'll ask other experienced medical ninjas to help us. That way our workload will be reduced." Izumu replied, "Yeah, you should. Why should others be spared from this hell? However, I'm not sure if it'll reduce our workload." Yoshi immediately turned his head towards Izumu and asked, "What do you mean?" Izumu answered, "I'm afraid that it'll just create more shadow clones." Pain could be heard in Isamu's pitiful voice. It could also be seen on Yoshi's face, who was lost for words. Time continued flowing. As he had said, Fujin gave Yoshi a week's break. Unfortunately, the three of them still experienced nightmares every night, and woke up with sweat flowing down their foreheads. During this time, Takeshi managed to master the jutsus Fujin had taught him. He decided to take the next step and create a new scorch-release jutsu. Fujin used the opportunity to enter his body again with the spirit transformation jutsu and performed scorch jutsus which Takeshi already knew. It allowed him to become much more familiar with scorch release and understand better how wind and fire chakra fused inside the body. He took a step closer to learning scorch release, but still couldn't do it. However, he wasn't very worried, as he could feel that it was only a matter of time before he took the last step. Fujin also used the break to take a mission and make a quick visit to the Phantom Haven Society to ensure that everything was moving smoothly. The Phantom Haven Society had recruited 2 more batches of young children, but were only able to recruit 3 experienced ninjas. None of them caught Fujin's eye. He applied the Phantom Seal on them and gave a speech about the Phantom Will before focusing on the information network. Thanks to the funds he had provided, the Phantom Haven Society had built a preliminary information network. It was only active in the Land of Rivers, but they were in the process of expanding it further. Fujin instructed them to not expand into the Land of Rain, and instead provided them intel on how they should expand into the Land of Fire and the Land of Winds. Fujin had been very active in those areas, so his information would result in them making quick progress. After returning from the mission, Fujin continued studying medical ninjutsu. Yoshi had dragged in another 5 senior medical ninjas whom he had taught in the past. Unaware of the situation, they happily agreed to help Fujin as they wanted to take the opportunity to build a connection with a council member and a promising ninja. Needless to say, each one of them regretted and cursed Yoshi, Isamu, and Hideaki in their minds. However, they didn't slack off, and Fujin progressed at a fast speed. As Isamu speculated, Fujin used more clones. So no one was spared, but Fujin quickly learned about pathology and toxicology. He particularly paid a lot of attention to toxicology, as he was quite interested in poisons. After spending a few weeks exploiting the senior medical ninjas, Fujin had gathered enough knowledge for them to allow him to diagnose the patients who visited the hospital. On that day, every medical ninja who taught Fujin had a long party and drank all night. Around the same time, the guidance hall was finally constructed. Every civilian ninja was excited to hear that news. Understanding its significance in terms of both strengthening the ninjas and the economic benefits it'll bring, Hiruzen decided to make it a big event and decided to inaugurate the guidance hall personally. As the one who had made the proposal, Fujin was invited as well. Early in the morning, Fujin flickered and reached the location. He noticed Hiruzen observing the hall and flickered next to him. Without looking at him, Hiruzen said, "You are finally here, Fujin." Fujin nodded while looking at the guidance hall and said, "Not bad at all. I didn't think you'd get something so grand constructed so quickly. Did you call me here just to see the hall?" Hiruzen chuckled and said, "It was your proposal after all. Come, let's check it out. See if everything is to your liking." He began walking. Fujin chuckled as well and followed him. Stepping through the towering gates of the guidance hall, Hiruzen and Fujin were greeted by a sprawling courtyard paved with polished stone. Lush greenery lined the pathways, punctuated by carefully tended gardens bursting with vibrant blooms. Away from the hustle and bustle of the village, it resembled a serene oasis, not unlike the vast forests that surrounded Konoha. As they walked, both Fujin and Hiruzen felt a sense of calmness and peace. It was a state of mind that was perfect for training. It was so perfect that Hiruzen momentarily became worried that Fujin might kickstart the guidance hall by asking for his guidance right then and there. To his relief, Fujin didn't ask for anything. At the heart of the courtyard stood the main building of the guidance hall, a majestic structure crafted from the finest timber and stone. Its sweeping rooflines soared skyward, adorned with ornate eaves and intricate wooden carvings that spoke of craftsmanship generations in the making. Fujin sighed at the sight and muttered, "You should have informed me about such fine craftsmen back when I was building my house." Hiruzen smiled on hearing Fujin's words, thinking that Fujin was praising the art. However, on hearing what he said next, Hiruzen almost tripped. Fujin continued, "The way they have constructed the hall maximizes the space where we can inscribe seals. If my house was constructed in this manner, I could easily place twice the number of seals on it." Hiruzen looked at Fujin with disbelief and wondered, how many seals does he want to inscribe on that damned house? I don't think there is anyone in this world who can count the seals on his house. And that probably includes this boy as well. Fujin ignored his reaction and they entered the guidance hall. The design on the inside was just as captivating as the designs on the outside. Fujin and Hiruzen inspected the arrangements made inside the hall for doing its main job. The main hall was extremely spacious and could easily accommodate a few hundred ninjas. At the end of the hall was a wide office with windows. Employees would sit there and accept requests from the youngsters who wanted someone to guide them for any jutsus. The office behind the windows would have people who would assign the youngsters to appropriate guides. There were several spacious rooms on the 2 sides of the hall as well. One of them was to keep a record of the Iteran ninjas who were willing to guide youngsters and the jutsus they were willing to teach. The remaining rooms served other purposes. One of those rooms was for the Anbu that Hiruzen was planning to station there. He had planned to station 2 Anbu squads permanently at the guidance hall. In addition, several more Anbu squads were arranged to inspect the ninjas who wanted to guide the youngsters. Fujin and Hiruzen inspected everything and didn't have any complaints. Hiruzen teasingly asked, "Do you want to register as a guide?" I'm sure everyone would want to learn wind release jutsus from you." Fujin imitated Hiruzen's sigh of exhaustion and said, "I have my hands full guiding nearly 150 kids. Besides, I'm only 16 years old. People are doubtful of my capabilities. However, if you register, I'm sure everyone will come to learn from the professor." With a smirk on his face, Fujin added, "I'll be sure to be the first one to ask for your guidance, Grandpa." This time, Hiruzen sighed and said, "As a Hokage, I'm very busy to sign up as a guide here. The guidance hall needed a lot of my attention. It has just finished, and now I'll be busy with the Chunin exams." Hiruzen became serious and looked at Fujin. He said, "Actually, I wanted to talk to you about the Chunin exams. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, tilsarvish8 at OKB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Quabena, Travis, James, Tronic, Jissus, William, Diago, and Samuel for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 594. The Greatest Idiot. Chapter 600 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. We got 6 sent 814 Power Stones in the last week and ended at rank 6 in the Power Stone ranking. Keep it up, guys. This is our highest rank at the end of a week. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about the Chunin exams. Fujin was surprised to hear Hiruzen talk about it. After the previous council meeting, they hadn't discussed Tsunagakure again. He wondered, did he get more information on Tsunagakure's movements to be so alert all of a sudden? Or did Jiraiya notice Orochimaru's movements? Fujin paid close attention as Hiruzen continued. "You know the 3 stages of the Chunin exams, right?" Fujin nodded. It wasn't something he would forget easily. Hiruzen continued, "I want you to be the proctor for the 2nd phase." Fujin was surprised. He never expected Hiruzen to put forth such a request. Hiruzen could see the surprise on Fujin's face as well. What he didn't know was that it was a happy surprise for Fujin. Of course, Fujin had no intention of showing his real emotions and asked in a confused tone, "Why? Didn't Anko take over clan leader Tsume's job? Did something happen?" Hiruzen replied, "Nothing has happened yet. It's just that I have a feeling that something strange will happen during the Chunin exams. As for what that is, I have no idea. My Anbu couldn't find any clues that could answer my unease. Nothing should happen during the 1st phase as all the sensei will be close by. Similarly, I'll be looking over the 3rd phase personally. Only the 2nd phase is where we won't be able to keep an eye on everything properly. If anyone has ill intentions, they will make a move during that phase. Considering that the children of most clan leaders might take part in the upcoming Chunin exams, I don't want to leave it to chance. With you overlooking the 2nd phase, it'll deter anyone who has any nefarious plans, especially if it is Suna." Hiruzen knew that Suna would have connected the dots by now. Even though Rasa was a bit slow, Fujin's reputation outside Konoha was too high for anyone to overlook him. If Fujin was the proctor, then Hiruzen believed that Suna wouldn't try anything unless someone like Rasa or Chiyo could somehow sneak into the Forest of Death without being detected. Fujin was surprised by Hiruzen's reason and thought, to feel unease about a future calamity, that's very impressive. I wonder if that is something that develops with experience. That said, he couldn't guess that his source of unease was his former student and not Suna. Regardless, this is very good for me. I'll be able to recruit Karen with ease. I'll also be able to monitor if there are any changes to the original story due to my involvement. At least, Team 7's fight against Orochimaru should be different, though I don't think it'll affect the end result. I might also get a hint about what plans Orochimaru has made for me." "Well?" Hiruzen broke Fujin's chain of thoughts. Fujin nodded and answered, "All right, I'll be the proctor." "It shouldn't be an issue." Hiruzen said, "Good. I'll have Anko help you out. You can make some changes to the exam format if you want, but don't make it very complicated. Alternatively, you can just let Anko run the show in the background while you show your face and appear to be in charge." Fujin replied, "Sure." Why would Fujin complain when Hiruzen did everything he could to lessen his workload? He just nodded happily. With the talk done, Hiruzen began interacting with others in the guidance hall. A few hours later, it was time for the guidance hall to be inaugurated. Since Hiruzen had decided to make it a big event, he invited a lot of people. Several hundred veteran ninjas appeared in the courtyard. Thousands of young ninjas appeared as well, despite not getting any official invite. They stayed away from the courtyard, watching the inauguration from a distance. As a result, the guidance hall was completely surrounded by them, and their excited chatter filled the air. A few minutes before the inauguration, the elders and the clan leaders arrived. No one wanted to miss such an event. Despite so many famous personalities in the guidance hall, the one who was discussed the most was Fujin, as he was the one who got the proposal passed. Katsuhiro also became a topic for discussion. Some people tried to look for him, but couldn't find him. Due to the rumors Fujin's clones mercilessly spread, his blood pressure issues worsened, and he even developed more heart conditions. He decided to stay away from the inauguration, worried that his blood pressure might get out of control once again. Needless to say, the one who was the most pleased wasn't Fujin, but rather Hiruzen. He thought, "I am glad I decided to make it a huge event instead of keeping the celebrations subdued. Fujin is finally becoming more reputed in the village. All we need now is a small battle where he can establish his martial might and become someone who others can look up to, just like Kakashi. Once that is done, I can start planning my retirement." Though keeping the celebrations subdued might have kept the information from enemy villages for a bit longer, it wouldn't have made much difference in the long run. After all, the guidance hall isn't something we can keep hidden. Everyone would know about it in a month. By comparison, this gain is much better. The inauguration ceremony was a hit. It would become the talk of the village for several days. As soon as the ceremony was over, several veteran ninjas began registering themselves as the guide. Fujin wasn't interested in any further process. He snuck away when no one was paying attention and returned home. Only Hiruzen noticed Fujin leaving from the corner of his eye and thought, "Looks like he isn't a fan of such gatherings." Fujin appeared in front of his house and stretched his neck while walking inside and thinking, "Man, that was boring. I can't recall the last time I participated in any gathering. Come to think of it, I don't think I have participated in any in this life. The ones I did while in Anbu usually involved killing someone." "Fujin! Sensei!" Before he could enter his home, Naruto and Fujin's 5 students came running towards him. He turned his head to look at them. Naruto was at the forefront. He stopped in front of Fujin and asked, "Fujin, did you hear about the new guidance hall? It's so cool. Anyone can go there and learn jutsus." Fujin nodded and asked, "Yeah, what of it?" Naruto immediately said, "I will visit there and learn a lot of cool jutsus. That'll show Sasuke who is the better ninja. And Sakura will finally see that I'm much better than Sasuke." Sayaka said, "Sensei, we were planning to viz." She stopped speaking after looking at Fujin's expression. However, the one who was the most bothered by Fujin's expression was Naruto. Fujin was looking at him like he was the greatest idiot in the entire world. He awkwardly asked, "Why are you looking at me like this?" Instead of answering, Fujin asked him in return, "Why do you think I am?" Naruto became annoyed and said, "Hey, I'm a ninja now. I even fought against one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist." "Don't keep treating me like an idiot," Fujin taunted. "Are you sure you are a ninja? Show me one ninja who has a sensei who can use 1,000 jutsus and still plans to spend money to learn from ninjas who are much less talented than him." Naruto was dumbfounded by Fujin's reply. His eyes grew wide and he held his head in shame and shouted, "I didn't think of that." Fujin's students looked at him with pity. Fujin hadn't held back any words. Before Naruto could recover, Fujin grabbed him by the back of his neck and lifted him like a cat. What are you doing? What's this wind?" Fujin's students watched as Naruto was engulfed in some kind of wind. All 6 of them heard, "Go find Kakashi and pester him to teach you jutsus instead of doing something so foolish." With a flick of his wrist, Fujin sent Naruto flying in the air. Fujin's students saw Naruto flying through the sky while hearing his shocked screams. Several people in Konoha looked above as they heard a scream. They were shocked to see Naruto flying over their heads. While the village was busy with talks of the guidance hall, A silver-haired ninja was standing silently in front of the memorial stone. Suddenly, he heard a scream and turned around. Confusion appeared on his face as he muttered, "What the hell?" Seconds later, Naruto fell in front of him. The winds surrounding him cushioned his fall and immediately dissipated. Even so, the poor boy was scared due to the unexpected trip. To his surprise, he saw Kakashi in front of him and asked, "Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi asked, "Naruto, how did you come flying here?" Naruto didn't register his question and instead recalled Fujin's words. He quickly ran towards Kakashi and said, "Kakashi-sensei, please teach me more cool jutsus." Kakashi watched with a deadpan expression as Naruto ignored his question and began pestering him non-stop. Back at Fujin's house, his students asked with a stunned expression, "What was that?" Fujin casually replied, "A new jutsu that I came up with. It's quite handy for throwing others away. Now, which one of you wanted to learn at the guidance hall with empty pockets? I'll help you get there in no time." Immediately, all his 5 students shook their heads. While it seemed fun, none of them wanted to be sent flying like Naruto. Fujin replied, "Good, get back to your training." AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddlesarv ASB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Banana Manidrak, Daniel, Noctisy, Nashes, Alex, Brandon, and Ashiwar for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description.